We shall commence this meeting of the PC3 Committee. Welcome to our additional public hearing for the inquiry into budget estimates 21-22. And before I commence, it's the custom of this Parliament to acknowledge the traditional inhabitants of this land, the Gadigal people of the Aurora Nation, and I do that with all due respect, as well as acknowledging the important contributors to the history of this site, those who constructed the Parliament House building, very often working in a dangerous industry, and the parliamentary staff over many decades who supported MPs and made our work and representative role possible. We acknowledge and thank them all. I welcome today, for the first time at our committee, Minister Alistair Henskens and accompanying officials for this hearing. Today the committee will examine the broader brief out of the government's reshuffle, the portfolio of skills and training, science, innovation and technology. Before we commence, I'd like to make some brief comments about the procedure for today's hearing. The proceedings are being broadcast live from the Parliament's website, and a transcript will be placed on our committee website when it becomes available. In accordance with the broadcasting guidelines, media representatives are reminded that they've got to take responsibility for what they publish, and we don't tolerate fake news. All witnesses in budget estimates have a right to procedural fairness, according to the Procedural Fairness Resolution adopted by the House in 2018. There may be some questions that a witness could only answer if they had more time and certain documents to hand. In these circumstances, witnesses are advised they can take a question on notice and provide an answer within 21 days. But at that point, can I just say, and it would be the wish, I'm sure, of the entire committee, that we don't repeat the Jeff Lee, Stephen Forby experience where everything was taken on notice and there was a deliberate strategy not to provide any direct useful information to this committee. Unfortunately, we all lost 3 hours of our life one afternoon when it took that long to extract the basic information about the sale of Scone TAFE, where the Minister and his hapless official, now departed, merely had to say that they were selling it to Racing New South Wales because it would be better as an equine specialist facility. So I don't know if there's been rehearsals or strategic agendas or whatever, but this is a committee with serious people, with serious lines of inquiry, and we expect direct, straight, serious answers rather than taking everything on notice. There will be some on notice, of course, but if the information is logically at hand, it should be presented to this committee. Furthermore, if witnesses wish to hand up documents, they should do so through the committee staff. Minister, I remind you and your officers that you are free to pass notes and refer directly to your advisors seated at the table behind you. Finally, could everyone please turn off their mobile phones to silent for the duration of the hearing? All witnesses will be sworn prior to giving evidence. Minister, of course, as not only a Member of Parliament but the Manager of Government Business in the LA, you've taken an oath as a MP and don't need to do so here. But I'd like to remind the following witnesses that they don't need to be sworn in. You've been sworn in at earlier budget estimates before the committee. I've got a list here, you know who you are. Other witnesses that haven't been sworn in are, I believe, Stephen Brady, the Acting Managing Director, who unfortunately has tested positive for COVID. But Stephen, we thank your resilience and hopefully you're in good enough shape to answer questions online. So Stephen will take an oath along with Amy Brown from Investment New South Wales and Professor Durant White, the Chief Scientist and Engineer. So if we could start with Steve.
I have already.
Oh, you have? You've done one?
On Tuesday.
Okay, on Tuesday. So you're up to date. And Amy, have you done one?
I still need to do one, thank you.
If you can please, sorry.
He'll still need to do one because it was before.
It's a different
committee.
Right, okay. I'm told, Professor, that it was before a different committee.
That's true.
You haven't actually sworn in before us, and we, of course, are unique in this system, so you need to do it for our PC3. Please. So we might start with you, Amy, and then go to the Professor and then to Stephen Brady to swear in taking the oath or affirmation with the material in front of you.
Fantastic. Amy Louise Brown, Secretary of Department of Enterprise Investment and Trade and CEO of Investment New South Wales, and I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you.
I want to put the microphone a bit closer.
Professor, yeah.
I am Hugh Durant White. I am the Chief Scientist and Engineer and also the Commissioner for Natural Resources. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And Stephen Brady?
Stephen Brady, Acting Managing Director at TAFE New South Wales. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much. Today's hearing will be conducted from 9:30 to 12:45 with a 15-minute break at 11 a.m. We're joined by the Minister in the morning, and in the afternoon we will hear from departmental witnesses from 2 to 5:15 with a 15-minute break for afternoon tea at 3:30. During these sessions there will be questions from the opposition and crossbench members only. If required, an additional 15 minutes is allocated at the end of the morning and afternoon sessions for government questions. Thank you very much for your attendance today, and if I can just preempt something by giving an advance apology, I might not be able to be here for the afternoon session because there's probably an opening before the next big rain belt where I can get back into my house in southwest Sydney where the water's receded, I'm told, this morning, and I've got a one-off opportunity this afternoon to actually go home, unlike yesterday. So I would apologise for that, and we'll have alternative arrangements for the chairing of the meeting in these, treacherous weather conditions. I hope that's understood. So up we go. We begin with questions from the opposition. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Mr Chair. Good morning, Minister. Thanks to everyone for being here this morning. Minister, why did Stephen Falby resign?
I don't know. That predates my time as Minister. And
Minister, can you just bring the microphone a bit closer? All the witnesses just need to get them on and as close as possible so we can hear.
Sorry, I don't know. That matter predated me being sworn in as Minister.
So you have no insights to offer the committee as to why a man who was being paid $181,000 more than the Premier left the role less than 2 years into it?
No.
You didn't ask for some information on when you became a Minister about why he'd left?
No, Ms Hissos, I'm actually interested in the future, not the past like you are, and I'm interested in making sure that TAFE is the best organisation it can be. We're offering a whole lot of fee-free and low-fee courses at TAFE. It's the largest skills provider in the country with over 460,000 enrolments.
Minister.
My future.
The Minister can finish his answer.
Thank you, Mr Chair. My focus.
Not being directly relevant.
Well, the Minister's giving a perspective on why, perhaps somewhat regarded as unusual, he's not inquired about the departure of Stephen Falby, but he's giving his perspective as a Minister about his priorities, and he said he's interested in the future, and he's obviously putting the Falby experience in the past, and I think at the moment it's a valid, relevant answer.
Let's just get it out of the system and then move on.
Yeah.
I'm interested in how the largest skills training provider in this nation with over 460,000 enrolments can be the best it can be, and I'm not interested in ancient history.
Well, it's not ancient history, Minister. It happened in December. It happened weeks before you took on the portfolio. There have been 6 managing directors in 6 years, and surely, as the Minister, you should be concerned about this constant turnover within the organisation that you're now responsible for.
Well, Ms Hissos, I can't control the past. I can only control the future, and that's what I'm focused on.
But you're not interested in learning the lessons from the past?
Well, it's completely irrelevant to me as to why someone may have resigned. That's a matter that I can't change. It's done. It's a matter of historical interest only. I'm interested in the future. I'm interested in working constructively with Mr Brady, which is what I've been doing, to ensure that this organisation continues to be the best skills trainer and provider in the nation, which it is. It's the largest, it's the best. I'm focused on making this organisation the best. I'm not focused on talking down TAFE like the Labor opposition continually does.
Minister, I completely reject your assertion about talking down TAFE, but let's ask then, did you conduct, or was there an exit interview that was conducted with Mr Falby after he left?
I have, not by me.
I'm asking if there was. Is there someone else that can?
I have absolutely no
One question
idea.
at a time.
Is there anyone else who conducted an exit interview?
So these matters are a matter.
Sorry, Ms Harrison, we're just.
Sorry, is that better?
The mics here are not picking up voices all that well, so we have to speak
Okay,
right into them. Thank you.
Yeah, that's better.
Thank you. These are matters for the former minister. The MD of TAFE is a ministerial appointment, and that would be a matter for Minister Lee.
So there was no one who conducted an exit interview that we can ascertain?
Well, if, Ms Hissos, you would read the legislation which governs TAFE, which no doubt you've probably done, you would realise that There's no requirement for an exit interview. It's not something that is mandated by legislation. It's not known to legislation. I can't see why such an interview would have taken place unless you can draw my attention to some section of the Act which I'm unaware of.
Well, can we just clarify the answer, the question that was put to Ms Harrison? Was an exit interview undertaken, yes or no?
I met with Mr. Forby, but not in the context of an exit interview.
Okay, can you explain what that meeting was in regards to?
And so I would meet with leaders across the education cluster on a regular basis. Following the Minister's decision, I met with Mr. Forby. We discussed a number of matters, and he talked to me about his next plans following this role.
You never really asked him, Stefan, why have you been sacked?
As I indicated, the decision in relation to the employment of the MD of TAFE is a matter for the Minister and the MD.
Sorry, so was he sacked or did he resign, Ms Harrison?
This, as I've indicated, is a matter for Minister Lee. He is the employer of the MD of TAFE. That is who they report to.
Ms Harrison, that's completely unacceptable to this committee. You're the head of the Education Department. It would be a matter of record in your documents as to whether he was sacked or there's a letter of resignation. You need to give a straight, honest answer to this committee.
And furthermore, he wasn't employed by the Minister. He was employed by TAFE New South Wales, a public entity for which you have overall ministerial responsibility. It's plainly false to say he was employed by the Minister. Plainly false.
The appointment of the MD of TAFE is a ministerial appointment, so it is not false, Mr. Shoebridge. I do not accept that assertion.
Employed by the Minister.
Okay, this is my time.
Ms Harrison, in your records, is there a letter of resignation?
Not in my records, no.
Is it a GSE appointment?
I will need to take that on notice.
Appointment by the Governor under the Act. I would have thought you'd look at the Act before you started asking questions on this matter, but apparently you haven't.
Well, let's get the Governor in.
We're just trying to get some information, Minister, about whether he resigned or whether he sacked. What's your understanding?
I have no understanding. I'm not focused on what happened with staffing arrangements in the authority
before I became
the Minister.
Order. I've got it. The Minister can answer the question before interrupted. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not interested in what happened prior with staffing arrangements. What do you want me to go into all the staffing arrangements at TAFE? You know, I'm interested in what this organisation is going to do in the future and the great things that are in train. Why aren't you asking me about Meadowbank Institute of Applied Technology?
Minister,
why aren't you asking about more positive things about TAFE?
Minister, we will get to those issues in due time. At the moment, we are interested in why TAFE has had 6 managing directors in 6 years, why just weeks before your appointment, a man who was headhunted and paid $181,000 more than the Premier suddenly resigned from his position. And yet you took up your position as the Minister weeks after this resignation, and you're telling us, you expect us to believe that you didn't make a single inquiry about whether he was resigned or whether he was sacked.
I'm not interested in things I can't change, Ms Hughes.
You're not interested in learning from the past?
Your sworn evidence is that you made no inquiries.
Well, I can't change the past.
No inquiries.
No.
None.
It's not a matter of interest to me.
Yeah, the question's been answered. Next question.
Minister, how much did it cost the taxpayer?
Again, consistent with me not focusing on matters of the past which I can't change, I haven't asked that question, but...
Ms Tickle might be able to provide the details on that.
Yes, certainly. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Just pull it a little bit closer.
I don't think it goes any closer. I'll just lean in. So Mr. Forby was paid as a public service senior executive, so received the payout that is in line with that legislation, so the 38 weeks that senior executives receive.
It was the 38 weeks. It wasn't the balance of his contract?
No, that's correct, the 38 weeks.
38 weeks
And
payout.
any leave owing, which is the normal practice.
You only get paid when you're sacked.
Order.
That's right. Can you just clarify, Ms Tickle, that payment is only available if you're terminated, if your contract is terminated. Isn't that correct?
That's my understanding, in principle, yes, and I can confirm that that was the payout that was provided, as well as any leave that was owing.
And can you provide us with any insight as to why he was sacked? What was the reason for the termination?
No, that's not a matter for me. That's, as has been stated, a matter for the Minister, not for me.
Well, it's a bit convenient, isn't it, Minister, that someone is sacked, they're paid 38 weeks payout, and there's no one who's prepared to actually answer the question as to why he was sacked?
Well, Ms Hissos, I can't change what's occurred.
I'm not asking you to change what's occurred. I'm asking you to provide this committee with information about why such a highly paid, headhunted managing director who was brought in was sacked only 2 years into his
It was
contract.
not my decision, Ms Hissos. I don't know what was going around.
The money that's spent. You're accountable for the money that's spent, and that's spent in this budget period.
Minister, what's the criteria then for the new managing director?
I'm sorry,
The new managing director will be a ministerial appointment made by you. What is the criteria? What have you learnt from the fact that there have been 6 managing directors in 6 years? What will be the criteria for the new managing director?
well, the criteria for the new managing director will be a person who is able to fulfil my vision for TAFE. And I'm happy to expand on that if you'd like to hear that.
Yeah, please, that's why we're here.
All right. Well, my vision for TAFE is that it continues to be an outstanding training organisation, the largest in Australia, which has a strong presence throughout New South Wales, as it does. It teaches in over 140 different locations around the state, with a substantial staff of over 10,000 full-time equivalents. And TAFE fulfills a number of important remits for our community. It trains about 80% of our apprentices in New South Wales. It is the major trainer of apprentices in New South Wales. It provides training opportunities in a range of skill areas in regional areas where there are very thin markets with regard to the provision of training services. So it provides an important regional equalisation remit, but importantly, it is now engaged in institutes of applied technology, looking at the skill opportunities, the cutting-edge skill opportunities that our economy needs for the future, not just the traditional trades, as important as they are and as important as they will always be, plumbing, electrotechnology and the like, but the advanced manufacturing skills. And
Minister, I'm just going to stop you there because we have some specific questions on those issues that we will come to.
I'm answering the question.
Give the Minister, another 30 or 40 seconds to wrap up this overview answer.
And particularly, Mr Chair, as the Minister for Science, Innovation and Technology, going around our innovation precincts and seeing the great world-leading research that we have here in New South Wales, there are a whole lot of new advanced manufacturing techniques which are happening in New South Wales where the skills are so unique, so cutting edge, that at the moment only PhDs can actually operate the machinery which don't require you to have a PhD, and which we need to have a trickle down of training so that we can have a whole base of skilled people within our economy who can operate
Minister,
this sort of advanced
I'm going to stop you there because
equipment.
We only have limited time today. You certainly have some very passionate supporters of TAFE around the table, and we have plenty of questions for you today. Can I ask you, did you have a handover? Did you conduct a handover? Did anyone in your department conduct a handover with Mr Falby after he left?
I certainly didn't myself. I've never met the gentleman. I can't speak for the department. Maybe Ms Harrison could.
It's probably a question for Mr Brady in relation to him coming into the role. And of course, the corporate knowledge is held in a number of the people in this room also in relation to that. But Mr Brady would be able to talk about whether or not there were handover meetings.
Before I hand to Mr Brady,
well, we'll just go to Mr. It's been referred to Mr Brady.
Well, sorry, I just want to ask one clarification before it goes to Mr Brady, which is, can you, I don't know, Minister, Ms Harrison, tell us what was the final date on which Mr Falby worked?
I'll need to take that on notice, but I can come back to you with a specific date.
Mr Brady might know.
Mr Brady?
I can only really speak to the date when I commenced, which was on the 13th of December.
Okay, and was Mr. Falby working then?
No, there's Mr. David Backley was acting in the role prior to my commencement.
Okay. And so was there any handover with you and Mr. Falby?
I had a telephone conversation with Mr. Falby, which really focused on some of the key issues and priorities, but we did not discuss the reasons for his departing the organisation. It wasn't appropriate for me to engage in that conversation.
Okay, I'll pass to my colleague.
Thank you. Ms. Hosea, is that correct? Is that the way you pronounce your name? Sorry.
Oh, hang on a second.
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Sorry, physically it's difficult for me to lean forward.
That's all right.
There we go.
Yeah, you're in stereo now.
Hosea, can you tell us what's product transition?
Product transition is when a product becomes obsolete and then we are enrolling students in a newer course.
I see. So there's, I understand that a large number of courses were subject to this product transition circumstance. Can you give us some background around why those courses needed to be transitioned?
Actually, I'd like to address that question to my colleague, Ms. McNeil, that leads their product and quality, and that's under her jurisdiction.
Right, okay.
Yeah, sure. Thank you very much, Kirsty. If I can just take the committee back a couple of steps, I can talk to you about what the transitioning training packages are. They're actually the sets of skills and knowledge that students need to demonstrate if they're going to achieve a qualification that's a nationally recognised vocational ed qualification. So those are developed completely outside TAFE New South Wales remit. All RTOs need to adjust what they teach, so their course learning and teaching materials are adjusted to reflect the changes in those training packages.
So there was a lot of training packages that needed to be transitioned by the beginning of the first semester this year. That's correct, isn't it?
Transitioned during this year. So the training packages, we get 12 months in which to transition our students and convert our learning and teaching materials to be able to deliver to those new courses. But it's during this year rather than starting from semester one.
How much notice did TAFE have that these training packages were required to be transitioned?
We do always have 12 months notice
12
about
months.
that.
So you knew at the beginning of 2021
Yes.
that those packages needed to be transitioned.
Yes, that's
Why
true.
was there a large number for this year?
Yes, in fact, it was an unprecedented number. So usually when we think about transitioning training packages, we would expect there to be about 30 or so transitioning in a year. And this particular year, there were more than 200 when you take into account all the upgrades and the refinements that happened.
What had triggered that?
As I said, that's the training packages are developed and released by a federally funded skills service organisations.
But surely
so
TAFE
we're the
knows
recipient.
what drives that process. You must have some understanding of the background to what drives the process of requiring packages to be updated.
Yes,
or
we do.
transitioned.
It's usually driven by industry expectations that things like technologies change. So if I think about something like the Diploma of Nursing, which is transitioning later this year, or in fact very early next year, most of the units will stay the same if you think about something like taking blood pressure, but there are a few very specific, very new units that are part of that training package. They're made up of units of competency to get down to the specific units if you think about most courses. And some of those, for example, midwifery, changes to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander cultural competencies, those are new units which need completely new development. And lots of other ones, like units about taking blood pressure, don't need as many changes. But every RTO needs to go through and check and update our materials to make
This is a routine practice, though, so this is something that TAFE should be able to do.
Yes, that's true. We do this on an ongoing basis. Part of the product and product development team, which I lead, certainly has that as part of our remit.
And you draw on local or in-house expertise to do that.
Yes, we do. Because we knew we had this unprecedented number, we expanded our team. So when
did you actually know? Sorry, you said you had 12 months notice. Was there there's some inclination or indication that this might be in the offing before the 12 months, prior to the 12 months?
We do have connections with the training package development process, so we knew that it was going to be an unprecedented number. It's a fluid number, nonetheless, because things happen. For example, some of the training package releases were updated from the previous year. If you think about something like early childhood and bakery, they were the sorts of courses that, even though they were expecting to be updated earlier, the training package release was delayed due to COVID in the previous year.
And does that push back the transition period?
It does.
Yeah,
and there's
so
also...
if they're delayed, then you get more time. So you should be able to...
Yes, that's true.
So why is it that TAFE had to outsource the transitioning project? If this is a routine thing, you should have internal capacity. You should have some inclination that there's going to be work required, so you could upscale internally potentially. You're drawing on internal resources, I'm assuming, subject matter experts that are on staff in TAFE. Why did you have to outsource?
Well, just a slight correction. We commissioned the assistance of 2 professional services firms to help us because despite our ongoing efforts to expand our team, refine our processes so we could increase our production volume, if you like, from 189 courses that we upgraded in the 2021 period compared to 133 the previous year. So we changed our processes. We also increased our velocity, so instead of taking, again, the previous year, it took about 26 weeks per unit, and we reduced that down to about 16. So that was an increase in velocity. We expanded our team internally from 370 on the 31st of January last year to about 530 on the 31st of January this year. And all of those activities meant that we still realised that we weren't going to be able to meet this unprecedented demand. And that's where we worked with the 2 professional services firms to make sure that we harnessed their global capacity to be able to work within our own quality assurance frameworks. I need to stress that quite firmly. To stay registered, we need to have very robust self-assurance processes internally, and we work with our own quality assurance team, our own skilled learning and assessment designers, who have done an amazing job dealing with this unprecedented demand, and of course the subject matter expertise of the teachers. And that's where we've been working with those collaborative partners.
Yeah, just before I come to Mr Shoebridge, 2 matters. Mr David Blackley, the Chief Information Officer of TAFE, is not with us today because sadly he's had a passing in the family and can't attend. And the second matter is that apparently the microphone system has been a problem in this room all week, and as much as physically possible, can everyone just talk directly into the mic, right up against it, because it is very hard to hear, and it must be difficult for Hansard in particular to pick up each and every one of the words. Mr Shoebridge.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Mr Brady, when you took on your position, did you speak with Mr Blackley about his time as the acting MD?
Yes, I did, Mr Shoebridge.
We don't have Mr Blackley today, but we may need to get Mr Blackley and Mr Forby in at a hearing in the near future, given we get so little light on this. But maybe you could assist us for the moment by telling us what Mr Blackley told you about the reasons why Mr Forby had ceased to be the Managing Director.
Mr Blackley did not give me any indications for the reasons for Mr Forby's departure.
Well, you see, Mr Brady, I find it impossible to believe that you come into an organisation to be the acting managing director and you don't inquire about why the previous managing director left. Are you seriously telling me that's what you did? You came in and you didn't inquire about why Mr Forby left?
What was important was the discussion I had with Minister Lee around the priorities he had for me as I stepped into the acting role. He certainly emphasised to me that he wanted me to work more closely with the Department of Education to ensure we were getting a greater integration between the secondary school system and the vocational training that TAFE provides to school students, seeing that as a priority to increase the number of school students that see vocational training as a strong pathway for them and increase our the ability to introduce those students to vocational training. There's also obviously a discussion around the transitioning product and the criticality of us being ready for semester one.
Well, Mr. Brady, I was asking you about if you made any inquiries about why the previous managing director left, and I'm putting it in the context, just to be fair to you, that it beggars belief to suggest that you'd pick up someone's job and not make basic inquiries about why it was vacant. And I'm giving you the opportunity to persuade me about, and I think anyone listening, about how it is you could go into a vacant position and not make those basic inquiries about how it became vacant. So please persuade me, because otherwise we'll have to have a fresh hearing and bring back Mr. Backley and Mr. Forby and get it directly from them, and I'm trying to avoid that.
Perhaps the world doesn't operate entirely on gossip and innuendo like your world apparently does.
The question is to Mr. Brady, not to you, Minister.
Yeah, Mr. Brady, there was a question to you, please.
Trying to avoid that future hearing. So, mate, if you could help us here, that will help.
Mr. Shearage, I can't give you information that isn't within my knowledge. The discussion between Minister Lee and Mr. Forby was between them alone. I was asked to step into the acting role, and Mr. Lee and I had a discussion around his priorities while I was in that acting role.
And did former Minister Lee explain to you why he chose to replace Mr. Falby?
No, he told me what he wanted me to focus on.
Did you ask what went wrong before that's created this need for a new managing director? Did you ask that basic inquiry?
So we did not specifically discuss the reasons for Mr. Forby's departure. Minister Lee impressed on me the things that he wanted to see happening in TAFE, and I've already started to outline those. He wanted to see a closer connection with the Department of Education to ensure secondary school students had a pathway into vocational education. He wanted me to focus on the transitioning product for semester one, and he also wanted me to make sure we had a developed strategic plan for TAFE New South Wales that provided the right levels of accountability through the organisation to deliver on the government's priorities for TAFE.
Did you sign off on the $420,000 exit payment to Mr. Falby? Was that your job to sign off on it? Do you know if Mr. Backley signed off on the $420,000 exit payment?
Mr. Chair, wouldn't that just flow as a matter of law?
Ministers don't get to take points of order. The question's being answered by the official.
Did Mr. Backley
order?
Did Mr. Backley sign off on the $420,000 exit payment?
I'm not aware of that, Mr. Shoebridge.
Have you satisfied yourself about a payment of that sort of size to a previous chief executive, whether or not that was done in accordance with the law, Mr. Brady?
I have. Ms. Tickle has assured me that the payment was in accordance with the provisions under the Government Sector Employment Act.
All right. Ms. Tickle, you're responsible for the exit payment then?
Can you hear me okay?
I think you better pull it a bit closer.
It's actually, it won't come any closer. We might need
Try and
some...
straighten it a bit.
Well, if you just shove the desk forward.
I'll just lean right in. Oh, that's better, isn't it?
Yeah.
Have you off?
Yeah, you've got to come right into it. The building managers spent all summer on this room, so naturally the lights aren't working.
Like a singer. Okay, I've got it. It's a matter of process, Mr. Shoebridge. So the payment is not a negotiated payment or anything like that. It's an automatic payment. It's under the GSC Act, so it's a matter of process. So the payment is calculated by our payroll team. Any leave that's required to be paid is paid at the time, and it happens as a matter of process.
You told Mr. Brady about the exit payment to Mr. Falby?
Yes, I told him that it had been completed.
Did you tell him how much it was?
I don't recall telling him how much it was because there's no conversation to be had because it's the same no matter what because it's under the GSC Act. So it's a process matter.
Well, how about you tell us how much it was?
So it's 38 weeks.
Yeah, and how much is that in?
I'd have to I mean, I'm not very good at maths. I'd have to take it on notice and provide it to you. But
he was on a $575,000 salary. Is that right?
I believe so. Yes.
Yeah. Well, I make it out to be $420,000 exit payment from the people of New South Wales to Mr. Falvey. Does that ring a bell?
I would have to check that that's correct. However, if your maths is accurate, that would be correct as if it was 38 weeks.
If payroll has all the details?
Correct.
Well, could I ask you during the course of this hearing to just make the basic inquiries with payroll and then just tell us the exact amount that was paid to Mr. Falvey, please?
Yes, I can take that question on notice and come back.
And if there are any leave components to that?
Well, I think leave is a matter for the person. I mean, I would have to make sure that we are procedurally correct in providing people's personal details. I think leave is a personal detail, but the matter under the GSC Act is very clear and the payment is the payment, so that is not a problem.
Minister, yeah, if you could give us the total payment and then break it down with any payment under the GSC Act, I'm sure payroll can help.
If I may, Mr. Shoebridge, the leave entitlement I think Ms Tickle is referring to is the entitlement that Mr Forby would have accrued, so it's not part of any exit payment, so it is simply the 38 weeks plus any leave that has already been accrued to the individual that is paid out. So as Ms Tickle has indicated, the 38-week payment I'm confident they'll be able to provide on notice, but the leave accrual is a kind of personal matter.
Tickle has indicated she can provide it today, not on notice. Ms Harrison, maybe you weren't listening.
I believe she said she would take it on notice, Mr Shoebridge, as is her entitlement as a witness, Mr Shoebridge, to take the matter on notice.
Provide it today.
No, she indicated she'd take it on notice.
Well, she most definitely did say she would provide it today, and I'm not going to have the debate with you, Ms Harrison.
Ms Tickle, what's your intention to provide that information today or at a later date?
I believe I said I would provide it on notice, but may I make clear, and the Secretary is correct in saying that we can provide the 38-week payment because it's very clear and it's a simple calculation. It's 38 weeks times whatever the salary is.
Well,
however,
I've never had to do this before.
However,
Sorry,
the leave is a matter, accrued leave is a matter for the individual, and I wouldn't...
Can I
I've never had to do this
request
before.
on behalf of the committee that you provide that information by researching it during the lunch break, please?
Yes.
Chair, can I indicate I've never had to do this before and challenge the evidence so soon after it was given, but I'm going to ask Hansard, if they can, to provide a copy of the exchange earlier, and then we will play it back later today, because I've never seen the evidence change so quickly. The evidence given under oath changed so quickly in a
I acknowledge that.
May I?
Have it played back later today.
I acknowledge the point that Mr Shoebridge is making, and I've requested Ms Tickle to provide that information this afternoon using her resources, or if she can text someone now to find it out, or do it during the lunch break. So I think we can overcome the changing nature of the evidence by actually providing the information.
The alleged changing evidence.
Well, we'll play the tape.
Well, Minister,
I know what I heard.
Minister, I'm chairing the meeting. I heard what I heard, and I believe Mr Shoebridge is right in saying that the evidence is altered. It's probably inadvertent. I'm not alleging any deliberate altering of the evidence, but Ms Tickle clearly said she'd provide that to the committee this afternoon, and I'm hoping she will meet that commitment, please. Let's move
Chair,
on.
may I just make it clear what my intention was? My intention is that the 38-week payment is very clear and we can provide that. What I said I would take on notice is considering the procedural fairness and process of providing any information that is personal to that individual based on their accrual leave.
And that's my recollection of what the witness said.
We'll play it back.
And the suggestion that she changed her evidence is offensive and ought to be withdrawn. And when the recording is made available, I hope Mr Shoebridge does the right thing after impugning Ms Tickle's character in the way that he has, and that he withdraws it.
Order, Mr Shoebridge, order.
You can add
order.
to the
Look, let's not escalate to the point of being silly. If it needs to be replayed back by Hansard, that's what will happen. But nobody's making an allegation about anyone's character. These things can happen accidentally in the moment of answering questions. Let's be a bit adult about it and say that Ms Tickle will make the effort to provide the information that'll be useful to the committee, and we can move on. So your time's expired now. I'm sorry, but I'm sure you can come back to it. Minister, what handover meeting in the portfolio did you have with Jeff Lee?
I met with Mr Lee many weeks after I became the minister, to be honest, because I became the minister only just prior to Christmas. So I have met with Mr Lee at the end of January, and I discussed with him his view as to the opportunities within the portfolio.
it took you 6 weeks to have a handover meeting with the previous minister to find out
I can't remember
the immediate past issues in the portfolio.
I can't remember the exact date, Mr. Latham. As I said, there was Christmas, then I had a period of sickness, and then I came back to work and I met with Mr. Lee when it was convenient.
Right. And in that meeting, what discussion did you have about the departure of Stephen Forby?
Look, we didn't discuss that. We discussed, as I said, the opportunities in the portfolio, which it sounds like it was quite a similar discussion to the evidence that Mr. Brady's given. We certainly discussed the great opportunities for the educational pathway programs within our schools, which I think you'd be interested in, Mr. Latham, which is expanding to 144 schools, the opportunity to do vocational study within our high schools. In the pilots, in the 24 pilots, it's tripled the number of school-based apprenticeships and traineeships, which I think is a great outcome for those students, the 70% of our high school students that never go to university.
Minister, I asked the discussion about Mr. Forby, and it's your evidence that at no stage you say to Jeff Lee, you know, what went wrong with Stephen Forby? He'd been a high-profile appointment, headhunted by Gladys Berejiklian and paid extra money.
We didn't get into
sacked
that.
him. What went wrong, and what can I learn for the future? Those words and that conversation was never had.
No. We were just talking about the future.
You believe the taxpayers of New South Wales would find that a remarkable omission in the handover, given the importance of the appointment, the money that was paid, the extent of the payout, and the future of TAFE to learn the lessons of what went wrong in the tenure of Stephen Forby?
Well, Mr. Latham, something I always learned as a barrister was that you don't sweat on the things that you can't control. Now, that was something that was out of my control. It had happened. I'm very much focused on the future and how I can be the best minister I can be. And Mr. Latham, the opportunities in this portfolio are absolutely exciting, and particularly the synergies with the science, innovation and technology.
You're going on to a filibuster now that's unacceptable to the committee. And we all love, back to the future. But wouldn't you as a minister have a basic curiosity as to what went wrong? I've got to say that it would have been the first question I'd ask, given that he was the head of the organisation. It was such a high-profile appointment that it achieved substantial media attention. Wouldn't you just have a basic curiosity to learn what had gone wrong and why he had to leave?
Well, we certainly discussed the immediate challenges for the organisation. But it wasn't within the...
Was the name Stephen Forby mentioned in the discussion?
No.
No. Okay. Have you had a discussion with a different...
Unbelievable.
Yeah, well, that's the evidence.
Airbrush him out.
Yeah, we won't have to play it back. That's the evidence. Okay, order. Can I ask about a discussion with another ministerial colleague, Minister Keane? What discussions have you had with Minister Keane about the reskilling and retraining needs of the workers at Eraring, the 500 who will lose their job because of the early closure of the power station?
We haven't had a specific discussion around those employees. I've certainly been focused on how we can grow employment opportunities in advanced manufacturing.
Have you had any discussion at all with Matt Keane about the needs of those workers? No. So at no stage did Matt Keane ring you up after you got the portfolio, or you're in adjoining seats and you could have a cup of coffee up there on the northern end of Sydney and say, listen, I've known since the middle of last year Eraring is closing. You're the new skills and retraining minister. We're going to have to put in place a package to help those workers. There's 500 of them in a reasonably high unemployment area, Lake Macquarie. Let's get cracking with some retraining to get them in better shape for their redundancies.
We haven't yet had that discussion, Mr. Latham, but I think the power station is going to close in 2025, so we'll certainly have an opportunity to have those discussions, but I haven't had them yet.
Right. Minister Keane announced a very expensive so-called job creation package. Have you had a discussion with him about what sort of access those workers and the skills they would need to access those jobs? Because it's useless in having a jobs package, isn't it, if the workers haven't got the skills to take up new employment opportunities, even the limited ones that would be available in their geographic area?
Well, I agree that it's incredibly important, Mr. Latham, to have a plan and to develop a plan in terms of how we can transition those workers into new employment, new skills, so that they continue to be employed. And if I can just draw on my own personal experience, I know when the BHP shut in Newcastle in the 1980s, there was a similar program, and that's certainly something that I will work with Mr Keane towards, but we haven't had those discussions yet.
Well, why do you think Minister Keane, learning from BHP and other experiences, didn't raise it with you days into the portfolio?
Well, I think the announcement was only...
No, he knew from the middle of last year that this closure was imminent. I'm saying, when did you first find out?
Well, look...
when did you first find out about the early closure of Eraring?
Only a couple of weeks ago.
When it was in the media?
Yes.
So at no stage did Minister Keane ring you in the 8 weeks between your appointment and the Eraring announcement to say, listen, you've got to know that this Eraring closure is coming up. Let's get working on a reskilling program for these 500 workers.
We have certainly I've certainly had with Minister Keane discussions around how we can invest in the jobs of the future.
Oh, yeah, but it
was not in that specific context.
Said nothing about Eraring. Can I ask a general question of the officers in TAFE and reskilling? Has there been any contact from the Treasury or the energy sector as to the situation at Eraring and the need to get moving with a reskilling package?
Yes, I have some visibility of that, Mr. Latham. So we at Investment New South Wales have been working closely with Department of Planning and Environment around the opportunities that are going to come out of a lot of the initiatives to accelerate renewable energy, such as renewable energy zones, hydrogen hubs and so on. I suppose the question for us, being the Jobs and Investment Agency, is what are the jobs opportunities that will come out? And to your point, how do we make sure that the skills match? We've come up with a net zero investment action plan that identifies 9 subsectors where New South Wales has some natural capabilities. And then when you overlay some developments in technology and advanced manufacturing, there are a lot of job opportunities. In terms of making sure, though, that the local workforces are skilled and ready to take up those job opportunities. I agree with you that there are challenges ahead, but so much opportunity if we can get it right. Of course, the vocational education and training system has a big part to play, but we're also undertaking certain programs.
You're not a training authority, are you?
No, we're not a training authority.
And
but
net zero investment doesn't sound all that lucrative, I've got to say, if you're a worker. Is there anyone with a remit for training and skills that's had contact with the Treasury or the energy section?
Mr. Latham, could I just finish the answer to your question? Because we do
with
have
all due respect, we've got limited time and you're talking about investment opportunities rather than my question, which is about skills and training.
Well, we've got a driving digital skills pilot program to assist employees move toward the future.
And what discussions have you had with Origin Energy about applying that to Eraring? None. Okay,
Could I add something, Mr. Latham?
An answer, please. What discussions have you had with Eraring?
On the whole of government steering committee with respect to that particular project, and I am inputting as to what existing government programs for reskilling would be relevant here.
Right. Is there anyone in skills and training who's had contact
Mr. Latham,
with
Mr. Collins.
Collins, please.
Thank you, Chair. We only found out about this after the announcement. Training Services New South Wales it's a fairly formative stage at this stage, but we've started discussions with Regional New South Wales and with a local jobs task force in the Hunter. Thank you. A local jobs task force in the Hunter. It's a process that's tried and true. We use it, for example, with changes to Blue Scope in the Illawarra, where we will sort of work to get an understanding of what the labour market opportunities are. We will start discussions with the organisation and with the workforce in the organisation.
Right. Have you had any discussions with Origin?
Not yet.
Not yet. So you're at the very early stage.
It's very preliminary.
Doing something. There's no discussion with Origin or the Eraring workforce at this time.
Not yet. But that will be part of the process that we'll go into, which will be about identifying what opportunities there are, working with those workers to see what their interests are, what skills they've got, what they may need to help them to move to other opportunities.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. The opposition, please.
Thank you. I'm going to tender some documents. So if I could just...
in the meantime, I'll just ask Ms Tickle, so was, I understand that Mr Falby received a bump up in his pay on the 1st of July from $575,000 to $589,500. Is that correct?
I would have to check the amount, but it was under the sort determination for the blanket across sector increase. So if that contributes to that increase, then yes. So the sort determination determines that, and that was applied, yes, to all the executives.
And so then his 38-week payout would be at his existing rate, wouldn't it? It wouldn't be backdated to the previous amount?
Yes, that's correct. That's what I understand, yes.
Okay, and what's the process for triggering the payment? Does the minister have to tell you? What's the formal process for actually triggering that payment?
So it depends on the circumstances. So once there has been a determination that the employment is coming to an end for whatever reason, that is what triggers the payment. And then we actually work with our payroll team to have the payment calculated, the tax calculated, all that sort of thing. And then the employer gets the payment in the next pay run.
What's the authorisation that you require to start that process? Does the minister have to send you an email? Does the chief of staff? Who is it that actually has to authorise it? Who has to tell you?
Well, it depends on the circumstances.
Let's use Mr Falby's example.
In this circumstance, we worked with the Department of Education as the cluster lead to trigger the next set of processes, which included determining what the amount was, and went to payroll. It was calculated, and Mr Forby was advised and paid in the next pay run.
So who actually advised you?
On the day. It was one of my colleagues from Department of Education that I spoke to early on the day, and I don't recall the person's name, but I could certainly provide that on notice.
Okay. Can you recall their position?
It was somebody in people and culture, but the name is just slipping my mind right now.
Fine.
Yep.
Thanks.
Mr Brady, in your earlier answer in relation to your discussion with Minister Lee, you specifically singled out the product transitioning issue. Was that a serious concern that Minister Lee had about this product transitioning going off the rails?
I wouldn't put it in those terms, Mr Diadam. Mr Lee was certainly aware of the unprecedented volume of transitioning product. As Ms McNeil mentioned earlier, over 200 transitioning products compared to a more normal rhythm of 30 means that we were all aware that it was a significant challenge, and we were deploying not only our expended internal resources, but buying product from other TAFEs. We were getting support from other providers in the market, including bringing on the support of Deloitte and EY as expanding our capability.
Was the minister worried about it running late, that you were going to miss the deadline of the first day of first semester this year?
Look, I think he was aware that there was complexity around the transitioning products, and I think it's fair to say that when we transition these products in, my understanding is that it's normal to transition and commence delivery with the components we need to start those courses, with further units of those courses coming in over time so that they're ready for delivery at the appropriate point in time. So it is a complex delivery challenge, and Minister Lee was certainly emphasising the need for us to be focused on the delivery and making sure that we were ready for those classes.
How much was at risk in terms of revenue if you missed the deadline?
So, again, I think that's not the proper way to characterise the challenge, Mr Diadam. We had a series of decisions which were taken over a period of time about how we would manage this unprecedented volume of transitioning courses. Some of those decisions were influenced by the general state of the education sector that was heavily impacted by COVID. So, for example, the late HSCs flowing through to late ATARs meant that secondary school students were uncertain of their choices until much later than in a normal period. So we made proactive decisions to start some of those class courses later to give those students the opportunity to make the choices that were was a really significant choice in their life direction. So there are a series of things that influenced across the course of semester one commencements and how we scheduled those products in.
I might turn now to Ms. Hosea. I've tabled a document titled Recommendation to Award. Have you got that document in front of you?
I'm sorry, I do not have that document in front of me.
I think it's that one on the...
The question's to me?
Yes. So in your role, are you the person who's responsible for managing the award of contracts like this?
No, I'm not. I was not responsible for this this contract.
No, not this particular contract, but contracts like this. Normally, this would fall within your brief?
It depends on what the outcome and the work to be done. But for accelerated product development is not in my remit. No, it's in Ms. McNeil's.
Contract management, is that in your brief?
It's in every executive's brief.
Right, okay. So then, Ms. McNeil, are you the author of this document?
I'm not the author of the document, but I certainly endorsed the process.
Who was the author of the document?
There are several people who contributed to it. If I can have a look at the document, thank you.
Or perhaps I should ask, was your signature the final signature on the brief that went to the Managing Director in relation to this recommendation to outsource the product transitioning work?
Sorry, I'm just trying to have a look through as the document has just been tabled. Excuse me. I certainly worked very closely with the team on developing it. I can't
Jose's just told us that you're the person, that this is within your area of responsibility. You're the senior officer.
Yes,
Surely
that's certainly
you know whether
true.
You signed this brief off.
Well, it's the question about whether mine's the final signature before it goes to the Managing Director. I absolutely worked with the team on the process and my signature is there, but I was just trying to do the check whether it was actually the last one before it went to the Managing Director.
So in terms of the substance of this document, it's primarily your responsibility?
Yes, certainly.
Right, okay, that's what I wanted to... So it's correct to say that $454 million was at stake if TAFE missed the deadline in terms of product transitioning. Isn't that correct?
Well, I'll just clarify a couple of things. That's the total amount if none of the courses that we currently teach were transitioned to the new requirements from the transitioning training packages. And also, there's not a specific deadline. Part of the process we went through in managing this unprecedented number of transitioning training packages was to make sure we had categorised what were the courses that needed to begin very early in this semester. There are some courses that didn't actually need to be transitioning until the beginning of next year, so we pushed those out. And then there are various obsolete dates is what they're called. I will also stress that the courses are still current until they reach that obsolete date. So just on the fact that there's not really a deadline.
How many courses are we talking about?
We're talking about, in this complete package of work, 250. That was a moving number because initially we had a higher number when we were first entering into these negotiations, but there was some streamlining that we could include. For example, one of the courses was completely new, so we decided then to delay the delivery of that course. We'd never taught it before.
So can I just clarify then, what was the minimum number of courses that needed to be transitioned by the first day of first semester this year? What was it in terms of to avoid the risk that you've identified? What was the sort of absolute bare minimum that you could have transitioned without any issues arising for day one, first semester this year?
As you can imagine, there's not exactly one day that the semester starts. Some of our teaching involves things like terms, and then some of them have a different start date because of things like going through investigations of application processes, and some of the apprenticeship classes
Dr. McNeil,
start
I understand that. I suppose the point of my question is to determine what was the sort of minimum action that needed to be taken to avoid financial implications, negative financial implications for TAFE?
So if I broaden it out for the first couple of months of this semester, that number that needed to be developed was 156 courses.
156 courses. Now,
Yes.
in your earlier evidence, you said in 2020 you transitioned 133 courses.
We developed the materials for 133.
So
that was in 2020, yes.
156, is that what you said?
Yes.
156 doesn't seem like a huge number above that 133 in terms of the internal capacity of TAFE.
Well, just a slight correction. If you remember when I was describing the 133, that was from 2020. 2021, we developed 189. I'm talking about that 156 since then. So since November last year, that's the number that we've worked on.
Okay, so in 2021 you did 189, which is more than the bare minimum that you needed to get through the issue in relation to transitioning products for 2022. So why, if you had the internal capacity to do 189 courses, did you choose to outsource rather than use your internal capacity?
Because the 189 took the whole of the year, so more or less from the middle of January until the end of November. That's the total that we developed for course materials during 2021. That 156 has really developed since then, so that's why we needed so much more capacity.
So can I ask about the risk assessment that was done at the as part of this brief? Why was Ms. Jose identified as a risk, given that she's just told us that she wasn't responsible for this tender and it's not within her brief?
Ms. Jose,
And I was not responsible for the brief, but as executives and given that product is the foundation and teaching is the foundation of what we do at TAFE New South Wales, it's every chief's responsibility to raise risks where they may exist, as well as construct some mitigations. So I was acting in my duty, as with everybody else, to help solve the problem.
So why were you identified as a risk? You're a former partner at Deloitte, aren't you?
I am a former partner at Deloitte.
Yes, and they were one of the successful organisations that were given the work, weren't they?
They were.
Yes. And so, Minister, are you concerned about the perception of favouritism that might have arisen by Ms. Jose's involvement in this process, even if at arm's length?
I assume, Mr. Diadam, you're talking about number 3 on page 10 of 10 of the document. Is that what you're referring to? And as you will see there on the document, it says that the Chief Delivery Officer has not been involved in the development of the procurement strategy and is not involved in the procurement selection approach. There are also limited providers who can meet the scale, velocity and professional services required. It seemed to be suggesting that they had managed the bias risk internally to ensure that the Chief Delivery Officer was not involved in the process. And as you would know, Mr. Diadam, as you would know...
perception risk, Minister,
Well, the perception risk is above that, and that's not on... That's paragraph number 2 on page 10, and that's not... that doesn't refer to the Chief Delivery Officer. So I think you need to be very careful here that you're not unfairly impugning the reputation of the Chief Delivery Officer. It seems to me all organisations have potential conflicts of interest. The important issue is that you manage them properly, and this document says to me that they've identified the risk, they've managed it properly, and so as Minister I don't have any concern about that because it seems to have been dealt with entirely appropriately.
And if I could help the committee with this, within the procurement rules for government, it is required that declarations of interest are made and that there are appropriate processes put in place to prevent any undue influence and to manage the very risk of the perception risk that you have raised. I think, as the Minister has indicated from the papers, that risk has been explicitly managed in this case.
I mean, Mr. Diadam, you've spent your life in the trade union movement in various different unions, but you regularly deal with matters that deal with unions. without any declaring any conflict.
Well, I'm not.
So I think it's a little bit rich that you would be having a go at this public servant in the way that you are.
The exercise is not to interrogate my background. It's to make sure that TAFE is being administered correctly.
Why not?
Now, I'll move back to
That's what you're doing.
I'll move back to the subject matter.
Yeah, let's get back to TAFE.
I've also tendered a document entitled E-Tendering Department of Education Accelerated Product Development, CW 8916. Do you have that in front of you, Miss McNeil?
Yes, I do.
So were you the person responsible for letting the tender?
I worked with the people in my team worked with the procurement process, the team within TAFE New South Wales, yes, and I was responsible for the outcomes.
Who has oversight of this tender? Who has ultimate oversight of this tender?
Me as the person who is responsible for product development, and the managing director is the ultimate responsibility for TAFE.
So can I take you to the second page of that document? And if you go down to the bottom of the page, you'll see a section that describes industrial relations details for this contract. Can you see that?
Yes, I can.
And underneath that, it says name of subcontractors. You can see that, can't you?
Yes, I can.
And it says not applicable. Not applicable.
Yes, that's true.
Right? But this work was subcontracted, wasn't it? EY subcontracted it. Why was that permitted?
If I can just clarify, we worked with the professional services firms because partly of their experience with TAFE New South Wales, partly because they were on the New South Wales government panel, but also because of their global reach where they had acquired some additional capacity overseas.
I understand that. I understand that EY has capacity that's been identified in the breach, but they weren't authorised to subcontract the work, were they?
They were able to work...
It was your responsibility to make sure that they didn't subcontract the work.
Point of order, Mr. Farlow.
The witness is trying to answer Mr. D'Adam's question.
I think-
He's just throwing a barrage of further questions.
I don't think the
at them.
question
Yeah,
finished.
let's
I think it was a bit
go
of
question
each
and
way.
answer and then you question rather than talking over each other.
We worked with EY and Deloitte as the professional services firms for them to be able to collaborate with us, with our internal teams, and they, as part of that development process, could then work with third-party providers. It was not in a subcontracting capacity. It was able to use, for example, things like textbooks, if you think about that, as part of being added into the overarching course materials and assessment design. They would be the sort of things that we acquire from other third-party providers, and I imagine that's what you're referring to.
The third-party providers are providing direct input in terms of the product development, aren't they?
They are, because they're part of that whole package that we develop.
That's subcontracting, isn't it?
Well, it was certainly not part of our arrangements with EY and Deloitte. We were working with them.
I'll take you to the further on that document. It says location of work, and you say not applicable. Where are the subcontractors located?
Well,
where are they located?
The arrangements that the professional services firm with their staff are not part of our agreement with them. We work with them, and they were both based in Sydney when we were doing the arrangements of the part of the procurement process.
You know that EY were going to subcontract overseas?
I would just caution on the term subcontract, but part of the reason we chose them was because we could work with them with this global capacity that they had.
So you knew that they had global capacity. You knew that they were likely to draw on that global capacity, but when you were drawing up the contract arrangements, when you were asked about location of the work, you said not applicable. When you asked about subcontracting, you said not applicable. You didn't provide that detail in full knowledge that they actually were going to do that.
There needs to be a question.
The location was going to be overseas and that the work was going to be subcontracted to third parties. Why did you omit that detail in the contract preparation?
There's an assumption as to knowledge, isn't there, within that question? That I don't think's been established with the witness.
Well, it's a question which the witness can answer based on her knowledge.
I mean, EY subcontract out
can't take points of order.
their
The Minister
cleaning
can't take points
services,
of
their
order.
IT services. They've probably got a whole lot of subcontractors.
Yeah, Minister, we welcome your presence here, but I'm running the meeting and your interventions are actually taking time away from the witness's answer. I don't want to have to deal with you at any stage.
I apologise.
Our agreement was with EY and Deloitte as the professional services firms, and these statements were made around the context of us negotiating with them. How they arranged their work was not part of that process. We just knew that they had a large global capacity, and we welcome that. For example, while our teams oversee the development of assessment and course materials, they have things like teams that do the digital development, which means the students are able to access practice opportunities before they do their more high-pressure assessment tasks. Those activities, because they're built into a digital platform that we manage, we can then enable the students to have those practice opportunities 24/7 while they're building their confidence. And we know that confidence in students leading up to assessment task is a really big criteria in terms of student success.
Thank you. Mr Shoebridge.
Oh, thanks, Chair. Well, while we're on this document, Ms McNeil, it might be useful. You set out at page 4 that if TAFE New South Wales does not update the 261 transitioning training products, it can't offer these products and puts at risk $100 million of budgeted revenue this financial year.
I'm sorry, Mr Shoebridge, which document are you referring to?
Could you come into the microphone, please, Minister?
I'm sorry, I'm just so I can follow the...
To award.
Oh, that wasn't the document that the witness was previously just been asked about.
It helps so much if people are into the microphone, you know. It makes
You got
a
it
big
there at page
audible
4, Ms
difference.
McNeil?
Yes.
Apologise.
Yep.
There were two documents that have been shown to the witness.
Ms McNeil,
I think we've now heard which one he's talking about.
Yeah, could I ask you to again remind the Minister that he's not here for commentary? Because it's actually constantly disrupting the questioning.
Well, I have reminded the Minister of that. It is the ministerial session, though, and perhaps normally we'd have more questions to the Minister and not so many
like I should sit in the
to
corner.
officials.
You're complaining because bureaucrats were answering questions.
You know, the Minister, this is not the LA where you're the leader of the House. This is our committee, and you need to just keep your place and allow the meeting to flow. Mr Shoebridge.
You see that, Ms McNeil?
Yes.
Oh, Dr McNeil, sorry.
No.
How many of the 261 products have been transitioned?
The term transitioned is very specific in this context. They are all transitioning this year, and the obsolete date appears at various points throughout the year, some as late as January next year. So our work is around developing the learning and teaching and assessment materials to prepare for that obsolete date, the transitioning.
Well, why don't we just use the language that you have here? How many of them have been sufficiently updated of the 261 transitioning training products that the revenue from them is not at risk? How many of the 261 have been sufficiently updated?
156 so far. And the rest are going to be delivered during this year because it's for the whole of the 12 months period.
Well, no. You see, that's not what this document says, is it, Dr McNeil? It's not what the document says, is it, Dr McNeil?
I'm talking about, the transitioning training packages during this year. This document relates to until the end of June. That's when it'll be...
So you're going to miss the financial year 2022 target, aren't you? Because it's revenue in this financial year that you're talking about.
Just to clarify, EY and Deloitte weren't responsible for developing the whole suite of the training package materials that we needed to develop.
Dr McNeil, you must, just to be clear, I wasn't talking about what's been done by EY or what's been done by Deloitte. I know you're doing some in-house.
Yes.
You said in this brief that unless you have 261 products updated for this financial year, $100 million of revenue is at risk. You're not going to have that done, are you?
We are going to have that done to be able to deliver because we have a handover period so that when the courses are starting in semester 2, we need to be able to give the teaching teams information and guidance about what they need. So that has to be finished by the end of June this year. So that's why we were focusing on that financial year.
Sorry, you said that only 156 have been updated to date. Mm-hmm. You say that the extra 105 you hope to have done by the end of this calendar year. That was your evidence earlier, wasn't it?
They need to be delivered but developed during this this financial year is when we're doing all of the development of the learning and teaching materials.
Dr. McNeil, I'm going to ask you again simply.
Yeah.
You said that if TAFE New South Wales does not update the 261 transitioning training products, it cannot offer these products and puts at risk $100 million of budgeted revenue in financial year 2022. We're in financial year 2022. How many of the 261 transitioning training products have been updated?
156 so far, but they were the ones that needed to be developed for semester 1. We're still working on the remainder, which will be delivered for semester 2. And in some cases, they don't start being delivered until January next year, but we needed to make sure they were developed this calendar year.
January next year cannot be providing budgeted revenue in financial year 2022, Dr. McNeil. Are you saying that this is wrong? What's in the brief?
I'm saying that some of the training package dates were extended. ASQA, who's our regulator, is responsible for giving extensions if they realise that so many RTOs, registered training organisations, are dealing with this unprecedented number. So for several of our courses, in fact, in December, we had 42 courses that we were approved by ASQA to have an extended transitioning date. But this information was accurate at the time.
How many of the 261 training products have not been able to be offered in financial year 2022 because the update wasn't done?
If I go back to what was required for delivery for this semester, rather than the whole, because we're developing to be able to deliver in semester 2, there were only 2 courses that were removed, not because of product development gaps, but because of operational decisions around things like we knew that there was one course that was the Certificate 3 in Nursery Operations that had low and dwindling student numbers. In fact, there were small numbers last year and that had been trending down. So we decided that we would put that course on hold so that we could do some analysis to see whether it would be ultimately removed from scope. That does take a consultation process. The students can do at least 3 other courses with almost exactly the same units of competency.
Dr. McNeil, I'll take you to page 10 of this document, the risk management. Do you see that?
Yes.
Can you explain what you meant in point 1, where you said TAFE New South Wales will experience reputational risk due to the nature of this engagement unless a targeted approach to supplier selection is followed? What was the reputational risk that you were highlighting there in point 1?
It was because we needed to make sure that we followed proper procedure in terms of selecting our partner for this type of work. And that's why the selection process was established to identify these 2 successful professional services firms.
Was the reputational risk that you were picking winners without going through a proper, fully transparent procurement process? Was that the reputational risk?
We needed to make sure that we would go through the proper process. We used the whole of government performance and management services scheme, and we absolutely were guided by the ICAC guidelines around direct negotiations to make sure that we weren't at risk of a short supply of what we needed to be delivered.
All right, we might come back to that this afternoon. Minister, you say you're not really interested in the history of TAFE, is that right?
I'm not interested in the history of the chief executive officers. I'm far more interested in the history of the organisation and the future of the organisation.
Well, why don't we
is what I said.
Oh, well, maybe that's what you said. Why don't we talk about the history of TAFE? Why don't we talk about the history of TAFE? Do you know how many... Well, sorry, let's start with now. Do you know how many senior executives there are employed by TAFE according to the, at least according to the annual reporting of TAFE, as at 30th of June 2021?
The number of senior executives?
Yeah, the ones on the fat cat salaries.
I think that's a fairly ambiguous question, if I may say so.
Well, paid between $192,000 at the very bottom up to Mr. Folby, which was on 589,000. You described that how you like, paid a lot.
I have seen documents with those numbers in them, but I can't bring the exact number to my memory. I wonder if Mr. Brady or one of the other...
It can be taken on notice.
Good news, I'm in a position to help. The annual report says that there were 31 senior executives paid at the very bottom 192, but the bulk of them paid somewhere between $274,000 and almost $600,000. 31 as at the 30th of June 2021. Do you think that's the right number?
If I might, Mr. Shivridge, my notes indicate that there were a total of 108 TAFE employees paid a salary equivalent to public sector employee executive rates as at 30th of June 2021.
108 in that pay, but in terms of senior executives, in according to your annual report, you identified 31 senior executives, Mr. Brady. Is that right?
So and Mr. Tickle might be able to give some more detail on this, but the employment arrangements for executives in TAFE there are some historical employment arrangements which relate to the way in which TAFE engaged senior people over the many years under the TAFE Act. More recently, TAFE's employed people under the GSE Act, and so that may explain some of the difference. But Ms. Tickle, perhaps you could elaborate.
Yes, certainly. So that's correct. We are in the process of transitioning our senior executives to the public service senior executive regime, and a number of senior executives, including everybody here, is under that agreement. We do have historically a number of executives in TAFE that were paid under a different contract type, the TAFE common law contract. So that number is made up of both of those people.
Thank you. Minister, could I ask you, in your visits to universities in this new expanded science and skills portfolio, I think it's great you've visited so many universities so early in your tenure. How have you found the level of sophistication about their equipment, machinery and technology?
Mr. Latham, I've been incredibly impressed with the level of investment in their research equipment that I was able to see. For example, in the Sydney Nano Institute at the University of Sydney, our respective alma mater, they are investigating the very finest matter that we can observe in the universe, all for the purposes of a number of different research outcomes, including quantum computing, but not limited to quantum computing. That building has such fine machinery that when the same machinery was put in Harvard University, they can only use it between 1 a.m. and 3 a.m. in the morning because of the vibrations from the underground system interfere with the way in which the machinery operates. Sydney University invested over $100 million in building a building into the side of a hill which can allow that level of machinery to be used 24 hours a day. Now, the importance of that, Mr. Latham, as you will appreciate, is that there's a global arms war in terms of getting the best research minds in the world into different universities. We've got a natural advantage in Sydney because it's probably the best major city in the world to live in. But we can't rest on that laurels. We can attract the best minds in the world when we have the best research facilities in the world to complement the great city that we live in. And that's but one example. There's a huge amount of investment, state of the art, whether it be in biotech foundries, whether it be in foundries to produce very fine silicon-based computer chips. I think the chief scientist will probably be having a heart attack. I think I'm using the wrong technology. But in these universities, we have the best equipment in the world. It's a function of a whole lot of state and federal government investments in this machinery, and we have the best minds in the world working on them.
How much state investment is there in the machinery, specifically the building you visited at Sydney University?
I don't know if the Chief Scientist knows, particularly in respect of that matter.
In terms of equipment, we fund it. I apologise, just a second. I'll do this. We fund equipment almost always, and I can mention a few exceptions, by co-funding what's called NCRIS, which is the National Collaborative Research Infrastructure Program.
And what's the size of that budget annually?
Our budget for that occurs every other year, okay? And we put about $5 million in every other year.
5 million over 2 years, 2.5 million per annum.
Yes, and we choose...
That's just a small fraction of what the Commonwealth contributes, isn't it?
It is, but it's not just us that's contributing. The universities themselves contribute, and often industry contributes.
Yeah, Minister, in this new portfolio area, will that budget increase? Because at the moment, clearly it's paltry.
Mr. Latham, there is a budgetary process, but I think you can be assured that I'm very interested in doing everything I can to ensure that investment does increase. What I would just say to you, Mr. Latham, is that the constant feedback I receive from our universities where they're doing this cutting-edge research is that they very much appreciate the state government support because it provides them with funding to then be able to obtain the larger grants from the federal government. And as the Chief Scientist said, there's a degree of co-investment with industry as well. And our precincts that we're developing, whether it be Tech Central and so on, these are great opportunities for some of this equipment, Mr. Latham, not just to be stuck away in a university laboratory that industry can't access, but actually to be put in a precinct where both industry and university lecturers, researchers, have access to the machinery so that it's better utilised and more beneficially utilised for the community. What is happening in some of our universities, such as, for example, in Macquarie University, where I went and looked at their biotechnology research, they actually have industry people who are looking to develop startups within the laboratory with the university lecturers. The Vice-Chancellor there says that there's complete porous walls in his university between industry and university. And as you would understand, Mr. Latham, this is happening all around the world, but it's very important for our economy that we are harnessing our world-leading research capacity, our intellectual capital, and harnessing that for better economic outcomes, which is what my portfolio in science, innovation and technology is geared towards doing.
Yeah, but would you also agree, Minister, that in terms of rubber hitting the road and the substance of it, that a $2.5 million annual investment for the new Premier Perrottet to establish a state Ministry of Science and Technology looks more like a political marketing exercise to piggyback on the much more substantial Commonwealth investments and responsibilities in science and technology, and that $2.5 million, in terms of comparison to the Commonwealth, is basically next to nothing.
So I think the first thing to say is that the total investment this year is in science and technology is $37.8 million, which is quite a significant fund. It's larger, in fact, than any other state at the moment in R&D.
What is that, 1% of the Commonwealth budget?
I take the ARC.
Can you get an answer on that on notice? 37.
No, I can tell you what the federal budget is actually. So in the ARC, it's $800 million a year.
And
which is the Australian
CSIRO?
Research Council, 1.8 billion, I apologise. And the NCRIS facility over 10 years is 4.2 billion.
And all the other science agencies. Perhaps on notice we could get an outline of the makeup of the 37 million state contribution compared to all the Commonwealth funding. Okay, well, if maybe you could table that for our benefit and we can look at it.
Could I also
but what is the 37 million as a percentage then, roughly?
Of the Commonwealth?
The total Commonwealth spend on science and technology, which obviously runs into many billions.
I will have to take that on notice.
Maybe
but I think if I could just add, Mr. Latham, because it is an important issue and it's great to have some questions on it. The Chief Scientist and Engineer has advised me that we have not been very good at actually calculating all the different amounts of money in a whole lot of different agencies that the New South Wales government actually puts towards research in our state. And he's advised me, and please correct me if I'm giving the wrong number, But he's advised me that the number is probably closer to about $400 million that the New South Wales government supports when you look at the research support that goes into a whole lot of different government agencies, which we don't actually record and which we should be recording.
Breakdown of that $400
we can get a breakdown of that
I actually have it in front
as well. Thank you. And Minister, then...
Excuse me a second, if I could finish answering the question. We need to be clear, what my office presides is 38.5 million.
Sure. Okay.
What
Well,
this
you can give us
government
the rest.
expends in research annually, the last statistic is 386 million a year.
Yeah.
Of which approximately 110 million of that.
The point I'm coming to, Minister, is you must find it hopelessly inadequate, indeed something of an embarrassment to this government. When it came to pulling all this together into an actual higher education strategy for the state government, it was a paltry one-page document produced by Mark Scott and your predecessor, Jeff Lee. Surely we can do better than that.
But if Professor...
Oh, Mark, it didn't hurt at Sydney University, of course. That's such as their decline, that one page was enough to become the Vice-Chancellor.
But has a list, he could maybe print that out and table it with the doc.
And I would like to say that Mark Scott's one-pager referred to a series of 100-page documents that we have prepared, which explain exactly what the investment strategy is.
Professor, I'm just inviting you.
That was merely a summary of all the impacts that we have achieved in that research area.
Well, was it a summary? Was it a summary or a higher education strategy afresh?
It was literally under the column that says research and research support, where it referenced the Office of Chief Scientist Engineer and the Waratah Research Network, which Chloe and I both share.
We were promised a strategy, not a summary. Will there be any expanded strategy, Minister, in the next budget?
There is, yes.
You're the
There
Minister,
already is
Minister?
strategy.
Yes.
Anyhow, I'm just inviting Professor Durham-White over the tea break to print it out and table it with us would be the best way of getting in front of us.
No problemo.
Yeah. Minister, expanded strategy in the next budget?
There will be a continual updating of the strategy. Can I just say, Mr. Latham, the very purpose of creating a dedicated ministry is to ensure that there is a greater focus on these issues because, as you will appreciate, Mr. Chair, we need to take the opportunities that are presented to us, particularly in, for example, advanced manufacturing, where the high labour cost economy like ours actually has great opportunities to be able to compete with anyone in the world once we harness our research and apply that in an appropriate fashion. This is a great opportunity for us to reverse all the manufacturing shutdowns of the 1970s and 80s that we all lamented. This is an opportunity for us to actually increase the wealth generation of our nation for the future and the jobs of the future, particularly in Western Sydney, which I know you're very passionate about.
I was planning to talk about advanced
state.
manufacturing after the break, but we are at the morning tea break. With the departure of Mike Pratt, we've got our coffee trolley back. So it's just come into the room and we'll resume the hearing at 11:17. Thank you.
Because they're covered in
Resume with the opposition, please.
Thank you. I just want to clarify just the reporting arrangements. Dr. McNeil, do you report directly to the MD or do you report through Ms. Hosea?
I report directly to the MD.
Right, okay, thank you. Can I also ask about the use of these professional service companies? Is this the first time that you've utilised them for this type of product transition?
I joined TAFE in December the year before last.
So maybe I should rephrase that. Is this the first time TAFE have used these professional service companies for product transition type work?
For this type of work, as far as I understand, yes, because it's an unprecedented number of transitioning training products.
So you've never used TAFE have never used a professional service company for product development, that type of work?
As far as I know...
Training packages.
Sorry, there's a really... I don't know
I
whether
don't think
I'm...
you need to go as close now.
Oh, okay, so I'll sit...
It's more to get it directly in front of you. Helps.
I think that there's been work that's happened during the
they
break
have
that's
turned
made
it
them
up,
a lot
Mr.
louder.
Chair.
Have they?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's amazing what they can do in this building.
Someone heard your dulcet tones and acted quickly.
This has been the case all week, and you've been able to get this fixed, so that's something. Well done.
Well, when I speak,
Achievements.
action follows.
Because
Dr.
the Chief
McNeil.
Scientist is here.
Yes, sorry, because it's been an unprecedented situation, we work closely with the professional services firms in other capacities, and that's in fact why we were confident working with them, because they'd been working with us in other arrangements, professional services over the previous year.
Why did you think these companies were uniquely positioned to provide this service?
It's in the document, isn't it?
I'm asking...
They were uniquely positioned because they had the size and the scale, back to that global capacity that I mentioned before. We do work with another panel of lots of very much smaller providers. They're third-party providers that I was mentioning earlier. They produce things like, to use a metaphor, like the textbook sort of environment. So we do work with a lot of those third-party providers, we call them, but this is a different capacity. This is working with them in that collaborative environment to develop the whole suite of learning and teaching materials.
If you hadn't utilised them for this kind of task before, how did you know that they had the capacity to do it?
Because we developed a selection criteria and they were able to respond to those. We do know their capacity.
They were the only ones who were asked, weren't they?
They were, as part of that direct negotiation.
So, I mean, if they're being offered work, you ask them whether they can do it and they tell you, yes, they can do it. I mean, that doesn't seem like a very robust process.
We knew because we'd been working with them in other capacities, and we also knew that they did have that global reach.
Can you clarify, when you're saying they're working with you in other capacities, what other capacities were these? Are you specifically talking about EY and Deloitte's?
I'm talking about those working with us in their professional services capacity with other projects within TAFE New South Wales, for example, in strategy and planning processes. Within my own team, we started working with them and with Ms Tickle on a workforce strategy pilot in January, only the month after I first started, because we knew that there were some aspects in the product and quality team, which is the team that I lead, where we knew that we had to move towards more evaluative processes. That's one of our key regulatory requirements. We need to demonstrate very transparent processes for continuous improvement.
Ms Hosea, can I ask you, did you work with TAFE when you were at Deloitte's?
No, I did not.
Is that how you made your way into the TAFE leadership?
No, I did not.
No, okay. Perhaps Ms
Wasn't
Tickle...
like a union sponsor.
Minister, Zip,
Tickle,
you've been warned.
Are
Zip.
you able to provide on notice the value of all contracts that have been awarded to EY by TAFE for the last 5 years, and the same for Deloitte's?
Yes, we would be able to provide that on notice.
Yes, on notice, thank you.
Yes, so you're after, can I just check what you're after? Deloitte and EY?
Deloitte and EY, the cumulative value of the contracts that they've been awarded in TAFE over the last 5 years?
Yes, we can take that question on notice.
Thank you.
PwC or KPMG? Or?
No, just these two, because they're the special ones that have been selected. Can I ask about InfoPro Learning, Dr. McNeil? Were you aware of their involvement in this process prior to the awarding of the contract?
No, certainly not. I wasn't aware of their existence. They are an international firm.
Did you not inquire with EY whether they were going to draw on other support?
Well, as I said, we were keen to engage with EY because of their global reach, and they had spoken to us during the previous year around things like acquisitions they'd made of the digital development teams, for instance. Some of those I knew were offshore. For example, I remember them talking about a particular team that was in San Francisco, but that was during last year. So I didn't engage with them about specifics. We were working with them to make sure they collaborated with us, going through our quality assurance processes and collaborating with our own internal teams.
When you were drawing up the tender criteria, why didn't you inquire about the subcontracting?
One of the reasons why we knew, even if we thought it was a good use of taxpayers' dollars to actually bolster our team internally for this unprecedented situation,
Very specific question, Dr. McNeil.
He's answering the question.
About the tendering and why, when you drew up the documentation, you didn't specifically inquire about subcontracting.
We were interested in working with them on the outputs and the quality assurance processes, but how they managed their part of the arrangements was not part of our discussions.
But this is a requirement on you, as the person preparing the contract, to meet the requirements of New South Wales government procurement processes. You're asked a specific question in terms of the contract, whether there's subcontracting involved, and you chose not to answer that. Why?
Because we were making our arrangements with EY specifically. They were based in New South Wales. We knew that they would be harnessing this global network that they work with, and there was the discussion around them drawing on that network capacity.
And you were cognizant that they were going to use workers outside of New South Wales, because they're drawing on their global reach, as you put it.
Yes.
But in preparing the contract documentation, you didn't specify the location of the work. You said that's not applicable.
The work was managed
through
New South Wales. That was the office that we were negotiating with.
You take a ticker box approach to the preparation of contracts like this?
Absolutely not. It was a very close collaboration between our team and the procurement office.
Can I ask, in terms of preparing the risk register, when you were looking at, you knew that EY was one of the candidates for selection. Why didn't you include the issue of EY being a substantial donor to the government, to the Liberal Party? Why isn't that identified as a potential reputational risk?
I think they're a substantial donor to the Labor Party as well.
Yeah, I'm not too sure this is within the remit of a public servant to have knowledge of electoral donations.
Is that a reputational risk?
I think it's more a question that should be directed to the Minister if he had any knowledge of it.
Perhaps I can direct it to the Minister. Are you concerned that a substantial donor is a beneficiary of a closed process where they were effectively going to be selected from there was no alternative providers identified in the proposal that was advanced by TAFE? Are you concerned about the fact that this company, Ernst & Young, was selected? They're a donor to the Liberal Party. Doesn't that create a perceptional risk about a flawed procurement process?
Well, I'd say a couple of things. First of all, professional services firms donate to all political parties, not just the Liberal Party.
They just love democracy.
That's point number one. Point number two is that those donations always go directly to the head office of our party, unlike in cash in Audi bags to the head office of your party.
Not true. You took $10,000 in cash. You left the dog on the operating table, if you remember, in Hunter, and took $10,000 in cash from the property developer in his Bentley.
I think
that's what your party does.
I think it's a little bit rich.
You took the cash.
Mr. Diadam.
You took the cash from the
your
property
political
developer
party
in
has
Bentley.
received the largest political donation in Australia's history, Mr.
You left
Shoebridge.
the dog on the operating table. You left the dog on the operating table, went to the Bentley and took the cash.
everyone, please. I know we're now getting into partisan party politics rather than budget estimates strictly. Minister, you've made your political point about the Aldi bag. Can we come to the substance of your knowledge about this EY donation, if you have any, and then the estimates can move on, please?
I don't know what the donation that the honourable member is referring to.
They made
it hasn't been established that anyone within TAFE was aware of any such donation if it took place. There hasn't been established any breach of the procurement rules of the New South Wales government, which is regularly looked at by the ICAC. So I have no concerns about the process. It seems to have been done with due probity. I think any broad-ranging attack on the integrity of public servants should be rejected by this committee as completely unfair. And, they're always talking about...
Okay, next question, please. Not what they're talking about. Next question.
Minister, you say that no breach of the procurement arrangements has been committed here. But what about this issue around the location of the work and the use of subcontractors? Clearly, the officer responsible for this contract knew that there was going to be subcontracting, knew that the work location was going to be somewhere other than New South Wales, and chose not to provide that information in terms of the tendering arrangements.
Well,
is there a question? Is there a question? What do you think about that?
Well, I think Mr. D'Adam seems to be asking me to respond to his incorrect characterisation of the evidence. The evidence, as I heard it, was that Dr. McNeil knew that Ernst & Young would use their international network, an international network of offices all around the world. She hasn't said that she knew that there would be any subcontracting arrangements that would take place. She therefore completed the form entirely honestly from her point of view as to the state of her knowledge. I think any attack on her is completely unfair. Ernst & Young, they subcontract their cleaning services for their offices. They have a whole lot of subcontract arrangements. What the government does when they engage third parties is engage a party to produce a contract. Now, if that party is explicit in terms of the fact that they're using a subcontractor and disclose that to the relevant public servant, then they can fill out the part of the form which Mr. D'Adam has referred to. But if there's no identification of that up front, then the public servant is entirely within their rights to fill the form out as this form was. All we know is what's in the Daily Telegraph about this matter in terms of an Ernst & Young person being quoted as saying that for the digitisation, which was a relatively small component of the work, that there was a subcontract arrangement. Can I just point out, Mr. Chair, that we have been spending hours of this committee on a contract which constitutes 0.0000076% of TAFE's budget.
Yeah, but now, with all due respect, probity can't be quantified in that fashion.
No, I agree with that.
These are legitimate questions, and please answer them.
Well, I think I have.
Okay, next question then.
My next question, Minister, is given what you've just said, you're completely comfortable with the offshoring of jobs to overseas that could easily have been done in Australia, in New South Wales?
Well, Mr. D'Adam, can I say a few things?
You're comfortable with that,
I'm very
Minister?
concerned with what seems to be this continual xenophobic approach by the New South Wales Labor Party, exemplified by your former leader in the last election, talking about Chinese PhDs.
Not relevant. Sorry, let's just stick to the question about I think the question's along the lines of the government level of comfort about offshoring these services.
Mr. Latham, this is a contract, Mr. Chair. This is a contract with the Sydney office of an international professional services firm. an international professional services firm which have foreign nationals working within its office and Australians working within the offices overseas of that very same company. What's the Labor Party's policy on this?
Order. It's not about the Labor Party.
It seems to be a completely ridiculous attack that the government would engage an international professional services firm. What is Mr. D'Adam suggesting should be the rule here?
We're asking you your policy, okay? It's not an examination of Labor.
Well, I don't see that there is anything objectionable to any government authority engaging with a Sydney-based professional services firm for the provision of services. It's not offshoring. It is actually engaging the Sydney office of a professional services firm to perform services for the New South Wales government.
Minister, we're going to move on to a different issue. How many TAFE sites have you visited since taking on the role as the Minister for Skills and Training?
I have been to. I've been to the North Wollongong site. I've been to Ultimo. I've been to Loftus. And I think they're the 3 sites I've been to so far.
Minister, in your initial meeting with Minister Lee about the portfolio, did he raise the question of campus sales with you? Did you raise it with him?
No, that wasn't an issue we discussed.
So has anyone in your brief time in the portfolio sought any approval for the sale of campuses?
No, that's not an issue that's been discussed.
Minister, you might not be aware, but in our previous budget estimates hearing, we questioned the Minister extensively on a plan to sell or partially sell 19 campuses to collect $123 million. Can you rule out those sales now?
Look, I haven't, to be honest, been focused at all on the disposition of any TAFE sites. That's not what I'm focused on at all. I'm actually focused on ensuring that TAFE is operating on the sites that they operate and teach students in to the absolute best ability that they can. And what I have been very impressed by is the degree of investment in infrastructure within the TAFEs that I've visited. And over the last 2 years, this government in this current financial year has committed $251 million of capital investments in TAFE off the back of a $1.97 billion record operational budget. So that's $251 million in addition to the $1.97 billion operational expenditure. Last year, the capital expenditure was a bit over $260 million. So the government's actually committed $500 million in terms of capital investments in TAFE over the last 2 years. And I'm interested in seeing that those the $251 million in capital investments is being realised and performed so that the physical environment and the teaching resources are absolutely state-of-the-art and meets industry expectations so that TAFE can perform.
I understand. Minister, we just have limited time this morning. So can you rule out then the sale of the Richmond campus?
The Richmond campus we're investing in the Richmond campus.
So I'm just asking you.
We've invested $1.5 million. We're in the process of investing $1.5 million in the Richmond campus.
The question's about a sale. You just need to answer yes or no.
That didn't stop you selling scone.
Exactly.
Yeah, have you ruled out the sale of Richmond? That's the question.
There's no agenda to sell the Richmond campus. It's performing great.
Minister,
teaching services. We're building a vet. We're building a vet centre. We've got a whole lot of investments within that Richmond campus. Selling Richmond is not on any agenda, and it's really disappointing.
You rule it out.
It's really disappointing.
No, Minister,
it's really disappointing.
Can you rule it out?
Order, let the Minister finish.
It is really disappointing that there is this continual scare campaign about divestments by the Labor Party. It's about time we started talking up TAFE instead of trying to destroy the dreams of young people who want to get the skills they need for the jobs they want.
Minister,
it really is.
No, Minister, that's enough. Next question.
Minister, You are cutting courses at Richmond TAFE site. I'm going to give you one final
putting new
opportunity.
courses in
Order,
as well.
Minister, you've got to allow the member to ask the question.
To rule out to say you will not sell the Richmond
I don't
TAFE
know
site.
what more I can say when I say there is no agenda to sell the Richmond TAFE.
We've heard these words before. I've got no agenda. I've got no plans. Oh, and then miraculously
It doesn't matter what I say. You will run a scare campaign.
You need to say, I will not sell Richmond TAFE site. Just say those words. I will not sell Richmond TAFE site.
Okay, time's expired. Mr. Shoebridge.
Thanks, Chair. Minister, you said before you weren't interested in the history of TAFE.
No,
you don't
in
think
the history of the chief executive
just the chief
officers of TAFE. Please don't twist and misrepresent my words, Mr. Shoebridge. When you were a barrister, they didn't allow that, and I don't think the chair's going to allow that either.
Well, I'm the judge here, and you'll follow my instructions, and Mr. Shoebridge will get to ask his question.
Yeah.
Judge Latham presiding.
Yeah. Sort of more televised judge than others. But anyhow,
I could do with a show.
Yeah. Magistrate Khan.
Maybe a gap.
Minister, the annual report, TAFE annual report, says that there are 31 senior executives employed by TAFE at the end of June 2021. Do you know how many senior executives were disclosed in the annual report at the end of June 2017? 31 now. 31 at the end of last financial year. How many do you think in 2017?
I don't. I'm not carrying around. I don't have a photograph.
Take it on notice.
So I don't know that.
Good news. I can help. There were 15. The senior executive staff in TAFE has doubled in just 5 years. Do you reckon there's a lesson to learn from history there?
Sure.
I'm sure you will share your proposed lesson.
Well, one lesson is maybe spend more on teachers rather than senior executives. Have you asked about the doubling of the senior executive team in TAFE in this last 5 years? That's all in your government's term of government.
It's interesting you should ask
about
teachers, Mr. Shoebridge, because if you would also look at the full-time equivalent teacher numbers in the annual reports from 2016 to the last annual report last year, you will see that the number of teachers year on year has increased from 2016 until last year's annual report. So I don't think that you should necessarily draw a connection between the number of chief executives and the number of teachers, because on your own proposition, they've both increased over that period.
Sorry, are you saying the number of teachers has doubled? Because the number of chief executives has doubled in TAFE.
I've said that the number of teachers has increased year on year, the full-time equivalents,
I know
from
it's
2016 until last year's, the last annual report.
I know it's awkward and I know it's embarrassing, but don't you think there's a problem here when the number of chief executives getting hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars from TAFE has doubled in just 5 years under your government? You don't think that's a little bit awkward, Minister?
Your definition of awkward and mine seem to be quite different, Mr.
You seem to have a high, I agree, you have a high threshold for embarrassment.
You shouldn't impute emotions to me, I can assure you.
No, I've never imputed emotions to you, Minister. I've always thought you had an empathy deficit. It's okay. Yep. Yeah, I've never imputed emotions to you, just to be clear.
Well, that's
just to be clear.
That's a level of...
I've seen you at work and I've always thought you had an empathy deficit.
That's a level of self-examination that you've clearly never applied to yourself,
Mr. Brady.
Mr. Shoebridge.
Oh, the Greens have got lots of emotions.
Yeah. So you don't, if not awkward, I'll come to you in a sec, Mr. Brady. If not awkward, then how do you describe the doubling of TAFE chief executives in just 5 years? If not awkward, what's the adjective you'd put on it?
Well, Mr. Shoebridge, there's been a huge amount of organisational change within that period, and I would need to look at, which I confess I haven't done a deep analysis of the last, since 2017 to 2021, as to why that change has occurred. And, you know, it's all very well you sprouting numbers, but I think you need to look at the underlying reasons for the change in the numbers, and that is something that I would need to look at.
Well, will you look at it? I mean, you said you won't look at the managing director exiting, that you weren't interested in checking out why the seat was warm. Will you look at what on earth has gone wrong in TAFE that has seen a doubling of the number of chief executives?
Well, see, this is where there's obviously a logical disconnect between
I accept
your,
the coalition likes chief
thought
executives.
processes, Mr. Shubridge.
You like chief executives.
There are
we
still
like teachers.
31. There are still 31 on your proposition senior executives in place. There is no longer the former managing director in place. So it's a completely different exercise, and I will have a look at it.
Yeah. Mr. Philby, why doesn't the annual report detail the 108 people in TAFE getting senior executive pay packages? Mr. Brady.
Mr. Brady?
I'm sorry.
I was back in a previous. I'll start that again. Mr. Brady, why doesn't the annual report detail the 108 employees in TAFE getting the equivalent of senior executive salary packages?
So thanks, Mr. Shubridge. That obviously the last annual report was prior to my appointment. I'd have to ask Ms. Tickle to see if she can provide some more detail.
Yes, certainly. So the reason for that, I'm assuming my volume's okay now.
Yep.
The reason for that is that the numbers reported in the annual report include only those employed under the GSE Act and those reporting to the Managing Director. So the Managing Director's report, who you see before you, as well as those employed under the GSE Act. This is in accordance with the Annual Report Statutory Bodies Regulation 2015. So
this is a way of avoiding, in your annual report, putting the true number of people employed by TAFE down, the true number of people getting the equivalent of senior executives. There's a sort of technical way you avoid putting that through. Is that right, Mr. Brady?
No, I think as Ms. Tickles outlined, we're complying with the Act. That's what we're required to do, Mr. Shubridge, in our annual report. I'd also say that we're talking about 1% of the TAFE workforce. I don't think that's an excessive when you're running a big complex organisation across 159 campuses delivering around 10,000 course options. I think 1% executive oversight is actually not out of the ballpark.
No, 1% senior executive staff. These are people on senior executive salaries, and it turns out there aren't 31, as your annual report suggests, but over 100. You don't think you owe? So you don't think you owe transparency?
Across over 10,000 staff, is around about 1%. So
senior executives.
That's right.
These are people on at least 200 grand a year, isn't it, Mr. Brady?
Managing $2 billion worth of operational expenditure, Mr. Shubridge.
Ms. Tickle, can you provide the number of staff who are earning that equivalent, not only for this financial year, but can you go back and provide it for the last 5 financial years so we can see where the trend is happening?
Certainly. I believe the number Mr. Brady mentioned to the committee before is the accurate number of people employed at a salary equivalent or above the public sector senior executive level. So that's 108 at June 30, 2021, and the other numbers in the previous financial years we will take on notice.
All right. Minister, do you know how many attempts were made to enrol on the online enrolment portal, but could not succeed, failed in the period between December and January? And if you don't, maybe Mr. Brady does?
I think there are a number of different ways in which you can enrol at TAFE. There is
I'm asking you about the enrolment portal. I'm not after 10 other options.
There's a
I'm asking about the
website.
enrolment portal.
There's a 131601 number.
I'm asking you about the
ability to be able to go into TAFE and enrol there, and there's also a chat function on the website.
Yep.
So there are a number of different avenues in which students can...
So if you'd answer my question about the enrolment portal, because we'll come to the fact that it failed so often that many people had to come and try and enrol in person at TAFE. So I'm asking you, how many attempts failed on the enrolment portal? And if you don't know, maybe Mr. Brady does.
Well, I think the problem with that question is...
You're not here to debate the questions, Minister. You're here to answer them.
Well,
this is the Minister's answer.
The difficulty with the question is that there can be a number of different reasons for a failure to enrol. I seem to muck up online forms. I don't doubt that.
I don't doubt that.
So there can be human error. There can be a whole lot of reasons, but the very fact that you failed means that there'll be no record of your attempt.
Brady, can you give us some data, please?
How many of them failed because of a problem with the portal?
So I'm aware that there was an issue with our search functionality, which we came to our attention and we resolved that within 24 hours. I'm not aware of us having ongoing issues with us enrolling. In fact, I think the Minister's point, our inquiries through our call centre have actually been dealt with in record time this year. We've actually dropped our wait times and our response time significantly. So a lot of the process we've seen around enrolments has actually been improved over the previous years.
We'll come back to the 7-hour wait on the call line later.
Okay, thank you. Minister, in your visits to 3 TAFE colleges, how would you describe the level of sophistication of the machinery, equipment and technology that you observed, especially in advanced manufacturing?
I'll answer that in 2 parts, if I may do. The degree of investment in resources I found quite impressive. They have what appears to all intensive purposes to be within our TAFEs workplaces which completely reflect, for example, a carpentry factory where they're building modular buildings on site there in North Wollongong. There are simulated hotel rooms where people who are training to work in hospitality have exactly what in all intensive purposes looks like a routine hotel room there within the TAFE campus. They have kitchens that look like an industrial kitchen in any restaurant that you would have. They even have restaurants, simulated restaurants and cafes within the environment. So there's a huge, if I can also continue, Mr. Chair, in North Wollongong, they had to train the plumbers to do their trenching work, piping. They've got an Olympic swimming pool with sand, an Olympic swimming pool sized facility with sand. These are massive, big sheds. So the many millions of dollars of investment in equipment is very impressive. I also went into a motorcycle mechanic area where they had all different types of motorcycles, from the very best to some of the more historic types. So the level of the level of capital investment in the TAFEs that I've gone to has been very impressive.
Do you acknowledge, though, we have a problem in the sophistication and investment for advanced manufacturing? I can see in some of the traditional trades and hospitalities, TAFE is doing the job. But I recently visited a very impressive advanced manufacturing plant in the Hunter Valley servicing the mine industry. They employ 16 apprentices, which is fantastic. And I spoke to a number of them who basically said that in learning what they need to learn with advanced manufacturing, they only get 5% of it in their time at TAFE. They get the rest on the job with the very high level of investment in sophisticated machinery they have at that manufacturing plant. And the owner who built this company up from nothing over a couple of decades in the Hunter Valley, incredibly important for their local economy, said that they could double their workforce if they had the skilled staff available. He's got the 16 apprentices, but he'd like to do a lot more. So do you concede that when it comes to advanced manufacturing, visiting some of the TAFE colleges, it's like a museum? You've got lathes from the 70s and 80s, and the traditional approach where the students go to TAFE to learn these skills, we now need to reverse it given the investment backlog, which is impossible to clear. And TAFE needs to spend more time going to the workplace to lift that 5% proportion to something much higher and much useful, like this enterprise near Maitland.
So I would say a number of things in response to your question, Mr. Latham. The first is that you are absolutely correct that we need to have more engagement with industry and to ensure that our skills training is more in alignment with what is desired by industry. Our institutes of applied technology and the investments that we've announced in that as a response of the Gonski-Shergold review is very much geared towards exactly what you're talking about. What's happening out at the Bradfield Aerotropolis, where we've got a joint venture between TAFE and a number of universities, is a good example of how we are moving in the direction that you're talking about. Is there more to do? Yes, there is. One of the difficulties with advanced manufacturing, of course, Mr. Latham, is that there's a range of activities which fall within the umbrella of advanced manufacturing. It's everything from these very high-tech foundries with regard to synthetic biology. It runs all the way from there to, for example, advanced medical device manufacture. So there's a huge range of activities that we would refer to as advanced manufacturing, and by definition, they're cutting edge. So I agree. I'm in agreement with you that there's more to be done, but there's a plan to do more, and we are making investments to do more. It is, as I've said previously, it is the great economic opportunity of New South Wales. We have the most diversified economy in Australia. We have a very strong manufacturing sector in Western Sydney particularly, as well as traditional manufacturing areas in the Hunter and the Illawarra. We have a great opportunity. You know, I haven't even spoken about some of the advanced manufacturing that they're doing in the Innovation Hub at the University of Wollongong and the associated industries there where they're making synthetic skin and all the rest of it. So we do have this, but TAFE has an important role there, Mr. Latham. So when the new manufacturing processes are developed and are capable of being commercialised, that's when TAFE needs to come in and support so that we can
but the level of support is artificial. You said earlier TAFE trains 80% of our apprentices in New South Wales. But if in advanced manufacturing they're only doing 5% of the useful training for those apprentices, the 80% number is a bit artificial. And
that was one business though, Mr. Latham, and I think you've got to be careful extrapolating one business.
Well, let me give you another business in Tomago of a similar nature, Advanced Plant, and they've received a notice from TAFE. Dear valued employer, which is quite nice, valued employer, during 2021, TAFE New South Wales has been planning for the introduction of virtual learning to new metals and engineering apprentices in the following qualifications: Certificate 3 in Engineering Mechanical Trade, Certificate 3 in Engineering Fabrication Trade. These business owners regard this, it must be out of desperation, virtual learning with TAFE to be quite delusional. The best way by far of these apprentices learning how to use these machines is to actually use the machines, which TAFE hasn't got. And this seems to be an acknowledgement in going to virtual learning. Don't we just need to concede TAFE needs to spend a lot more time in the workplace assisting? This is what the businesses are calling for. And if TAFE did that with those resources, these businesses could employ more apprentices.
Well, what I would say, Mr. Latham, is I think two things. First of all, Gonski-Shergold has given us a pathway to get greater industry engagement and greater focus and partnerships between TAFE and industry in terms of the development of the Institute of Applied Technologies. I think that's incredibly important, and that's world best practice to do that. The second thing I would say is that part of TAFE training is in the workplace as well as within the TAFE campus. And so there's an opportunity there, even though TAFE may not necessarily have the machinery. That doesn't preclude TAFE from being able to train people. And if I may say so, Mr. Latham, some of this advanced manufacturing that we're talking about, some of the equipment, there might only be one or two pieces of that equipment in the whole of Australia. And very few in the whole.
Makes the point, doesn't
very
it?
few in the whole world.
TAFE's not going to invest in something so unique. But haven't we got a problem when a 20-year-old apprentice on the outskirts of Maitland says to me, when I ask the question, what do you get off TAFE in this training module? Oh, it's so basic at TAFE. Maybe I get 5% of what I know. I get the other 95% here. And there's no TAFE officer to be seen in those premises. Isn't that just a basic problem we've got that can't be overcome? It might be a new government that says they'll invest in TAFE. No government is going to buy these unique machines. You've got to get to the workplace, and it's got to happen quickly. Otherwise, we're wasting a lot of resources.
But our precinct strategy is an opportunity there, because the whole strategy around our precincts is that this unique infrastructure is then provided in a precinct with access rights to the machinery, so that they're not stuck away in a university. They're actually made accessible, and that's, I think, one of the great components of our precinct strategy, whether it be Westmead or the Aerotropolis or Tech Central. We actually have a strategy for this cutting-edge manufacture, for there to be industry and educational access to this machinery in a way that it hasn't been available before.
What is virtual learning for advanced metal fabrication? This is some sort of fantasy out of desperation, isn't it? Virtual learning, when the apprentices will say, the only way I can really learn how to use this machine is to use the machine.
Well, in any course, no matter how practical it is, there's always an element of theory which could be done virtually. Whereas I agree with you, and you know, we can all reflect on the educations we got both at school and after school, and say whether we thought it was adequate, or whether we learnt more in other contexts. I think, look, I'm in agreement with you that we need to be gearing our TAFE education towards the skills that not only the students want, but also industry needs from them when they get the job. This is the whole point of TAFE, is not that it's a credential for the sake of a credential. We've got to be training people for the jobs that they want.
But the whole point of any system is the outcome, and we'll get a better outcome if the business can actually run the business and the people doing the training are there on the machine in the workplace helping the apprentice. And it's not happening at the moment.
They do online bricklaying as well.
Online bricklaying, fantastic.
Bricklaying.
Okay. Yeah. The opposition, please.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. Minister, are you aware of what the asset sale target is for TAFE New South Wales?
There's no target as far as I'm aware.
You're not aware that each cluster...
My understanding is that there's a target for the Department of Education of which TAFE has met its component of the target.
And how much is that?
I think Ms Harrison can correct me, but I think DOE's target was 90 million odd, and I think our target has been exceeded.
And that's correct. We talked about some of the Department of Education cluster targets yesterday. Mr Withy can come to the table and talk to the specifics of how that is allocated across the cluster and where we're up to in relation to that for TAFE.
That would be great. Thanks, Mr Withy. If you can just, we've got time pressures, so the amount and what's been sold to meet it.
Yes, Ms Hughes, so thanks for the question. As the Minister said, the target for the education cluster is $90 million.
Yes, as we discussed
by the end
yesterday.
of 2023.
I'm sorry?
By the end of 2023, by the end of financial year 2023. We have a portion of that across the cluster based on asset value by total. And so of that, $80.5 million is for the department and 8.5 for TAFE.
8.5. And how much does that mean? My understanding is it's $2.4 million for this year. Is that right?
For this year, it is $2.2 million.
2.2 million. And has that been met this year?
So we are on So from a cluster perspective, which is what I can talk to, we are on track to meet the 90 million target by the end of 2023.
Okay, I'm interested in what specifically has been sold to meet the $2.2 million that's required in this financial year.
So the $2.2 million is a TAFE number, so
Yep.
I would have to turn to Mr. Brady for that.
Mr. Brady?
Thank you. My understanding is the target is over that period up to the end of financial year 23, and TAFE has met its overall target, the $8.5 million. The sale of some Randwick property for an ambulance superstation, and then the Scone transaction more than met our target.
Okay. So, Minister, there's no need for further campus sales. So can you rule out any further campus sales?
I have no campus sales on my agenda, as I said in answer to your previous question. I haven't asked about campus sales. I'm not interested in campus sales. So that's my position. I'm interested in running TAFE as best as it can be run.
So, Minister, I just want to be really clear. This is something that we've heard from government ministers time and time again. In fact, your predecessor came in here and said, I have no plans. And then by the time we got to the next estimates, miraculously plans appeared. So that's why I'm asking you to say, I will not sell any further TAFE campuses.
Well, he got sent to jail, the predecessor. So hopefully this guy will go better.
No, Jeff Lee's not in jail.
He's in jails, isn't he?
Jeff Lee.
He's running
Corrections
them.
Minister.
This is my time, Minister.
Boom, boom. Sorry. Minister.
Look,
It's Latham humour.
there is no agenda to sell any
I'm not asking
campuses.
about agendas. I'm not asking about
I can't be any more
plans.
clear than that.
You can be really clear. I'm giving you the opportunity. I'm wanting you to say, I will not sell off any further TAFE campuses.
Point
You've
of
met
order.
your asset sales. You've met
Point
your
of order,
asset
Mr. Fowler.
sales.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The honourable member has already put the question to the Minister. The Minister has answered it as he sees fit. This is not an exercising dictation. It is not for the honourable member to put to the Minister a certain phrase and ask him to repeat it. It is the honourable member's prerogative to ask a question. The Minister has the right to answer it in whichever way he sees fit. And I'd ask that he be allowed to continue to answer the question as he sees fit.
Minister, have you finished your answer? You've got no intention to sell these properties?
No intention.
Right.
So, Minister, why are you cutting courses at Richmond TAFE?
I assume that you're talking about the equine
Yes.
courses at TAFE. You're talking about 4 low enrolment equine courses at Richmond TAFE, as I understand it. Is that what you're referring to?
I'm talking about the 4 courses that were cut at the Richmond facility, yes.
Well, the 4 low enrolment equine courses have been, no decision has finally been made in respect of those courses, but they've actually had about a 90% reduction in enrolments with regard to those courses.
Minister, let me just stop you there, because you know you're being disingenuous when you say that. There was a decrease.
Well, don't attribute motives to me, please.
There was a decrease because of an industry induction course that was required in 2016. If we look at the figures over a shorter period of time, you know there's not a 92% decrease. Why are you cutting these courses at Richmond?
My advice is that there's been a 90% reduction in enrolments in the course, that those courses are under review as a consequence of those low enrolments. The government has invested $1.5 million in TAFE Richmond for a new vet clinic,
and you told us that
agricultural, livestock and equipment, and a connected learning point. So we're investing in Richmond TAFE.
Minister, you're cutting 4 key courses there. Melbourne Cup winning jockey Darren Beedman said that it's the entry point for training staff, and that some people who don't have that opportunity, that this will be what the industry requires to have the horse skills to handle horses. You know that in 2016 there were 434 people who enrolled in a mandatory industry induction program. That's why there was such a decrease. Why are you cutting courses at Richmond TAFE that are so important to the equine industry?
Yeah, it's a big equine cluster there in the Hawkesbury, Agnes Banks, many training and breeding facilities.
Well, students make their own decisions as to where they can best get the skills that they want. Now, my understanding is that there are a range of providers for this sort of training within Sydney. The students are clearly choosing to go there rather than to Richmond TAFE. What we need to be ensuring that TAFE is responding to the wants of students. And if the students are choosing not to enrol in those courses, we can't make them enrol. If they're choosing to go elsewhere to perhaps do courses with Racing New South Wales or elsewhere, that is their decision.
No, Minister.
And you know,
can't say
let the Minister finish. He is answering the question.
Whatever compulsion you think that the government should be putting on students, we don't agree with. They're making their decisions, and TAFE has no apology for looking at the circumstances of enrolments and making decisions about where we can best put our resources to train the greatest number of people. That's the That's the responsible thing to do.
Off the back of a pandemic, off the back of an industry induction course, you are going to cancel these. You're going to cancel these courses that experts in the industry say are crucial. You're going to make them go all the way to Scone to do farriery.
No, the farrier courses are continuing. That's entirely incorrect. The farrier courses at Richmond is continuing. That's a misstatement. I don't know where you've got that from, but it's wrong.
Minister, do you stand by your assertion that there's been a 92% decrease, or will you acknowledge now that that's wrong?
Well, Mr. Brady, are you...
No, I'm not asking for
figures?
Mr. Brady.
No.
I'm asking for you to acknowledge that that is not correct.
Well, the Minister's allowed to defer to his official to get clarification on the data.
So I think the point that's missing is the Racing New South Wales established its own registered training organisation in 2019. And what we've seen is the students have chosen to go to that training organisation and others rather than participate in the TAFE courses. Since then, we've tried a number of measures to increase enrolment, so we haven't just sat back. We've tried a series of non-nationally recognised short courses on equine health and welfare. We've tried a youth engagement strategy. We've undertaken advertising well above our normal in local and trade magazines. So we've tried a number of measures, and we've tried to work with industry to increase the enrolments, but the fact is they're choosing to go elsewhere, and it's reached an unsustainable level from a delivery perspective.
Minister, I'm going to move to a new issue now. The question of innovation funding for Western Sydney is one that's been an ongoing issue. What plans do you have to ensure that innovation funding actually gets to Western Sydney and doesn't just stay in the existing innovation hubs?
Well, we're doing a huge amount of work with regard to the Bradfield Aerotropolis, which is working, as I've already said, between TAFE and the universities in respect of new and emerging industries around that precinct and that hub. So that's one of the many investments we're making in Western Sydney. We're also doing a range of other things. We've got the Westmead medical precinct, where there's a whole lot of innovation going on in Westmead.
Sydney Science Park.
I think the Minister can answer.
That's right. We've also got the new education and training model associated with the multiversity there at Bradfield. So there's also our Kingswood Institute of Applied Technology out in Kingswood. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Which is in Western Sydney.
It is.
And we've also got our educational pathways program within our schools, which is promoting vocational education. And I was actually out in Western Sydney in relation to that program just last week.
Yeah, Minister, that's an excellent program. We'll talk about that at another time.
There's a range of innovation going on in Western Sydney, and may I just say, there's a whole lot of advanced manufacturers who are innovating within their workplaces in Western Sydney.
Yes,
and I've had the privilege of being able to speak to them. So,
and
so there's a huge amount of innovation going on in Western Sydney.
Well, Western Sydney is very important. The Minister should just wrap up his answer, please.
Thank you. So there's a whole amount of innovation going on in Western Sydney in each of those localities that I've identified. The government is investing substantial resources in innovation in Western Sydney. We're very proud of what we're doing there. And I thought that your question was rather suggesting that we're not investing in innovation in Western Sydney, when in fact
Minister,
we're doing quite a lot.
Perhaps you can provide a breakdown on notice of where the innovation funding is being provided to and what part of Sydney?
One comment, if I may.
Sure.
So the $35 million Entrepreneurship and Innovation Ecosystems Action Plan, so that's a $35 million fund, $10 million of that have been quarantined specifically to generate innovation in Westmead specifically.
Yep.
There are obviously separate funds that relate to the Western Parkland City, which is kind of its own innovation ecosystem. And things like the Western Sydney Startup Hub, which is going to be located in the Innovation District. There's quite a lot of targeted government intervention to ensure innovation.
We might talk about that a bit more this afternoon. Minister, do you have any specific initiatives to bring back international students? Obviously, it's one thing to say you're welcome back. It's another thing. Other markets, including Canada and the UK, have been aggressively pursuing those international students who would have come here over the last 2 years.
Well, look, I'm very happy to say that international students are coming back. Some of them never left, of course, but we have taken a range of measures to introduce international or reintroduce international students. Now, obviously, a lot of that work happens in the particular international presence that we have overseas, that in our many New South Wales offices around the globe, where they are engaging with international communities to get international students coming back into New South Wales universities and schools. But Ms Brown, did you want to add to that?
Ms Brown, we're going to run out of time, so I'm going to come back to this afternoon with you, if that's okay. Minister, you announced a new agreement with the Premier just a couple of weeks ago about a new partnership with universities, a new MOU with universities. How is this different to the multiversity? How is this different to previous MOUs?
So the MOUs that we've signed with the 11 different universities, those MOUs contain a protocol for the way in which government and universities will work together. There are actually schedules to the agreements where there are very specific matters identified where the government will work with the individual university, and there's also set out a way in some of the desired future directions for those particular institutions. So one of the things that has really impressed me since I've been the Minister responsible for tertiary education is the way in which government, the university sector and industry is collaborating in a far greater way. And these memorandums of understanding are all part of giving a structure to that engagement. We see that happening in other parts of the world. It's very important that that happens here in New South Wales as well, so that we can harness our world-leading universities, the great human capital that we have within New South Wales that resides within our universities.
I'm a huge fan of our universities, Minister. I just want to know how it's different to previous agreements.
Well, there's never been an agreement. There's been individual bespoke arrangements, but there has never been a standalone agreement between the New South Wales government and particular institutions previously in terms of formalising the future relationship between those institutions. So that's
Minister,
the
that answers my question. Thank you. And so was the Australian Catholic University party to those?
Yes.
Yes.
And does that include support for their new campus at Blacktown?
It includes a schedule of projects that are going to be explored in good faith by the government and the relevant university. I can't confirm whether or not how much detail it goes into with relation to private
Okay, we might come back to that this afternoon. My colleague's got a few questions.
Can I just ask for an indulgence for 1 minute?
Yep.
I will be back in a minute.
Are we going to get this
Okay,
time
we'll
back?
just take a short interval while the Minister has a
What's the
comfort
clock?
break, and we will make up the time at the end of the session. Yeah.
Minister, the National Centre for Vocational Education Research documents course completions. In 2013, the course completion rate for New South Wales was 61.9. In 2021, it's 22.5, and in 2020, it was 24.6. Minister, what's your understanding of what's driving the decline in course completions?
Thank you. Thank you for that question. I think it's important to really talk about both ends of the spectrum, and that is both commencements and completions. Now, what I think we should be quite excited about is the fact that we had a record number of New South Wales apprenticeships and traineeships last year by a significant factor of increase. So, for example, if you look at the New South Wales apprenticeship commencements between 2015 and 2021, the commencement numbers for most of the years up to about last year were hovering around the 21 to 22,000 number. In 2021, we had almost 28,000 apprenticeships commence, which is an outstanding
I've got limited
increase.
time, so I'd like to draw you back to the specific question about
we went from around about 24,000 on average to almost 35,000 in 2021. So we have we've had a huge uptick in which I think is a good story in 2021 in terms of the commencements of our New South Wales apprenticeships and traineeships. Now, in respect of the National Centre for Vocational Educational Research, which you're referring to, New South Wales actually had a higher completion rate of 48.5%. Compared to the national rate of 43.4%.
An idea of what's driving the completion rate down. That's the number.
Giving you that idea.
I'm answering your question.
Yeah, I think he's trying to answer it. We'll give the Minister a bit more scope, please.
So TAFE New South Wales actually had a higher actual completion rate than the national average, the national average being 43.4%. The completion rate in New South Wales has to be viewed within that context, and that's a historical trend. One of the and I might add, Mr. Diadam, that you may not be aware that the completion rate for bachelor degrees at university is within the 60%.
So are you saying that you don't know what's driving the completion rate down?
Well, what I'm saying... Well,
I don't seem to be addressing that specific question. Well, what's driving the completion rate down?
What I'm saying... Well, okay. there are a number of different explanations. One of the reasons in respect of that completion rate that you're referring to is the fact that the New South Wales economy has been performing so well. You may have seen the figures released on growth around Australia yesterday. We're actually much higher than any other state, more than double the next best state in Victoria. So
we had a longer lockdown.
we have a
If you don't know the answer,
we have a.
you shouldn't.
I'm trying to answer the question.
Answer the question.
I'm trying to answer the question. So we have a very robust, strong economy. That means that there is a proportion of students who decide to go on to another career mid-course. They get a better job opportunity because of our very historically low unemployment rates. Unemployment rate that the Governor of the Reserve Bank said would have a 3 in front of it in the near future, an unemployment rate almost unimaginable when I finished high school, when unemployment was up around the 8 or 9%. Many economists thought that 6% was the natural rate of unemployment. So we've got a very low unemployment rate. We've got a lot of people. We've got a highly mobile workforce and a highly mobile training sector where people are moving on, not necessarily completing their credentials because they're actually getting a better job offer in a different area before they finish.
Mr. Shoebridge.
Thanks, Chair. Minister, have you spoken to Racing New South Wales about Richmond TAFE?
No.
Mr. Brady, have there been any discussions between anybody in TAFE and Racing New South Wales about Richmond TAFE?
Ms. Jose has been handling the engagement with our local delivery in Richmond, and she's best placed to answer that question.
That'll be close enough.
Ms. Jose, you're in the saddle.
Thank you. Yes, I'm not aware of any direct conversations that have been had with New South Wales about Richmond TAFE.
What about indirect?
I'm just, as I said, I'm not aware of any conversations.
Well,
Have there been any engagements between, putting one side conversations, any engagements, exchange of documents, any engagements between TAFE and Racing New South Wales about Richmond TAFE?
Not to my awareness. I've had conversations with Training Services New South Wales to ensure that as we were evaluating the other programs that could be delivered, and I asked if Training Services New South Wales could investigate to see if there were programs that could be covered to ensure that we that we weren't walking out entirely without providing any services, but no direct conversation with Racing New South Wales.
When you say Training Services New South Wales, do you mean the training entity associated with Racing New South Wales?
No. I mean the when we're looking at the Smart and Spill contracts and other providers that would provide such services.
Have you had a chat with any training entity associated, or do you know if there's been any communication with any training entity associated with Racing New South Wales in relation to Richmond TAFE?
I'm not aware of anything that's connected with Racing New South Wales.
Minister, you said in answer to my questions about the more than doubling of senior executives between 2017 and in fact June 2021, which is the numbers I put to you, you said that teacher numbers increased in the same time. Do you remember that exchange?
Yes, full-time equivalents.
Yep. Thankfully, I've been able to do the numbers. And you're right. Teaching staff increased by 7% in the period between June 2017 and June 2021, more than half of whom were part-time casual. So you're right, there's a 7% increase in teaching staff. How do you explain a 7% increase in teaching staff and a 107% increase in senior executives? How do you square that circle?
Well, I refer to my previous answer.
So you're sitting there defending.
I can keep going through it if you want to, but
you're sitting there defending total teaching staff increasing by 7%, and in the same time, total senior executive staff, none of whom are part-time casual, I might add, increasing by 107%.
Well,
you're defending
Shoebridge,
that.
As I said previously, I would need to go back and look into the history of the organisation back to 2017 to understand what has achieved that result. Now, I've made it very clear, I'm focused on the future of this organisation, not going over the entrails of ancient history. But if you want me to do that, I'm happy to do it. I'll take it on notice and I'll do it. But that hasn't been my focus.
Well, you see, TAFE, with almost exactly the same number of teachers, managed to operate with 15 senior executives in 2017. You're now in charge of the same unit, and it's got 31 senior executives. And in fact, we heard from Mr. Brady, maybe 108 being paid senior executive equivalent or not. You don't think there's a lesson to learn from history there, and it's worthwhile working out how TAFE managed to operate without paying so many people hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars in senior executive roles?
Well, what I do know is that there have been internal reforms in respect of the One TAFE reforms, which has centralised certain functions, which has been able to achieve a great deal of consistency in terms of the organisation, which wasn't there previously. There was a whole lot of regional variations in terms of the delivery of services. Now, that may be an explanation for why the numbers have gone up in the way that you've described, but I'd need to get advice on that. I'd need to have a look at it. I'm just merely hypothesising that that could be one explanation for it.
And you're sitting there now, the only reason you're going to make this inquiry is because I've raised it with you. Otherwise, you're perfectly comfortable about senior executive numbers increasing by 107% and teacher numbers increasing by 7%. You're otherwise perfectly comfortable
again,
with
Mr.
it.
Shoebridge, I'd have to look at the reason for that increase.
You might have to ask Mr. Folby.
I'm not going to hypothesise beyond what I've already offered as a possible explanation.
Well, why don't you ask Mr. Folby? Why don't you ask Mr. Folby? I mean, he's the one who was sitting there while it surged up. Give him a bell, maybe.
He's not in Back to the Future.
Minister, give Mr. Folby a call.
Here we go. You see, this just reflects
in the DeLorean.
This just reflects your.
He's been airbrushed
your
out.
failure to embrace the future, Mr. Shoebridge. There won't be any questions about science, innovation, and technology. Innovation from you. It's all going to be an ancient history lesson.
I'll ask you a question about the future. Will you commit 100% not to sell all or part of the Bega TAFE campus at Barrack Street?
Well, again,
there's a question about the future.
I repeat my previous answers. Sale of campuses is not part of my agenda.
Mr. Brady,
I can't be any more clear than that.
Well, you could commit to not selling it.
It is not part of my agenda.
The previous minister said he didn't have any current plans to sell stone.
This is an agenda.
It is not part of my agenda.
Well, we'll get to your agenda later. Mr. Brady, what's the Barrack Street campus currently being used for, and what are the plans over the next 12 months?
Sorry, Mr. Shoebridge, I'm not familiar with the Barrack Street campus.
Is anybody familiar with the Barrack Street campus in Bega and know what you plan to do with a major TAFE asset? Anybody got any idea?
Sorry.
This is...
I know there's a new multi-trades hub.
There's no collective memory in TAFE.
I know there's a new multi-trades hub in Bega.
Does nobody have any collective memory? This is like the...
I can speak to...
It's like sheep, you know?
The multi-trades hub, delivering high demands across the community, agriculture, commercial cooking, bricklaying, early childhood education, care, engineering and individual support. I know there's a multi-trades hub there in Bega.
So it's your position that
doing great work.
So that's your understanding that there's commercial cooking happening at the Barrack Street TAFE campus in Bega. Is that what you told me?
Commercial cookery?
You said the multi-trades hub.
If I may.
The multi-trades hub.
No, I'm not asking about the multi-trades hub.
Well, that's what I was talking about.
The multi-trades.
I'm asking you about the Barrack Street campus in TAFE, the one that all you do is mow the grass on and put real estate signs out the front of.
The Barrack Street campus at this moment has been decommissioned, but the focus is on the Connected Learning Centre, which was located on the other side of the campus, much closer to and ingrained into the central business district. So the commercial cookery kitchen there is actually integrated as part of the community, and a welcome part of the community, I might add, where there is limited restaurants and the area of opportunity to provide greater service to the Bega community.
Yep. Mr. Brady, what are your plans for the decommissioned Barrack Street campus in Bega?
I don't currently have a plan for that site, Mr. Shoebridge. What I'm interested in at the moment is developing our strategic plan, understanding where our service delivery trends are going, and then what are the service delivery supports we need, whether that's technology or improvements or changes to campuses to deliver on those outcomes. So we're still in that. I've got a piece of work to do to understand.
No, you're still getting it valued for sale.
And understand the requirements to deliver the objectives.
Have you got did you get a valuation done of the Barrack Street property for the purposes of real estate valuation?
I'd have to take that question on notice. You have to, obviously, for our annual report, provide a value on our landed buildings, but I'd have to take it on notice in terms of...
Well, if you're doing that, could you take it on notice also for the Chullora site, the Loftus site, West Wollongong, Corindai, Glendale, Gosford, Richmond, Hornsby and Campbelltown sites?
Campbelltown.
Will do.
Thank you. Mr. Good, you're probably the person to answer the more detailed HR questions. Do you know, over the last financial year, what proportion of advertised jobs on the mobility list were actually teaching jobs? Do you know?
No, I'd have to take that specifically on notice. I know over the last academic year that we advertised around 305, I believe, full-time teaching positions. We also advertised, we had a campaign called Teach at TAFE, which attracted part-time casual teachers and assessors into industry skills areas such as childcare, construction, a very successful campaign, and I'd be happy to provide those numbers if you're interested in those.
Ms. Tickle, you know what I'm referring to when I'm speaking about the mobility list?
Yes, I do.
Do you want to explain to the committee what that is?
So the mobility list exists under the DSE regime or Act, and we at TAFE, as I said before, we are transitioning from where we were previously, 11 separate institutes under the TAFE Commission Act, to under the DSE Act, and we are moving our senior executives across to there first. So, as I said, I would have to take on notice the specific question you asked, because it's not something that we, use a lot.
Well, I've just got a number. I might just put them all on notice and make it quicker.
Well, you've got this afternoon with the officials.
Yeah, indeed. Well, Ms. Tickle, do you know what percentage of advertised teaching jobs are actually permanent rather than temporary or part-time casual? Do you have a breakdown of that?
Yes, certainly. So I just provided the number across the academic year, which was 305.
Yep.
So I can certainly provide the percentage this afternoon if you like.
That would be great.
Okay, thank you. Minister, you mentioned earlier on the general economic conditions where growth is roaring back in New South Wales after the very long New South Wales lockdown. How then do we explain these skilled labour shortages in manufacturing, hospitality, retail, just about everything? And what is the structural failure here whereby 30 years after the Working Nation statement, 30 years of massive federal and state investment to make young people in particular job ready, businesses are calling out, screaming out for staff and can't find them?
Well,
what's gone wrong?
We've obviously had a huge external shock to our labour market, which is the pandemic. And that's an explanation but not an excuse. And it's an opportunity. And that's why, my message continues to be there's never a better time to get skills because there are so many jobs
but where have
available.
they been? The point is that, yes, there's been a degree of external shock, perhaps exacerbated by internal policy missteps. But after 30 years of all this investment, shouldn't we have the small army of youth unemployed, and still in places like Fairfield and so forth, you've got well and truly double-digit youth unemployment. Shouldn't these young people be job ready to take up the new opportunities? And why is it the government's only answer is the new Premier's statement? He just wants to lazily go back to big immigration numbers to flood the labour market when these young people, if they were job ready and there was the right circumstances, could take up the employment and bring youth unemployment down next to nothing.
Mr. Latham, if I can just push back a little bit on what you put to me, can I just point out this? The Job Trainer program, which is a joint venture between the federal government and state governments to provide training places free of charge to people that wish to enrol and get a credential. In New South Wales, we have had 168,000 places delivered since September of 2020. That is actually more than $100,000 more. More than 100,000 places more than the next best jurisdiction, which is Queensland.
Should come to you soon.
That's a number on your sheet of paper. It doesn't fulfil or satisfy the real life problem where you and I know we could walk down the main street of any commercial centre or industrial estate in Western Sydney or Hunter or Illawarra, and the first thing they'll say to us is, I can't get the staff. Where are they? Where are the trained people, young people in particular, to come and work for me?
But Mr. Latham, what I'm saying is, and we've had 71,000 fee-free apprenticeships. We've got a whole lot of free traineeships. Those numbers that I earlier quoted about the commencements, where there's been a massive uptick, thousands and thousands and thousands more than in previous years in terms of our apprenticeship commencements last year and our traineeship commencements. Significant increases. These are encouraging. I mean, look, I agree with you. It's a tragedy when young people are not skilled and not in work. But you'll remember also, in terms of a historical context, when I left school in 1981 in the Hunter, they had youth unemployment rates of 28%.
I'm only interested in the future.
So as I'm glad to hear we're on a unity ticket there, Mr. Chair. So
back in 81, I'm here in 2022.
What I'm saying is 14-15% is not acceptable, but it is much better than it has been within the past. These commencement numbers, I believe, are very encouraging, and they are showing, with 100,000 more training places delivered in New South Wales, the next best jurisdiction, and ours is 168,000. That is showing that what we are doing here in this state is having an impact. Now, you can say to me, is that level of youth unemployment acceptable? I'd say to you, no. We want to get it down. We want to get those people into jobs. But what I am saying to you is we are having some success. Those numbers are not lying. We are actually doing some things here which are achieving those outcomes.
Okay.
And I would also add that the investment that we announced last week in those educational pathways programs, I know you're very passionate about vet high schools, but the great thing about this educational pathways program is that it is getting our young people, engaged in vocational education in year 11 and 12 in 144 different schools around our state.
Let's come to that. It's the good segue to vet in schools, my final topic in this survey of your skills portfolios. We do have this enormous problem in high schools of males in particular who get to age 13, 14, disengaged from the academic curriculum. They can be a real handful. And as you know, some of the schools have good, kitchen hospitality type facilities, but in many cases not much else, and they lack a comprehensive suite of vet programs to engage these young fellows productively in the school. And why don't we use the ample Gonski money to allow these schools to buy in the vet services, specialised, some of them needing advanced machinery, to engage every single young person in the high school system, whether they're academic or vocationally inclined. Why aren't we using the Gonski money to broaden? And why haven't we got a closer integration between TAFE and schools? I visited Liverpool Boys High School, for instance, within a 2-minute walking distance of Liverpool TAFE. No communication contact between the two. Now, it's just so self-evident in disadvantaged community like that, where most of the young fellas, 14, 15, want to do vocational stuff, not many going on to university. There should be a seamless interface between the school and the TAFE college to work to give them productive learning that engages them, learning engagement, so that they're actually got a good future.
Well, Mr. Latham, we do have some engagement between our schools and TAFE, but can I just say this? Not every high school student has a TAFE in close proximity to their high school. The great thing, and going to your youth unemployment point, the criteria that we applied in respect of who were the additional 120 schools that we would roll out the Educational Pathways program was areas of high youth unemployment. So we've actually targeted where we are funding those educational pathway programs. Can I just give you a couple of encouraging statistics? In the pilot schools, there was a 3 times increase in school-based apprenticeships and traineeships arising out of the EPP program. Second thing I would say is that the students spend 100 hours in a workplace, and there's been a very high correlation between jobs following from their EPP program. They walk out of school with a credential from having done the course. For apprentices, they're well on the way to completing their apprenticeship in shorter time than they would otherwise be if they commence after school. It's a very good program. I think it's going to have outstanding results in terms of the youth unemployment issue that you've raised. And I think it's something that we can be very excited about. We don't need Gonski money because the government's committed substantial funds to this program. So we're backing it up. There's a capital component along the lines of what you were saying in terms of a capital investment within the schools, and then there's an operational component of the funding. That needs
to be universal, and isn't it sullied by pork barrelling that you've declared 2 technical high schools, one in the marginal seat of Tweed Heads, the other in the marginal seat of Seven Hills. The place where it's most needed, Ayres High School there, just south of Campbelltown, public housing estate, you've declared that an Indigenous school instead of a technical high school. When will you stop the pork barrelling of marginal seats and actually get these technical high schools in the places where they're desperately needed, even if it's in a safe Labor seat like Campbelltown?
Chair, if I could just add, every single pilot school for the EPP program, including Ayres High School and Liverpool Boys High School, have continuing with the EPP program because they see the benefit to their students. So Ayres High School is part of that program in terms of the Educational Pathways program, as is Liverpool Boys.
Well, it's more deserving technical high school status than Tweed.
But can I also just say, Mr. Latham, and the vet high schools, the 2 vet high schools that you've referred to are in a pilot stage. I think it's very important to have a look at how those vet high...
Why are the pilots only in marginal seats?
Can I just finish, please? I think it's very important for us to compare the performance out of those vet high schools with the EPP program, because, my view is that you are far better off spreading it around the state. I mean, it's now, about 1/4 of the state high schools or thereabouts, or maybe it's 1/5 that will have these educational pathway programs within them. I think we need to see which works better, because it may well be that the better results are achieved by having it within all of our high schools rather than investing higher sums of money in a couple.
In the Department of Education, they have, I forget the exact name, but it's basically best practice schools that are doing really well. They're right up at the stand. What are they called?
Ambassador schools.
Ambassador schools. Our report called them best practice. But ambassador schools. And why haven't we got the equivalent in vet? And I would strongly urge you to visit Hoxton Park High School in the Western Districts of Liverpool, where they have universal pathways for all these students that I'm talking about, a homeroom approach. They've adapted the curriculum, so it's much more important to learn the maths of the triangle for engineering purposes than algebra. And these students, so impressively, through the work of the school leadership, only leave the school when they're confident they've got the skills and the school says you're ready to join the workforce, having been in work experience, work placement, TAFE programs universally across the cohort who would otherwise be disengaged and causing trouble in the school. Will you undertake to visit Hoxton Park High and declare some best practice schools that are actually doing the vet agenda superbly and make that success, scaling it up universally?
Well, I'd love to visit Hoxton Park. Before I give any undertakings as to designation of schools, I'd like to get some advice and understand a little bit more about it. But
I'll even show you where Hoxton Park is and host the visit for you.
Mr. Latham, I think on a very high level, your suggestion sounds a good one, but I'd like to get some advice on that before before going in.
Well, you know I'd never lead you astray. These are all good ideas that you should,
Chair,
brand as Henskens ideas and just run with them.
If I could just add that Hoxton Park High School is also in the EPP programme, and that we will be looking at the role of ambassador schools in relation to the work we do for vet in schools as part of the pathways target that will be set in the coming months for our high schools.
Yeah, but they were doing superb work before EPP. They just take it as an extra resource, but their model is fantastic. And if every high school in a working class area was like that, we wouldn't have any problems at all. So I urge very much that visit, and I'm happy to be part of it. And at that point, we've reached the end of our time with the Minister, right on time. So we thank our new Minister, a big improvement on the hapless Jeff Lee, which we appreciate in every respect. And we thank the Minister, and we'll see the officials after the 75-minute lunch break. Thank you.
Of course, the government may have a series of probing questions for further clarification.
Well, we could ask the Minister to, elucidate his agenda for the portfolio potentially, but I think that we heard quite a bit on that today.
He's elucidated a fair bit, so I think we're right. Thanks, Minister.
Thank you very much.
Well, welcome back to the afternoon session of this budget estimates hearing. We've obviously had a change of chair, and I'd like to thank the Honourable Mark Latham for inviting me to chair this afternoon session. We'll now move to questioning of the officials with the opposition, and the Honourable Courtney Hughes, you've got the call.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Ms. Tickle, did you have that figure for us, what the 38-week payment was?
Yes, certainly. I'll just put my glasses on.
Yeah, I should do that.
Certainly. So I can confirm that Mr. Falby's exit date from TAFE New South Wales was the 2nd of December 2021. At that time, his remuneration was 565,832, inclusive as well as super of 23,568, TRP total remuneration package of 589,400. As I mentioned, under the PSSC agreement that he was on, he was paid 38...
Sorry, for Hansard, the PRS...
PSSE, Public Service Senior Executive. And as I mentioned this morning, 38 weeks, which totalled $429,241.27 gross, less tax.
Okay. Thank you very much. Ms. Harrison, I wanted to come back to your conversation with Mr. Falby. It seems as though that was the only conversation that Mr. Falby had with anyone in terms of a debrief, in terms of any kind of exit. I know we didn't characterise it as an exit interview, but it was the last conversation that it appears to have occurred with anyone substantially within the department. Can you just explain to us a bit more about what happened in that exchange?
So certainly, and I've been in contact with Mr. Forby since that time to see how he is going and what he is up to post that position. So as the cluster lead for the Department of Education and the cluster for education, I provided Mr. Forby with the written notice from the Minister. I then had a conversation with...
Written notice of a letter from the Minister saying he was sacked, is that right?
A written notice under the Government Sector Employee Act clause, I think it's 41, but I can confirm that. Yes, I handed him a letter from the Minister, and we had a conversation about how he intended to move forward and what his next steps would be, which included, I think, hoping that COVID would allow him to go back to Europe and visit his parents.
Okay, and so there's obviously a conversation about going forward, and that's lovely. Did you talk about learnings from his time? Did you talk about what his KPIs had been?
And so the expectations of the MD are set by the Minister. The MD is appointed by the Minister. The Minister has, under both the Government Sector Employee Act and I believe the TAFE Commission Act, the opportunity to make decisions about the employment of the Managing Director at any time. The provisions in the GSC Act for the ending of a contract are very wide-ranging, and so the Minister is within his rights to make a decision without an expressed reason.
Was that the case? So there was no reason given?
I didn't have a copy of the letter, so I wouldn't be able to answer that, unfortunately.
So can I just clarify just that process? You gave him the notice, is that right? So the Section 41 notification.
I provided him with correspondence from the Minister.
So the Minister actually didn't do it himself?
I cannot speak to what the Minister did or didn't do and what the Minister may or may not have said to Mr. Forby in conversation. What I can account for is that I provided a letter to Mr. Forby.
Was that the first time Mr. Forby knew that he was being terminated?
I think you would have to ask him that question.
Well, you're not aware of whether that...
So I'm not aware of whether or not there were any conversations that preceded that. I am aware of the fact that I gave him a letter, obviously, and had a conversation with him about what his next steps would be.
Okay, but when you gave him the letter, did it shock him? Was it, I mean, Ms. Harrison, you, as a adult, you would understand whether you were providing someone with a letter that they had no forewarning that this was provided to them. Was your impression that this was the first time that Mr. Falby had heard that he was going to be sacked?
I am just conscious of not dealing in unknowns here. They are feelings for Mr. Forby. We had a conversation. I handed him the letter and we discussed what he was going to do from here.
Did you ask him at any point whether the Minister had told him that this was...
Not to my recollection, no, Ms Houzos.
Did it seem to you that this was the first time that he had found this out?
I cannot talk to the conversations that Mr Forby and the then Minister for Skills would have had over an extended period of time. Those questions are best directed to the former Minister and to Mr Forby.
I'm asking whether it seemed to you at the time, was your conclusion that this was the first time he knew about it?
Point of order, Mr Chair.
I was actually about to rule before you drew the portal. Ms Houzos, I note that that's probably the third question along the same lines, and I know that Ms Harrison has provided similar responses the other two times, so I'll allow this one last opportunity for you to ask it, but I think that after that, if the answer is similar, that we might move on to other questions, if that's okay.
So, as I've indicated, I cannot speak for Mr Forby and the conversations he had with the Minister leading up to or after my meeting with him on this issue.
What was the date of that meeting?
It would have been the 2nd of December.
It was on the 2nd. So that was his final day?
That's correct.
And that was the date that you had the meeting with him?
Yes.
Was it in the morning or the afternoon?
I'd need to check my diary and come back to you.
Did you make a diary note about the meeting?
I didn't make a diary note about the meeting. I did make a note of the fact that I had met with him and what I was doing. You will appreciate that, as we discussed this morning, the notice under that section of the Act triggers a process, and so there was follow-up within my organisation in relation to triggering the payments, as Ms Tickle indicated this morning.
Was the Public Service Commission in any way involved in the
Mr
process
Diadam,
of termination?
could you just bring the microphone a little bit
Sorry,
closer?
was the Public Service Commission involved in any way in the process of Mr Forby's termination?
That would be a question for them. I certainly spoke to the Public Service Commissioner about the support available for Mr Forby following this conversation to ensure that he was provided with access to due process following the issuing of that letter.
Did they prepare the letter, or did
my
department prepare the letter?
My recollection is the department prepared the letter, but I will confirm that on notice.
Which department? Your department?
My department, but can I please confirm that on notice? Because we were working, as I said, I spoke to the Public Service Commissioner in relation to support for Mr Forby, but I can't right here, right now, confirm whether or not any of my team in their general day-to-day dealings with the Public Service Commission had any of those conversations.
Ms Tickle, did you have any involvement in the preparation of the letter?
No, I didn't.
Did your conversation deal with anything about his time at TAFE or any... Yeah, did your conversation deal with anything about his time at TAFE?
I recall Mr Forby talking about his confidence and trust in his team in relation to TAFE and his confidence in the team he had built to take the organisation forward.
But there was no reflection on what he was expected to do whilst he was there, or...
And so you'll appreciate, in terms of giving and having this type of conversation, I would create the space for Mr Forby to respond and decide which areas he wanted to talk about with me in relation to that. I was not his line manager. He's a direct appointment to by the Minister, although we would speak regularly. And so I did not have those specific conversations about his time at TAFE at that time.
Okay. Ms Harrison, did you have any role in the appointment of Mr Brady as the Managing Director?
The Minister appoints the Managing Director of TAFE. The Minister asked for advice on who could provide within government that role as an interim MD. I know I provided advice on that of potential candidates. I know that other secretaries, and I'm sure Minister Lee would have sought broad advice on that issue, and the decision was made to appoint Mr Brady.
And in terms of that advice, what were the parameters that was what were the key characteristics that the Minister was looking for?
I think questions about the key characteristics the Minister was looking for are questions for him. Certainly, I was able to provide him with advice on potential candidates for this role who are, firstly, already deemed at the same level across the public service as having the necessary leadership skills under the public service capability framework for senior executives.
Okay. Sorry, I'm asking what was the basis for your advice. Obviously, there's a lot of people that work in the public service that they were two criteria at the same level or had the leadership skills. Was there anything else?
So they needed to be available to able to take on the position from within their own organisation. So I, of course, spoke to other secretaries about talent across the organisation and people who might be ready for and available to take this step, given it's an interim position. Obviously, at that point, the capacity of organisations to backfill arrangements are important. And I'm very, Secretary Hogan of the Department of Customer Services was very supportive in enabling Steve to take up the role on secondment.
Okay. And did you discuss when you were speaking to the other secretaries roughly how long you were expecting this position to be?
The recruitment of the Managing Director of TAFE is a ministerial decision. I do not recall having any conversations with Minister Lee about his intentions in terms of the next round of the recruitment prior to any reshuffle, and as yet, certainly as Minister Henskens has been getting himself up to speed with the portfolio, I know that he is working well with Mr Brady and considering how he wishes to proceed.
Okay. But when you had those conversations with the other secretaries, did you say, when you were talking about backfilling positions, did you say this is going to be for a month, 2 months, 3 months, or was there no time frame discussed?
I said I would expect it to be for at least an initial 3-month period, knowing how long potentially recruitment processes can take and that there may be requirement for that to be extended.
Okay. And so the 3 criteria that you said were already at the same level, leadership skills, able to take on the position.
If I can just make sure I am clear, Ms Houzos, they were not characteristics asked of me by Minister Lee. They are some of the considerations I made in providing advice on potential candidates for the role.
I understand that. Was previous educational experience something that you considered?
Certainly it would be something that we would consider. I would note that this is a large organisation with a budget of over $2 billion, with responsibility for a large asset portfolio, as we have canvassed today, with responsibility for a large IT programme that I think we've also canvassed today. And so our main criteria is that someone has the skills and leadership capacity as set out under the public sector capability framework to lead a large and complex organisation.
Ms Harrison, has the process hasn't started to recruit a permanent occupant of the position?
No, not at this stage.
So has there been any indication from the Minister as to the time frame for filling the position permanently?
That would be a question for the Minister, whether he's given consideration to that at this stage.
You had him this morning.
Have you prepared advice for the Minister to begin that process?
I have not.
And Mr Brady, have you come across on the same salary that you were on in your previous role?
I've been transferred across as a Band 3 under the GSE Act, so it's a lateral transfer.
Right, okay.
No, that's all I have. Keep going. I was going to move on to this.
And Ms Houzos, you asked me the time of the meeting I had with Mr Forby. That has been confirmed by my office as being at 4:15 p.m.
4:15 p.m. Okay.
I might move on to the how much time have I got? I'll move on to the restructure. There's a number of restructures underway. Is that the case, Ms Tickle?
If I could refer that question to Mr Brady. I think it's quite difficult for him on the screen to come in, but as the Managing Director, I'm sure he'd want to provide some input to answers about restructures in his organisation.
Okay, so I'm going to ask where the restructure is up to. Might start first with the Workforce Services branch. Where is that restructure up to?
Just one moment, please.
I can hear the voice thing dropping in and out. That's why it might be better to screen clean.
Apparently the mics pick up much better.
Okay, cool.
I can provide that information, Mr Brady, if it's easier.
That would be good, Ms Tickle.
Certainly. So Workforce Services, payroll, that group is in the outcomes part of the process, which means that not very long ago, I believe it was last week, but I will check that because the weeks are running into each other, that team was called together and provided the outcomes. The CMP was noted by the Minister and we're moving through. Once that happens, all the employees that are impacted in that change are provided the outcome of whether or not their position has been matched to a new position. I will mention that there's very high matching in that group, so many people that are currently working for us will remain. And following that, placement begins, so we go through the 4-step placement process.
There's a net loss in that restructure, correct me if I'm wrong, of 15 positions. 15 employees. There's 21 positions that are lost from that branch from its current establishment to the future state establishment. Is that correct?
I'm just looking at that. It's important to note that there are no exits confirmed to date, but what is in the plan, yes, I believe that's correct.
So in terms of the 15 employees, the net loss, that figure can be higher, and presumably if you're at the stage of notification, then you know how many additional employees will be displaced beyond the matching process. Can you give us that figure?
No, I'm sorry. Could you ask that question again? I don't believe I can give that figure. What was the question?
Okay, so you've just, perhaps if you could restate the stage that the restructure is at. You used particular language, I think you said. You're at the notification stage or the...
Consultation. Certainly. So I'll just go to my notes and make sure that I'm providing the most accurate information. So with Workforce Services, which is payroll, the consultation occurred between 19 October and 11 November. Mm-hmm. Staff feedback was considered and the final organisational structure and role composition was announced to staff not very long ago, so a couple of weeks ago. My notes actually see that there'll be a net reduction of 11 employees. I believe that you said 17, so I will 15, so I will need to check that. In terms of where they're up to and the number of people that actually exit the organisation, that number is the net reduction of employees. What happens in these changes is people, if they're not matched at step 1 or 2 of our process, can apply for roles at step 3. Step 3 includes internal advertising to all TAFE employees. So we may have people in other parts of the organisation that apply for a role in Workforce Services. It's also at that point where people can request early access to a voluntary redundancy if they haven't been matched at step 1 or 2. So just for clarity, step 1 is a direct appointment, so 1 person, 1 role. Step 2 means that it's a pooled assessment, so there might be 4 people and 2 roles. That doesn't mean, though, and I need to make this clear, that doesn't mean that those people, the 2 people, would be leaving TAFE necessarily, because that is not determined until all of the roles are placed in that restructure. So I can't provide the number of employees that will be exiting because we're in the process of doing the placement now.
Right, I see. And have you done an EOI in terms of staff for VRs already?
No, so depending on, no we haven't, depending on each employee's circumstances, that's what the outcome announcement part of the process that I referred to earlier is. So if I'm a staff member impacted in that change, I have been now provided a letter providing me with information about the outcome for me in this change. So I have been provided whether I've got an outcome at step 1 or step 2, etc. And then I have information that will make me determine if I'm to go down a voluntary redundancy pathway, if I'd like to and I haven't been matched, or if I'd like to select redeployment. Now that doesn't happen straight away because of step 3 and 4. So a lot of people don't get a position directly matched or in a pooled assessment, but they actually apply for a position at step 3 or 4. So, and I think, as I said before, it's really important to note in this particular change, the number of people matched is very high because it's actually bringing, I guess 11 different ways of doing payroll together into one way. So the work is very similar. The work is more streamlined. It's across the state and the same way. So a lot of people will remain with us in that change.
How do you assess the geographic impact? I'm assuming that given it's the one TAFE process, you're pulling a function into one organisational unit that was in the past distributed. Presumably there's some geographical spread of the workforce in a function like payroll.
Yep.
How how are you managing the geographical impacts so that jobs in rural and regional New South Wales aren't affected?
Yeah, certainly. So as with the rest of the agencies in government, if roles are impacted in vulnerable communities, I believe that's a community under 5,000 people, we will guarantee a role in that community. It may not be in that particular change, but we will make sure that there's a role placed in that community in a further change. In terms of regional employees, we've got employees...
Can I just clarify that? What is the policy source for that vulnerable communities that you mentioned?
That's a government... What was the question?
What's the policy source for that 5,000 number?
So I don't know the policy source if you're using that language, but I know that across government there's a commitment to make sure that we maintain employment in what we call vulnerable communities. And the definition of a vulnerable community is the population.
Where does that definition come from?
So it's based on the number of, it's from the ABS data, I would assume. It's a number of population in each community.
No, I mean the specific criteria that vulnerable communities will be ring-fenced for deletion of government positions.
So I'll take the question on notice because I'm not quite sure the premise of the question, but I'll take it on notice and come back.
What public sector policy are we talking about that says vulnerable communities as defined as 5,000 or less should be ring-fenced for job cuts?
I'll happily take it on notice. I don't have it written down in front of me.
That's the time for the opposition for this stage. Mr Shoebridge, you've got the call and 20 minutes.
Okay, thanks, Chair. That's good we've got an upgrade. That's good.
It's sideways movement, at least.
Well, okay. Well, we'll see. We'll judge you at the end of the day.
I'm pretty sure you're judging me all the time, Mr Shoebridge.
Thank you for getting that figure, Ms Tickle, for the termination payment for Mr Falvey. Ms Harrison, I understand you presented Mr Falvey with his termination letter, is that right?
Yes, as I refer to my previous answers on these questions, on that question.
Just for clarity, Mr Shoebridge, that it was extensively canvassed in the previous set of questioning, and I did have to ask that they, I guess, move the questioning on.
I know this, Chair. And can you recall, in the course of that handing Mr Falvey the termination letter, what, if anything, he said to you about his reasons for termination?
Sorry, Mr Shoebridge, are you asking me what Mr Forby thought the reasons for his termination were?
I'm asking him what he said to you.
I cannot recall the specifics of what he said to me in relation to that. As I indicated this morning, the focus of our conversation, and in my earlier answer, our focus of our conversation was very much on what Mr Forby would do next and the support available to him. That was the focus of our conversation on the 2nd of December.
Did he say anything to you? And we're likely to have to get Mr Forby in to get his version of events at some point anyhow, but did he say anything to you about what the minister had said to him when he was told that he was being terminated?
And so, Mr Shoebridge, I am not going to put words in Mr Forby's mouth from my recollection if you...
Why not?
That would be matters for him.
No, Ms Harrison, you were there.
And as I...
You were there, and I've asked you a question.
And
it's within your capacity.
Mr Shoebridge.
And that's not an answer.
Mr Shoebridge, I'll just ask that, for the benefit of Hansard at least, that we have one speaker at the time.
I understand that,
and
Chair.
I think Ms Harrison was attempting to answer. So if at the end of her answer she hasn't been responsive to you, I'd invite you to then seek further clarification.
But to be clear, I'm not asking Ms Harrison to put words into Mr Forby's mouth. I'm asking Ms Harrison about the words that came out of Mr Forby's mouth already.
And Mr Shoebridge, I'm very happy
that's
for you.
what we'd like an answer to, Ms Harrison.
Mr Shoebridge, I'm happy for you to address that. I just ask that you allow Ms Harrison to finish her answer before we actually start addressing that. Thank you.
And I understand the question, Mr Shoebridge, and as I answered to the original question, I don't recollect any specifics of what Mr Forby said to me in that moment. My focus in the conversation was on the support available for Mr Forby and his plans for how he was going to move forward.
When was this conversation?
As I have already provided to the committee, this conversation was on the 2nd of December at 4:15.
So this is only 3 months ago. It's about the termination of the most senior executive in TAFE who was on a almost $600,000 salary, and it's your evidence to this committee that you can't remember the specifics of the conversation. Is that seriously what you want us to believe, Ms Harrison?
Mr. Shoebridge, the 2nd of December, I don't know about the rest of us, but through this global pandemic can feel like dog years ago in terms of the time we are spending and the amount of work we are doing across my cluster to support the New South Wales community. Yep. I have had numerous meetings since the 2nd of December. I have had them throughout the summer break. And so, yes, it is my evidence that I do not recollect the specifics of what Mr. Forby said. What I can say is that Mr. Forby had access to the support that he required if he needed it, and that we had a positive conversation about the opportunities that might present themselves for him in the future and where he would like to focus. That was my role in this conversation, Mr. Shoebridge.
But I wasn't asking you about your role in the conversation, Ms Harrison. I'm asking about what Mr Falby said to you, and you reiterate the position that you can't remember the conversation about the termination of the most senior executive in TAFE only 3 months ago. You have no memory of the specifics.
I have not said I have no memory. I have said I do not recollect the specifics of what Mr Forby said to me at that moment in time. Of
course. But your organisation complies with the State Records Act, I assume?
It does, yes.
So can you provide us with a copy of the letter that you gave to Mr Falby?
As I said, I provided a copy. I provided a letter to Mr Forby from the Minister. It was provided to me from the Minister, and I provided it to Mr Forby. The Minister is the person who, under both the GSC Act and the TAFE Commission Act, is able to make decisions about the employment of the Managing Director of TAFE. I'm very happy to take on notice and see what it is that we can provide in relation to that letter, wherever it may be held on record.
Ms Tickle, does the Minister pay Mr Falby? Or did the Minister pay Mr Forby, or did TAFE pay Mr Forby?
The TAFE pays Mr Forby.
And in order to determine if you still have an obligation to pay Mr Forby, I assume you keep records about his termination?
Yes, we do.
Do you have a copy of the termination letter as the most basic part
Chair,
of due diligence within TAFE?
I have taken on notice that we'll provide a copy of the letter Mr Shoebridge is requesting. I'm very happy to do that.
No, Ms Harrison, you were suggesting you didn't keep a copy, that it was with the Minister.
That was not what she suggested.
Mr Shoebridge,
you're now saying you'll provide a copy of the letter?
It is a different question. Mr Shoebridge's asking a different question.
Okay, I accept that. However, I'm going to allow Ms Harrison to just address something first, then I'll come back to you, Mr Shoebridge.
I indicated I would be happy to provide that letter on notice because I would go and find out where in government that was being held on file.
All right. And Ms Tickle, I'd ask you, if you could, to also review the files and see if you can provide the material that you have about the termination of Mr Falby on notice.
Yes, certainly.
Including any communication, if there is, either with the Governor or with the Executive Council about the termination of Mr Falby. You have to give a verbal response, right, Ms Tickle?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
It may be to you, Ms Tickle, it might be to Mr Brady. How many job losses have there been at the Richmond TAFE in the last 6 months? Is it 12 or is it more than 12?
Ms Tickle, do you have that detail?
No, I don't have the detail for job losses at Richmond TAFE, and I'd be happy to take the question on notice. May I state, though, and this is was provided as part of the SO 52, our campuses, we have one position in our campuses, or an assignment in our campuses, if you like, but we actually quite often work from different campuses. For example, my assignment is Ultimo campus, but I work out of Taree campus. If you're a teacher, you are assigned one campus, but you work out of multiple campuses. So it's really important to just put on record that the accuracy in terms of assignment does not reflect the reality of people working across different campuses.
Well, Ms Tickle, the whatever SO 52 documents have been produced, what I'm asking for you is, as at today, going back over the last 6 months, how many staff have lost their job at Richmond? Now, you know there have been some that have lost their job at Richmond, don't you?
Well, as I said, I'll take the question on notice because I don't have a number in front of me about Richmond.
I'm not asking about a number. I'm asking you about the fact that there have been job losses at Richmond. You know that?
I'll take the question on notice, as I've said.
Right. Do you know how many courses have been cancelled this year at Richmond?
I'm sorry, are you asking that question to me or?
Well, I suppose I was starting with you, but you're not the right person to ask that, Ms. Tickle. I'll ask Mr. Brady.
So, just one moment, please. Mrs. Shoebridge.
To assist, why don't we start with Cert 3 in Performance Horse? Why don't we start there? That was cancelled.
Actually, those courses have not been cancelled to my recollection at this point in time. That's in consultation.
Is Cert 3 in Performance Horse running now?
I'll verify if that is the case, but I understand that it is for term 1. But I'll quickly take the question on notice for confirmation. It's not on the website because that is actually a unpublished offering that is filled with one particular provider, and that's why you won't see it on the website.
That's not going to commence till the end of September 1 at best, is it?
I don't believe that to be true.
Well, we'll go back to Mr. Brady. How many courses? I was going to say how many horses. How many courses have been cancelled or horses have been cancelled at Richmond TAFE? Richmond TAFE.
Who's running in the 7th?
That's right.
So, Mr. Shoebridge, I understand we're in consultation around the equine courses at Richmond, and so as far as I'm aware, we haven't cancelled at this point, but I'm happy to take that on notice, or perhaps Ms. Hosea might have some more information.
Why don't we make it simpler than that? How many ran in first semester last year that aren't running in first semester this year? Ignore the words about cancelling. How many were running in first semester last year that aren't running in first semester this year?
Ms. Hosea, are you able to provide any detail?
I will verify the number on and take that question on notice. However, what I will say is that we change, add and delete courses, add and cancel courses as a normal course of practice at TAFE New South Wales, and that's very much dependent on the number of class enrolments. And as we said this morning, that when the Minister was giving testimony that there was a dramatic decline in the number of courses, we've taken a number of different efforts to increase the class size, whether that is through the Department of Education and trying to target school students in the YES program, whether it is through advertising, through non-nationally recognised programs, and a whole host of others. And 5 we tried to run, and they did not attract any volume of enrolments. Some of them, not a single enrolment.
Mr. Brady, do you accept something has gone horribly wrong if TAFE can't attract enrolments at Richmond TAFE, given that the Hawkesbury local government area has literally the highest horse ownership in the state? Something's gone wrong with TAFE. Is it an intentional rundown? Is it an intentional rundown?
I disagree with that framing, Mr. Shoebridge. As I mentioned this morning, in 2019, Racing New South Wales established its own registered training organisation. And when the industry body opens its own RTO, it's not uncommon for them to have a very strong position in the marketplace. And we are in a competitive marketplace for smart and skilled training. And so that's what's happened, and we've seen a significant decline. But that doesn't mean there aren't people being trained in the Hawkesbury in equine. It's just that other providers are providing that training.
Well, you say you're in a competitive arrangement with Racing New South Wales, but you gave your competitor one of your own facilities. You just handed them the capacity to compete with you on a platter by handing over the Scone campus at less than replacement cost. You've done everything you can to destroy your own position in the marketplace, haven't you, Mr. Brady?
My understanding is that the Scone campus was through the usual government sales process, where it was offered to other government agencies first, but then went to open market auction and actually delivered higher than its valuation in that open auction.
Yeah, at the cost of cannibalising TAFE. And you've just admitted in your evidence today that having done that, empowered your competitor, you're destroying your own ability to deliver courses in Richmond. You've actually fed your competitor by cannibalising TAFE.
I think there's a temporal issue here, Mr. Shoebridge. Racing New South Wales established its RTO in 2019, well ahead of us disposing of Scone.
But Mr. Brady, you're the one who linked the two, not me.
No, I didn't. I made no mention of that.
Okay, sure. What were the projected enrolments for the bigger, I was going to say connected learning centre, it's called a trades hub, isn't it? What were the projected enrolments this year for that bigger hub facility? Somebody must know. When you were sitting down in the middle of last year, you're working out what the projected enrolments for bigger would be. What were they?
I believe Mr. Brady is looking for an answer.
Just looking for some information.
Thank you, Mr. Brady.
And then it won't surprise you that the follow-up question, Mr. Brady, if you're looking for the numbers, is what are the actual enrolments today, as at today?
Even I could see that one coming.
Yeah. You can inform us, this Chair.
I'm just looking for the detail, if you give me a moment.
If I may state, because
please.
Mr. Shoebridge, because we operate in a contestable market, that any enrolments per particular campus or any particular enrolment is in confidence, given the competitive environment in which we operate. TAFE New South Wales typically does not give that information per campus.
Mr. Brady, what were the projected enrolments down at the bigger trades hub?
Look, I don't have that information available to me just now, Mr. Shoebridge. We have to take that question on notice.
Well, were the actual enrolments a quarter of what you were projecting? A third? I mean, you must have had reports to you about how distressing the low enrolments were.
Mr. Shoebridge, I don't have details on a specific campus-by-campus basis, and as Ms. Hosea was saying, that information does have us in a competitive situation and would be of great assistance to our competitors. So we don't generally release campus-level information.
In terms of enrolment, it was important to have enrolments, as many as you could, done by the end of January this year, wasn't it? There was a bit of a sort of deadline towards the end of January for TAFE enrolments. Mr. Brady?
So, as we mentioned this morning, this year, because of COVID and its impacts across the education sector, whether it's the delayed ATARs or through the delays through the apprentice provider networks, we've actually had a staggered start to the year, Mr. Shoebridge. So some of our courses didn't start for the end of February, and in fact, we're still holding enrolments open for some courses now.
Yes, but you had a surge of calls and a surge of inquiries in those last week of January. Would that be right?
Well, it's a fairly typically busy period for us, Mr. Shoebridge.
And expecting that, I assume you put the appropriate resources onto for example, the student service desk.
Well, we've actually done some work to improve the capability of our student desk over the last couple of years, Mr. Shoebridge.
So can you tell me, Mr. Brady, how on the 31st of January, of the 847 calls that came to the student service desk, almost 300 of them, 294 were abandoned by the caller because they just couldn't get through. Can you explain to that?
I might ask Ms. Hosea, who's that falls within her portfolio, if she has any detail. I don't have that detail in front of me, Mr. Shoebridge.
I'm happy to speak in general to the course abandonment, and as you can imagine, and everybody might recall that was also, there was a lot of concern that was around COVID-19 and whether or not courses would be running at that point in time. So on our call IVR system, we actually had an announcement to inform students of where anybody who was calling about COVID-19, in particular, where they could go to find that information. And of that, of course, you could expect that students would hang up or any inquiries would hang up and then head to the website. Okay. So that given would contribute to any call abandonment.
So they got they got so discouraged waiting on the call that they went onto the website, and that was part of your strategy. Is that the plan? Just like the abandonment strategy?
No, Mr. Shoebridge, that is in terms of if callers were calling for a very specific reason, like who would want to sit on a call and wait for 20 minutes to talk to a human to understand that whether or not a campus is going to be open. There was a very deliberate message that was placed on the IVR system to be able to inform people how they could quickly get the information that they wanted, and then that contributed to our called abandonment rates.
Mr. Brady, are you satisfied with the fact that of the 847 people who called trying to get an answer on the helpline, almost 40% of them, 294 of those potential students, abandoned their call? Are you satisfied with that?
I'm satisfied with the fact that we directed students who are ringing up with COVID concerns, which I do think would account for a significant number of that abandonment, to a website where they can get all that detail much more quickly and provide the level of detail they need.
Yeah, you don't think, Mr. Brady, that a big part of it was the fact that that the people were waiting forever. In fact, on that day, some poor sod waited 67.6 minutes before they got through.
Ms. Hosier.
You don't think that's part of the explanation, Mr. Brady?
Point of order.
Mr. Shoebridge, I'd like to address that, please.
Oh, sorry, just Ms. Hosier, before we do that, there's been a point of order raised, and I'll just hear that
Effectively,
first.
to allow Ms. Hosier to address the question that Mr. Shoebridge was putting.
Okay.
Thank you. Our statistics, now that we have introduced a new telephony system in the last year, shows that the average wait time is actually 8 minutes and 28 seconds for this campaign period. So anything that's beyond that would be a surprise to me, quite frankly. And if you can give us the detail of where you might have got that from, we can certainly investigate what that contribution was.
I've got it from your own data. But Mr. Brady, I asked you, not Ms. Hosier, what do you say to that student, potential student, maybe they gave up in disgust, who was waiting 67.6 minutes before abandoning the call? What do you say to that lost student?
Mr. Shoebridge, as we've just said, we've made a lot of efforts to improve our call centre, and actually our handling times this year relative to last year are a significant improvement. We also streamed the information to allow people to get the answers quickly through the website. If there was an issue of that length, we'd absolutely love to get that information, and then we'll contact anyone who's affected.
Mr. Brady, I've got it from your own data sheets. You have the information. It's just like when you're not talking to Mr. Forby, not looking at your own data sheets. This is your own data sheets. And we're not talking about ancient history. We're talking about like 32 days ago.
Mr. Shoebridge,
you understand?
Mr. Shoebridge, it might be helpful if there was a question there, but just noting that the time has passed, I'll allow the opposition now to start 20 minutes, and then we can perhaps come back to you for some further questions. Mr. Diadam.
Thank you. I'll come back to you, Ms. Tickle. So we're at the student... we're at Workforce Services branch. I was asking questions about that. Can you tell me what the status is of the Digital Leadership branch restructure?
Yes, certainly. Before I do that, may I correct my number? I read out 11. It's actually 15. I've got a table in front of me with several numbers and possibly should have brought a ruler. I apologise.
That's all right. And
the delivery group leadership...
The 15 is the number following the finalisation of the consultation with staff. That's where you're going to end up in terms of the net loss of employees.
No, not necessarily. So it's really important to understand how the process plays out. So the CMP, Change Management Plan, projects or determines what the net reduction of employees will be, and that is 15 for workforce services. It doesn't necessarily mean that number will be the number. It depends on what happens in the placement process. So in some cases, it's actually less because the people actually secure employment, but that's in the Change Management Plan. Now, you ask for, I believe,
leadership branch?
Digital branch. That change is concluded.
Concluded. And what was the net result there?
Let me just make sure I get the right number. And was your question the net reduction?
Yes.
3.
Right, okay. And so what about facilities management and logistics, I think it is?
Certainly. Facilities, management and logistics has a net reduction of 24.
And what status is the restructure at?
That it has also completed. The stand-up was completed January 2022.
When you say it's completed, the recruitment to all positions is completed?
Yes, so when we say stand-up, we mean that the branch or group, all of the placement process has concluded, step 1 to 4, and the positions are recruited and we have a team in place. So that was January 2022.
There are a lot of positions deleted in that particular restructure, 168, is that correct?
Sorry?
There are a lot of positions deleted in that restructure. 168 is the number that I have. Is that correct?
I'll have to take that on notice. I have the net reduction of 24 employees, but I will need to take the position number because I don't have the change management plan in front of me.
What kind of roles were deleted? Are you able to give us some indication of the types of roles that were being deleted in that restructure? Given the scale, it's gone from 430 positions down to 262. So that's a lot of people, or a lot of positions that have gone from that structure. That's a lot of work. Where does all that work go if it's being reallocated to the remaining positions? Is that sustainable, or what's not being done in that particular restructure that's enabled you to delete so many positions?
Yeah, so in terms of the positions, for accuracy, I would like to take it on notice because I have information about the current change plans for the committee. Anticipating your questions would be around the change plans in play, but I'd be very happy to take that on notice. In terms of how work changes, quite often it's reorganisation of role types, and when we're streamlining under one TAFE, we're able to move work around across the state in a more agile and student-focused way, and that's what we've done in some of the other changes as well. So for your specific question, I'll need to take it on notice for accuracy.
Okay, and can I ask about Student Services Branch? That's got also a massive number of position reductions. The net loss of employees doesn't seem... it's 7, but compared to the number of positions, which is 514, that's a lot of positions that are being taken out of a structure. What's not being done in student services that was being done in the previous structure?
So I believe you're referring to Student Services Tranche 1. We did our Student Services branch in 2 tranches. Student Services Tranche 1 is those roles to do with the enrollment processes of our students. And that's correct, there was a reduction of 7 employees net in that restructure. Now, those teams had been working in 11 different ways for a long period of time. As I mentioned before, that group had a very high matching rate, 90% in fact, which meant that 90% of people in the previous structure were directly matched to roles in the future structure. So we also had a lot of feedback around that change, and we extended consultation. We almost ran consultation for 7 weeks so that we had time to review all of the feedback. There was a lot of support for the people that were in that change because they did want to streamline the way things were done. A really good example of why this is working is if we look at the floods in the north of New South Wales. Kingscliff campus is where one of our central student services centres is. That campus is operating as an evacuation centre, and we haven't had any drop in service or interruptions to service because we are now statewide. So while the people of Kingscliff are acting as an evac centre, that student service across the state is able to maintain service. So that's actually a very good, successful outcome of that change.
Okay. I might just move to the staff satisfaction surveys. One of the areas where there was perhaps a pretty poor result in terms of the People Matters survey was in terms of handling organisational change. What have you done differently, Ms Tickle?
Yeah, certainly. So as you may know, but just for context, we moved this year to the People Matter Engagement Survey. The last time we did that survey was back in 2016, and in the intervening years, we did our organisational health survey, which is a different measurement. So the PMES this year is our sort of new benchmark, I guess you could say. And you're correct. One of our disappointing results is in change. Your question was, what have we done? So we've done a number of things in terms of providing our people resources to help them help others through change. We have a program which is called the LEAD program, Leadership Essentials and Development, and we've added a change module to that. So part of managing change successfully is to have change champions, and we put our leaders through that. It's a very successful program. I believe we're up to cohort 7, but I haven't got that in front of me, but I believe we're up to cohort 7 through that program. So we've added that into the program. In terms of other change resources available to everyone, we've made sure that it's very clear around how change is managed at TAFE New South Wales. We have had a lot of change in the environment. So when people are looking at how change is managed, it's not necessarily just around restructures, it's actually how things are changing across the entire organisation. So we're very mindful of that and making sure that our resources, look at all aspects of change management.
Can I ask about the decision around reverting back to the People Matters survey? So you did the People Matters survey in 2016 and then you abandoned it and did your own organisational health survey up until was that an annual process, the organisational health survey?
Yes, it was.
And did you run that survey internally, or did you engage consultants to run the survey for you?
We engaged a survey provider.
Right.
In terms of the decision as to why that happened, that was before my time in this role, so I can't comment on that decision. But I can certainly tell you the differences. So the organisational health survey was an AES scale and managed alignment as well as engagement. It was a 7-point Likert scale where the PMES is a 5-point scale. So the results statistically aren't comparable. But in terms of moving back into the PMES, you'll see that we're doing a number of things to move back in line with other government agencies so that we're able to have a benchmark and look at other government agencies. And that's also why, as I mentioned this morning, we're moving into the PSSE regime and we're moving across to the PMES, and we will continue with the PMES. In terms of the PMES this year, as it was our first year with the PMES, it was a change for our employees, and I would like more of our employees to complete it next year, but we were in line with the department in terms of completions. So, we've certainly got a lot of work to do and a strong path in front of us, but we have started to make some improvements.
What was the value of the contract for the organisational health survey?
Certainly. So we currently spend $55,000 per annum on employee engagement surveys.
Right, and is that cost, does that continue with People Matter survey, or is that provided by Public Service Commission? Or is there a cost recovery? How is that paid for?
I will have to take that on notice, actually. So my notes say our current spend per annum, but in terms of how that's broken up, I would have to take it on notice.
Okay.
Thanks very much. How much time do we have?
10 minutes.
Beautiful. Thank you. Nice timing. I wanted to ask about moving courses online. Perhaps I start with you, Ms. Harrison, and then you can direct
Very
me.
happy to direct traffic, Ms. Hughes.
Where I should go to. Or actually, Mr. Brady, why don't I ask you to start off with, are there any courses that you think cannot be delivered online? TAFE courses.
So, really good question, Mr. Sousa. I think one thing TAFE did extraordinarily well was respond to the pandemic and get as much online as possible to enable us to continue engagement with students and continue their progression. I think what we'd all recognise is that for some courses, there is undoubtedly a physical experiential learning component that is critical to progression. And also the nature of some of our students means that they're students that didn't necessarily engage well in the more traditional learning environment in school. So the ability to come in onto a TAFE campus and learn in a more vocational setting, particularly where they can undertake components of theory work then try it in practice, then take another component of theory work, suits some students much better than others. And so we've seen, as we've come into this year, that we have a number of students who, because of their inability to get onto campus because they're in the Western Sydney lockdown suburbs, or simply the courses they were doing, we're having to catch up work to help them progress. So I think there is definitely an ongoing role for online learning as part of our TAFE curricula. What I think we needed to be doing is being really thoughtful about what's the best combination of online and on-campus delivery to provide the best outcome for the particular type of course. So, for instance, our business study courses often run extremely well online, whereas if you're doing plumbing, you might be able to do some components virtually, but you definitely need to be attending the campus. I think Ms. Hosea or Ms. McNeil might be able to provide some more detail.
Can I please just I think it's important for the committee to understand when we talk about online learning, there's actually different modes that we're talking about. And there's a version that is online learning, which is purely self-paced, where they have some direction and some interaction, but they can complete it as fast as they want to. And then there's virtual delivery. And virtual delivery might mean that it's synchronous, meaning that in a connected learning centre or out of one of our mobile training units, for instance, that a teacher is delivering, but simultaneously broadcasting. So all the students across the state are coming together at the same time. And then we might have support, education support officers as well that are supporting with some of that communication with the students while the teacher is teaching. To give one example of what that might look like is in our commercial cookery and bakery. We had one student that for an instance that was based in Burke. And during COVID, obviously everything had to move into a virtual environment. So our teachers were using specialist camera equipment. Our students were using mobile phones that were lift up and body cams as well to be able to show what they were actually doing and how that was to be expected. Actually ran really, really well. And so now we've got this student who's in Burke that has to travel 7 hours to get to Orange to attend his classes on a weekly basis. That means for him and his employer, that's 1 day travel there, 1 day travel back, and 1 day in class. So 3 days out of the week where he might be able to engage then, and that's a strain on that particular student and his young family in addition. So now what we're doing is, in some cases, and this is part of our contemporary learning model, is that we can continue with components of that virtual delivery, but for the assessment, that is done in person. So that student will only have to travel to the commercial kitchen to be in person when there is an assessment at that particular time. That's an example where it still is a trade and it can be done in a virtual environment, but there is increasingly a choice of how we're able to conduct those types of trainings.
So, Mr. Brady, I understand what you're saying about particularly being forced during the pandemic and during lockdowns to move online. But now that we are out of that stage of the pandemic, surely we're sort of finding a bit more of a normal balance that some courses will be delivered, there will be some courses that are more meant to be delivered online and can be customised, whereas others really do need to be delivered in person. I think you even admitted that yourself, yeah?
So we're actually asking our students to come back on campus, but I think we've learnt a lot of lessons through that COVID period, as Ms. Hosea was saying. There are advantages in some of what we learnt that we should absolutely not lose. And there's opportunities for us to extend the reach of our training beyond people who would normally have been able to access it and provide more convenience to our students as well. So part of what we're looking at going into our strategic planning process is how do we actually provide the best combination of the different techniques that Ms. Hosea talked about to provide the best educational outcomes. And undoubtedly, practical delivery on campus is a very major component of that and always will be, given we're a vocational training provider.
So can I ask you why then the Cert 3 in metal engineering mechanical trade and the Cert 3 in engineering fabrication trade have moved the first term of the first year apprentices online, but only for regional kids along the East Coast?
I might ask Ms. Jose, I think she's got the answer to this question.
I do have the answer to that, and it's actually absolutely false. There are, for that particular program, it's there's 29 units that are delivered in that program, and out of those 29 to 36 units of competency, only 4 are being delivered online. And of those 4 that are being delivered online, those ones are theoretical components. And I might add that gives us a much broader perspective to be able to take more students in that, as I said, with the educational support officers, and leveraging technology in a way that really helps to understand where is the student doing in terms of their comprehension of the material. So often you'll find that that students, when they're faced with something difficult, will sit in the back of the class, or they won't put their hand up because they're not understanding where it is that they're going. This can be a common impact, but we're actually using everything from pulses to determine, is the pace of the knowledge that we're delivering right? Do we need to slow it down? Do we need to pace it up to be able to make sure that they're really understanding the theory? But if you'd like me to go into term by term what courses are virtual and what are practical, I have the answer here. But as I said, between 29 and 36 courses, only 4 are delivered virtually. The information that you have, unfortunately, Ms. Houzos, is incorrect.
So, but is that the first term of the first year that those 4 courses are delivered? They're all online?
I'll walk through it one by one if you're happy to do that.
How about if we just start with the first term? We've got limited time. The first term of first year, how much of that is online? How much of that is in person?
Yeah, so in term 1, week 1 to 3 is face-to-face induction and learning on campus. Week 4 to 7 is virtual units, which is only 2 units of competency. Weeks 8 to 9 is return to campus for assessments and practical activities. And then I can go on through the other terms.
And so why, I mean, this is in the first term of first year apprentices, particularly, I mean, Mr. Brady just talked about how TAFE often caters for people who have not engaged in the best way in the classroom, that they do need a bit more support. Why in the first term of first year apprentices would you be sending them off to learn by themselves?
Well, that's why we said initially in the first weeks 1 to 3, that is face-to-face, so that the students can get acquainted and that and so that they can engage in the material and understand where that's coming from. But what I think is important to note is that the head teachers of that whole section came together in a working session to see how is it best in order for us to deliver and increase the comprehension and likelihood of progression. And the head teachers did that as a group holistically across the region and came up with that solution. It was socialised with industry as well. And then we took all the questions there, took that feedback in, and that was the outcome.
Is this a cost-cutting measure for TAFE?
As I said, Ms. Houzos, this is an opportunity where we can leverage technology to increase the comprehension of some of our theoretical bases.
But it will reduce your
subjects.
costs. That's right, won't it?
We're not reducing any teachers in delivering. There is no reduction in our teaching workforce to be able to deliver through this. So.
Okay, I think my time's about to expire.
Thank you.
10 minutes. Mr. Shoebridge, you've got 20 minutes.
Okay, thanks, Chair.
But I'm just also noting that obviously with the reduced number of witnesses that, if you've got the 20 minutes, but you might want to pass back to opposition because we will have that at 3:30. 3:30. Yeah.
Well, I've only got 19 and a half now.
We'll start the 20 minutes.
We'll start again.
Yep.
Sorry.
No, let's get started. It's okay. Ms. Tickle, I think you were going to get some data, and I'm sorry if you gave it when I was out at the commencement of this afternoon hearing on the percentage of advertised jobs on the mobility list that were teaching jobs.
I took the percentage of the advertised jobs on the mobility list on notice. What I was coming back to provide you with is that you asked me for the percentage of full-time and part-time casual roles advertised in the teaching advertisement. So would you like that?
Yes, please.
Certainly. I'll just go to my correct page. So as I mentioned, we had 305... 305 full-time positions advertised. I will just say that that doesn't mean there's only 305 people recruited, because sometimes one advertisement had several positions. So there's 305 full-time positions, which was 49.51% of the teacher recruitment in the academic year 2021. The remainder, 50.49%, were part-time casual teaching ads.
And how many was that?
They included, sorry, I'll get that for you. Could I just let you know they included our teacher TAFE. So when we advertise for part-time casual teacher appointments, it's done under a suitability list, and there's many part-time casual teachers that are added to the suitability list. The number I will just grab. 311 ads for part-time casual teachers, which was 50.49%, as I said.
Sorry, so there were 305 ads for full-time positions, but that may have been more than one full-time position on those ads?
Correct.
And there were 311 ads for part-time casuals, but that was obviously more than one.
Definitely.
Can you give us the number of actual positions on notice if you don't have that data in front of you?
In terms of providing the information on notice, I believe I can for the full-time positions, so I'll be able to say of the 305, a number of those had
what about
several
Ms. Tickle?
positions.
You provide what you can, and to the extent you can't provide it, just briefly explain why.
In terms of the part-time casual teaching positions, those positions are recruited and teachers are added to them via suitability list. And our part-time casual teachers, as I was in 2002, are recruited to teach specific qualifications or units of competency. So one ad might actually have, 10 people added to the suitability list.
All right. Do you know how many part-time casual teachers are currently teaching in excess of the full-time annual load, which I think is at 720 teaching hours?
I don't have that information in front of me, no.
Can you provide it on notice?
Yes, I can.
What of the part-time casual teachers that are teaching a full-time load or higher, do you know how many of them have been doing it for more than 3 months, or if it's easier, 12 weeks?
No, I don't have that in front of me.
Is there a process to convert those part-time casual teachers who are working at or greater than full-time hours to permanent?
No, there is no process. Our part-time casual teachers are recruited under a suitability assessment. So as I said, in 2002, I was recruited like that. I was compared to my qualifications and experience was determined to be adequate to deliver. When we recruit full-time teachers, we do so under a comparative assessment process. So that happened to me as well. Later on in my section, the role was advertised and I applied. I'm then compared to other people that also apply, and there's an eligibility list, not a suitability list. So that means it's ranked. So the first person gets the role.
Mr. Brady, given there are now very explicit provisions in the Fair Work Act that are actually designed to encourage organisations like TAFE to convert long-term casuals to permanent, why is there no process available for part-time casual teachers in TAFE New South Wales?
I believe Mr. Tickle answered this question in the last estimates hearing, Mr. Shoebridge, and it relates to two things. One is the fact that under the Government Sector Employment Act, we are required to complete a comparative assessment for permanent appointment. So, it's a legislative requirement. The second issue is to do with our workforce structure and ability to deliver all of our work requirements. And that's really met through the mix of permanent, full-time and casual staff. As you know, they have different teaching loads and related duties. And so we really, for our ability to continue to deliver all of our courses, we need to have a high proportion of casual staff, which also lets us be more flexible and adaptable to changing workload requirements.
Good for you, bad for them. Is that right, Mr. Brady?
Not necessarily. We have a lot of casual teachers who are very satisfied with the flexibility that casual teaching provides for them as well.
Mr. Brady, have you sought advice on whether or not the Fair Work Act provisions about conversion, being Commonwealth provisions, and the rights under those provisions override state provisions in relation to your workforce in that regard? Because you said that... Yeah. Sorry, I'll leave it there.
I'd have to ask Ms Tickle to answer in relation to any advice we may or may not have received. Certainly that would have been before my time.
Ms Tickle?
Yes, we did receive legal advice. That's correct.
Yeah, and indeed the federal provisions, to the extent of any inconsistency, override the state provisions, and you would be perfectly entitled to convert under the federal provisions, wouldn't you, Ms Tickle?
No, under the amendments, the provisions as I outlined in the last estimates hearing, subsection 66C 2D and subsection 66B 1B apply to us, and on that basis, the decision not to convert casual employment has been made. However, may I say that we have converted...
Clarify which act you're quoting from.
Sorry?
Mr. Diadam, you might have to bring the microphone closer.
Those sections that you refer to were... Which act were you quoting from?
No, what I'm saying is, can you hear me now?
Yes.
No, sorry, Mr. Diadam.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Have to bring the microphone.
Mr. Diadam was simply asking, you quoted a series of sections and subsections.
In
which act?
Yeah, so the provision was made under the amendments to the Fair Work Act, which is what we're talking about, and these were around reasonable grounds. So what I said, the reasonable grounds under subsection 66C 2D, where offers would not comply with the recruitment or selection process required under state law, and under subsection 66B 1B, where it would require a significant adjustment to the employee's regular pattern of work hours performed during the preceding 6 months.
Yeah, Ms Tickle, that's a discretionary basis upon which TAFE can refuse to convert. It's not a statutory prohibition preventing you. You understand the difference, don't you?
Yes, so as I said, on that basis, the decision not to convert our casual employees has been made. We do convert our temporary employees, and we have converted over 1,400 temporary employees, including a number of teachers. In terms of fairness for our teachers, as Mr. Brady said, we have and will always have casual employees and full-time employees at TAFE. And when we recruit our full-time employees, it is done under a comparative process. That is because we need to make sure that it's fair to all of the part-time casual teachers that have been working. We have students receiving the most up-to-date industry experts because our teachers, whether they're part-time or full-time, need to be industry current. So we go through a comparative recruitment, meritorious process when we recruit full-time teachers.
Ms Tickle, what's the longest that somebody's been a casual teacher with TAFE for, as at today? Is it 10 years, 20 years, 30 years?
I don't have that.
Can you provide that on notice?
I certainly can take the question on notice. I'm unsure exactly what we can provide, but I'll certainly take the question on notice and endeavour to provide the answer.
Just how many decades? Yep.
Mr. Shoebridge, I think perhaps...
well, if you can be more precise than that, great. How many temporary teachers are teaching in excess of the full-time annual load of 720 teaching hours?
When our teachers teach over the full-time load of 720 hours, they go into excess teaching. So our temporary teachers and our permanent full-time teachers, as they go over their 720 hours, go into excess teaching. Now, this is done at the time that they reach the 720 hours. So they project for the calendar or the academic year, and as they conclude towards the end of term 4, that's when they go into excess teaching. So I don't have the information in front of me, but that's how the process works.
Yeah, I know that's how the process works. I'm asking how many have found themselves in that situation. Well, how many last calendar year found themselves in that situation?
I can take that on notice.
Yep. And I've asked you about temporary teachers. Could you also provide the information about permanent teachers, Ms Tickle?
That have gone into excess teaching? Yes, I can.
Yep. And to be clear, my understanding of that is they've worked in excess of the full-time annual load of 720 teaching hours. Are we on the same page there?
So that's correct. So at the end of the academic year, if they go over their 720, they go into excess teaching. So yes, that's correct.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Mr Brady, are you aware how many enrolments and completions there were under the Skilling for Recovery program up to December 2021. And just so there's no trick questions here. The budget papers said that there were going to be 70,305. And so I'm just curious how many were actually delivered in the Skilling for Recovery.
Mr Shoebridge, I might ask my colleague Chloe Reid to answer these questions. I think the Skilling for Recovery programme comes through the Department for Education rather than TAFE.
Yep.
All right, terrific.
You want the whole programme rather than at TAFE?
If you can give me how many at TAFE, and then I might ask you about the whole program, Ms. Reid.
I don't have the breakdown for TAFE.
In which case TAFE might, Mr Shoebridge, my apologies.
But we can do this we can chew it in small pieces.
So the programme has delivered over 168,000 fee-free training places. That's at the 15th of February this year. Do you have December? I don't have December in front of me.
We can take the figures as of December on notice, Mr Shoebridge.
Yep, that's fine.
Is that enrolments or completions?
That's enrolments.
Do you know how many of those dropped out?
Mr Collins, do you have that information?
I can tell you that that we had 100 so this is data up until January.
The end of January, is it?
Up until the end of January, we had 163,303 enrolments. Of that, 151,629 commencements, so people who had actually commenced their training.
Yeah.
And 66,702 completions. Now, there may be a number of students who dropped out in that. I don't have that data. We do have also, though, continuing students, and we have students who, recognising that within that period, the COVID effect has meant that some training has been delayed.
All right. Well, could you give, on the face of it, it looks like a significantly less than 50% completion rate. Do you have any understanding of whether or not that's the case? You're having like 50, 60, 70% dropout rates?
I would be surprised if the dropout rate was like that. I would think that within that number, there would be a significant number of continuing students, so students for whom their qualifications were not completed, given they are a number of them enrolled in full qualifications, they would be continuing. So we would have to dig into the data to be able to find out what sort of dropout rate there would be.
But I mean, what's the cost of the program?
Overall, we've got now the commitment to the program is about 640 million. So to date, it's been about 318 million.
All right. So I'm asking you for that kind of qualitative analysis, but it would have been my assumption that you'd be doing that if you've got a spend of public money in the order of 640 or 318 million dollars. So I'm asking you for the analysis, but I did it on the assumption that you would be doing that kind of analysis if you're spending that kind of money. Am I wrong in that, Mr. Collins?
Ms. Harrison, will you...
I was just going to clarify that I think, Mr. Collins, and correct me if I'm wrong, you talked about a figure of around 300 million, just over 300 million that's been spent already in a total budget of 600 million. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yep, I understood that. Yep. Mr. Collins?
Yeah. So we are gathering data on the number of students that complete. As well as the numbers that are enrolling. Over time, we will have a more accurate picture of the completion and the dropout rate, given that there are continuing students within that number.
Yeah, but as you're rolling out a program of that size, surely you have some feedback measures in place so you can see if you've got a problem with dropouts, if you need to actually change your strategy. You don't just roll out $600 million and then at the end of it have a look and see how it all went, do you?
I can see Ms. Harrison is...
So just a couple of things, Mr. Shoebridge. So we haven't rolled out $600 million yet. I just want to make sure we're clear we're at the 300.
Not only did I hear it from Mr. Collins the first time, I heard it from you the second time, and I don't need to hear it a third time.
Mr. Shoebridge, while I appreciate your candour, I would just... We're going to keep everything respectful and...
But being respectful is not cutting across not having one witness cut across another witness who's actually providing useful information. That's not respectful of the process either.
I understand that, Mr. Shoebridge. What I mean is just... When Ms. Harrison is seeking to...
Let's move on.
Let's move on.
Mr. Collins.
So, Mr. Shoebridge, if I could just finish.
I know it was
you referred to the
318.
600 million in your question, which is why I sought to clarify. And I'm really happy for us to provide you on notice the details of those courses where we may have seen people step away and those continuing courses, because I think one of the key points Mr. Collins is trying to get across is that a number of these courses have not yet completed. So we would not know whether or not they have completed or dropped out at this stage.
Mr. Collins is doing a good job of getting that across, Ms. Harrison, and I'd just really like you to let him finish.
I just said, Mr.
Yep, he's doing a
Shoebridge.
really good job of giving the information because he's the one running the program, and that's why I'm asking him the question. Do you understand
We are
that?
entitled to take questions on notice. I've
Mr.
indicated
Ms.
we will
Harrison,
take that
just
on
to
notice.
the chair. Well, I'm going to take a point of order.
I'll hear the point of order.
Ms. Harrison is not the minister. Questions don't go through Ms. Harrison. She is here, like every other bureaucrat, to answer the questions put to them. Ms. Harrison is trying to pretend to be the minister and insist questions get put through her, or she can trump other bureaucrats and take their evidence. It's unhelpful, it's not her role, and it's contrary to practice.
To the point of order, Mr. Chair.
I'll hear the contrary point.
It has always been the convention of these committees that the senior secretary, in this case, of a department, is to take the questions and be able to either answer themselves or direct them to the relevant person within the department of which they have knowledge of. Of course, we've got several different departments today. As this relates to the education department, it's well within Ms. Harrison's right to be able to direct that the questions come to her.
No, that is plainly wrong. Ms. Harrison is taking the role of being the minister, which he most definitely is not. They are all here to provide their assistance within their areas of expertise to the questions asked by the committee.
So it's always been my understanding... to the point of order, yes?
Yeah, I just think it's quite clear that we call a range of witnesses, and when we're asking questions, we should have the right to direct the questions to whichever witness we choose is appropriate. It's not a question of various witnesses having a hierarchy. We choose which witness we're seeking information from, and that witness is required to respond.
So it's been my understanding in my time in this place, and that's been now just over 4 years, that in situations such as this, the secretary, who is probably the most senior person at the time, may be the best person to answer it. However, if they're not able to provide the answer, then you can seek an elucidation from another person. Now, Ms. Harrison has indicated that she was going to take that part of the question on notice. If you've got some
she
further...
was doing that, Chair, in the middle of Mr. Collins trying to tell us the information.
My understanding was
that is not the role to shut down another witness.
I don't believe she was shutting it down. What I believe was happening was that she was trying to clarify a point that she thought you had misunderstood. I'll allow you to ask Mr. Collins if he wants to provide any further information, but noting that Ms. Harrison did say that the question was on notice, at least the part that she was going to provide a response to.
Mr. Collins, I understand that you've spent $318 million to date, because you told me, and I understand you're in midway through rolling out a $640 million program, because you told me that. I understood it the first time you told me. What I'm asking you is, do you have any measures in place, any feedback mechanisms in place, as you're rolling out a program of that size, to work out if people are dropping out, why they're dropping out, so you can improve it? And you don't just wait to spend $640 million in the end of the program before you try and sort things out.
So in terms of our data analytics, we would be able to identify those courses where people are dropping out. I don't have that data at hand, so I cannot report to you on that. What I can report is the current rate of completion. We do survey students, so we do have survey data from students about their achieving the outcomes that they want from the training, and it's about 90% who achieve the reason for participating in the training. We have measures in place, though, to ensure that what we're spending the money on is going to get the best potential outcome. So we've got intelligence in terms of the qualifications that are that what we're investing in is what's most aligned with the labour market and where jobs are. We also have a network of skills brokers who are working within regions to ensure that what's being offered in a particular region is best linked to local labour market needs. So in terms of the way in which we're implementing it, we're endeavouring to see that what we're spending the money on is best targeted to the outcomes for local business and for the students who are undertaking the training.
And the Minister indicated earlier that one of the reasons he was guessing, and I maybe predicting, I don't mean to be pejorative, but one of the reasons why he thought there may be a high dropout rate and low completion rate was because people are finding jobs and leaving TAFE and finding jobs. Is that reflected in your data on this program?
That's not reflected in. That's not necessarily reflected in the data on this program. I'm not sure about, and I was not clear on the data that was being quoted in relation to the question that was asked earlier. Certainly there is an experience for us with apprentices and trainees where we do see that there is an experience of apprentices who are responding to more highly paid jobs and leaving their apprenticeship. That's not a training issue, that's a workforce labour market issue.
And Ms Harrison, did you want to add anything to that?
Only, Mr Shoebridge, that we will take your question on notice about the completions and dropouts and continuations.
Can I give you one extra bit of information?
Please do, Ms Reid.
So one of the things that we do in the programme is break it down into sort of smaller sets of training that can be essentially presented as different initiatives, because we found that, for example, our summer skills programme was a good way for people to connect to what the training was about. So that was aimed at young people, it was short courses. Yep. One of those smaller initiatives is called Built for Women. That aimed to enrol about 3,000 women in trade qualifications. We got over 4,700 enrolments, and we had 3,600 completions to date. So that would indicate, within a kind of the bounds of a piece of the programme, that's about a 76% completion rate for that piece. Now, obviously, we do need to look across the breadth of the programme when we do that. There's just this lag in training data to understand whether somebody is just taking some time to complete the training and some of the courses are much longer versus whether they might have dropped out.
But Ms Reid, that sounds like good news. And so part of what I'm asking you is, when you get that kind of positive outcome, and getting skilled women in trades is like a super positive outcome, do you then have a look and say, well, we've got $320 million we haven't spent, let's double down on this and run that program again over the next 3 months? That's
definitely
what I'm asking you, is that in place?
So the example of summer skills from last year, we delivered 4,000 places in that pretty quickly. This year we ran the programme again because it was so successful. And I think we've just gone over 5,000 enrolments in that course. So we adjust the kind of parameters of the delivery of the programme based on either the subsections of the programme that are being really successful in connecting with people in terms of them understanding what the training offer is, but also in terms of, for example, providers who might be delivering well.
Just noting the time and the 20 minutes had expired a little bit a while ago, but I did allow a little bit of leverage. And at the risk of being called the pot or the kettle, as the case might be, I would just indicate that I think perhaps the way that questions are being asked and framed may be contributing to some of the issues that we've got today. So I would ask that we all be respectful in the deliberations that we have during the rest of the estimates. We'll now have a short break, and before we do that, I believe that we might be able to release...
Looking to see if there's...
If we just hold for a second, we might be able to release some of the witnesses early.
Just one second, because we're trying to find the most convenient outcome.
Okay. Or
do you want to have
another round? No, rather than release everybody. Chair, one of the other options is my diary is triple booked this afternoon, so I've got somewhere else I have to be. It may be the most convenient thing to do is just to, rather than go to afternoon tea, just press on for another 20 minutes
If opposition are happy just to have one more round,
then
then
release everybody for an early afternoon.
Could I just request we're given a short comfort break before we continue for another 20 minutes, if that is all right?
yeah, absolutely. We'll have a 5-minute break, and then everyone
We can have a chat and work out the most efficient way so everyone can get home if they can.
Yeah, I think everyone probably just wants to get to the bathroom, Mr. Shoebridge, but yes, thank you.
Thank you. Well, welcome back everybody to the estimates hearing again. Now, I'm just going to pass the questioning back to Mr. Shoebridge, who's just got a few more follow-up points before I pass to Ms. Housos.
Thanks, Chair. Just to finish off that discussion about the skilling for recovery, I know that Mr. Collins and Ms. Reid, you're in the department, not in TAFE, and I assume that a chunk of the skilled for recovery went to TAFE and another chunk went to private providers. Is that right?
Yep.
First of all, can you tell me how much went to TAFE and how much went to private providers? And then to the extent I asked you about completion rates, could you break that down between TAFE and private providers?
Can I take that on notice?
If you don't have it there, absolutely you can, Mr. Collins.
I don't have that detail, particularly nuance around completion rates. So yeah, well, happy to come back to the committee with it.
And you don't put into one side completion rates. Do you have a breakdown of how much went to TAFE and how much went to private providers?
I have to take that on notice.
All right. This may be to Mr. Brady. I know my friend asked some questions earlier. Sorry, my colleague asked some questions earlier about how much had been paid to Deloitte's and Ernst & Young over the last 5 years in consultancy fees, and I think you'd taken that on notice. Is that right, Mr. Brady?
That's right, Mr. Shoebridge.
Yeah. Looking back through looking back at the financial year 2001 annual report, there aren't figures anything like $9.9 million or $6.6 million going to consultants. Perhaps to you, Dr. McNeil, what were the contracts that made you realise that there was a risk here in terms of the repeat dealing with Deloitte and Ernst & Young? What did you have in mind?
I'm not familiar with the specific contracts. It's actually the opposite, where some of the work that we had done with them actually benefited that mutual understanding of the different contexts. So I was talking before about my work and in conjunction with Ms. Tickle, where we worked with Deloitte on the workforce strategy analysis piece from January last year, which meant that they knew quite a bit about how our operations worked. Right. And that was part of that understanding. So I'm not quite sure of the question about the risk side, sorry.
Well, I'm only reading your document where you said TAFE New South Wales will experience reputational risk due to the nature of this engagement. You talk about offering favourable treatment. And your evidence earlier was that there'd been this previous relationship which was part of the risk matrix. Yes. So I'm reflecting back at your evidence.
That's why we were so carefully being guided by the policies and procedures that guided our decisions.
Well, in the financial year ending June 2021, and then again for the financial year that we're currently in, apart from the $9.9 million contract to Ernst & Young for the accelerated product development, how many other contracts did TAFE have with Ernst & Young and what was their dollar value?
I wouldn't be able to answer that question. Oh, I don't know whether Mr.
Shoebridge, if I might. Mr. Shoebridge, we source provision of services under a number of different headings. Certainly the heading you're talking about is the consultancy heading. The particular contract with Ernst & Young was under our professional services heading. There's also contingent labour and procurement of goods and services. So we don't have detail on how much with Ernst & Young year on year for a number of years. We can take that question on notice.
All right. So I'm not limiting it to consultants, just to be clear. And I think you understand that, Mr. Brady. So could you give me that for the financial year ending June last year and also to date this year? And could you do the same in relation to Deloitte's as well, Mr. Brady?
Happy to do so, Mr. Shoebridge.
Okay. Well, thanks very much. They're my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Shoebridge. I'll now pass to Ms. Housos.
Thanks very much. I think this might be a question for you, Ms. Brown. The Minister talked about the multiversity this morning. Have there been any research initiatives announced out of that yet?
Do you mean out of the multiversity in Western Parkland City?
Yep.
That
thought it was the Aerotropolis.
The Aerotropolis, yeah, or Bradfield. It depends on which geographical area you're asking about. Look, Western Parkland City Authority are running the establishment of the city, including all the initiatives that sit under the city deal.
And where do they report to now?
So we are now the Enterprise Investment and Trade Cluster, and Investment New South Wales and Western Parkland City Authority have just come across from Premier and Cabinet into that cluster, but only in the last month or so. Having said that, and I won't go into it unless you want me to, but there are a number of initiatives around innovation that exist in the Western Parkland City, both through the city deal, but also innovative education models, such as NETM, micro-credentialing, smart places programs, and so on, CSIRO establishment. I don't know if there's any...
So actually, Ms. Hughes, I might also be able to provide some context on the multiversity from the education side. So as you indicate, so the Aerotropolis, and we're working with the NUW Alliance, the Universities of Newcastle, New South Wales, Wollongong and Western Sydney, and TAFE New South Wales, and there are already enrolments being received for that multiversity.
Okay. How many enrolments?
I'll need to take that on notice and can come back to you, but enrolments are open. Programme offerings align with an R&D capacity being developed for application at the proposed advanced manufacturing facility to be located beside the new airport. So,
and on notice, could you tell me tell me how many have enrolled and in what courses?
I will take on notice and come back to you with what we have, yes.
Yeah, that'd be great, thanks. Ms. Brown, this might be slightly... So the Aerotropolis reporting is going to be to you now, is that correct?
That is, yes.
So are you able to just to tell me on notice, how many MOUs are there currently for the Aerotropolis site?
I will take that on notice. I believe the last figure I heard was 18, but there may have been some signed, in recent weeks or months.
Yeah.
And again, I know it's not this committee, but it'll be covered on Tuesday for the Minister for Western Sydney, where,
absolutely.
WPCA will be represented. So, but yes, I'll take it on notice for the purposes of this committee too.
Yeah, beautiful. Okay. And I'm interested in it in totality. For some reason, I got told 40, but yeah, if you could...
Yes,
come up with a figure, that'd be great.
That sounds fine. And what I do know is there are different
list of them.
Yes,
yeah,
yes,
beautiful.
That's very able to be provided. There are different almost statuses of MOUs. So some are kind of more, firm, if you will, in terms of the agreements that have been reached, and some are almost like informal partnerships to develop the city. So we can provide you with everything.
If you can just give me then a list of the MOUs, what's the status of them, and any other kind of agreements that you have that have been established, just to get a clearer picture on what's actually in place. That would be really helpful. And if you, on notice, anything else that you'd like to provide around innovation in that particular space would be really helpful.
Yep, certainly. I'll just call out what I would intend to provide is stuff on the Advanced Manufacturing Research Facility.
Yeah.
The city deal that relates to kind of, I think it's future-focused jobs, so things like the Smart Places initiatives, because that's all about digital enablement of the city to enable innovators to innovate, and then upskill the community so that they're a ready-made customer base for all of that. CSIRO, that's probably...
Beautiful.
The main ones.
No, that would be really helpful. Now, the Minister referred to you this morning and said specifics about specific initiatives to bring back international students. So he said that the trade officers are kind of reaching out to generally to local communities. Do you have any specific initiatives?
Yes, I'll cover that quickly. So, as you're probably alluding to, international education is our second biggest export and our biggest services export. So it's very, very important that we get numbers of international students up to the peak levels of where they were sort of 2019. So 287,000 international students in New South Wales, as opposed to now we're looking at more at 98 odd thousand. But having said that, there are a number of international students who are enrolled and doing courses overseas, but not physically in New South Wales. But one of our biggest...
included, sorry, Ms. Brown, are they included in the 98,000?
No. This is international students in New South Wales.
Okay, so the additional number, there are additional to the 98,000 that are enrolled and completing them
overseas.
Correct,
54,600 are based outside of Australia, as it 24th of January. Having said that, though, we have been returning international students at, as fast as we absolutely can. So we've increased by nearly 20,000 since borders reopened. Very importantly, though, we've got $19.1 million of investment over 4 years for Study New South Wales to promote our international education offering, both, within, particularly overseas. And I think one of the most powerful tools here is we have 55 staff, or we currently have 30, it'll be 55 by the end of the financial year, located overseas, and we have dedicated education advisors in places like Jakarta, who commenced in August. We're also recruiting in Mumbai and in South America, Santiago, and then our team in China, for example, are very kind of, tooled up and skilled up to be able to do the international education promotion in their own countries.
Could you provide on notice the list of those 55 staff, where they will be based?
Yes.
And are you looking to recruit locals for those positions, or are you recruiting from Australia?
So the answer is, it depends. The Senior Trade and Investment Commissioners, there are 6 of those, and they lead each hub. They're a mix of locals and people. For example, Stephen Cartwright is an Australian who's gone to London to do that work. And we've announced a bunch of others, but I won't take your time if you'd prefer to have it on notice. Often, though, we recruit people in country because of language and culture and all of that. So it's I'm really quite proud of the work that's happening in terms of the international rollout and getting New South Wales on the world stage.
No, that would be interesting to see how that's rolling out. I wanted to come back to the question about this new announcement about the initiatives, the partnerships between the MOUs between the 10 new agreements between the universities and the
university ones, yep,
and the government. So are they going to be publicly released?
No.
Okay. Can you give us a rough idea?
They're quite commercial in confidence, if you will.
Okay. Can you give us a bit more of an idea of what they're going to cover?
Yep, sure. So, as mentioned this morning, they're with 11 New South Wales public universities. They are negotiated, for want of a better word, formalised, I suppose, on a case-by-case basis in terms of what are the opportunities available for collaboration for things like commercialising research, getting that talent pipeline, very much focused on precincts, because that's where a lot of this economic activity and jobs activity happens. And there's so much global research that having anchors in education anchors in our precincts is one of the key components of success, attracting investment and so on. As I said, they're signed with 11 universities, and each one has kind of a schedule of potential projects for the parties to explore in good faith. And it's things like big data, artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, clinical innovation, clean energy, advanced manufacturing, regional development, and so on. They're non-binding, so it really is that kind of basis for the partnership to then come up with initiatives going forward.
And in terms of the commercialising the research, this is a key challenge for universities. How is this different? What's new? What are you going to do? Let me say this. Is the government going to put in any funding?
Okay. I will throw to Professor Durrant-White if possible, but as an introductory comment, the Accelerating Research and Development in New South Wales Action Plan obviously looked at this issue very closely, and off the back of that, there's quite a bit of funding. In various kind of grants programs that are often either to universities or in partnership with universities and into industry. So it really is that kind of what they refer as the triple helix. But instead of using cliches, I'll actually hand to my colleague who's been very involved in the report.
Thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak before the end of this. Nice, thank you.
The grand finale.
Yeah, so, I have a lot of experience myself in, industry, university engagement. And we spent most of 2019 and up to the beginning of 2021 developing the Accelerating R&D Action Plan, which you, I'm sure, will have heard of, and it's on the web, with Gabriel Upton and David Gonski, amongst others. And there are currently 4 programs that have been funded out of it. The SBIR, Small Business Innovative Research Program, which is $12 million this year. And we have recently announced the funding of 17 companies, many of whom are affiliated with universities as part of that. We've also announced the Emerging Industry Infrastructure Fund. The request for proposals has completed, and we should make an announcement within a month, and that's around semiconductors, just so people are aware. There is a bushfire mission, which really tries to bring technologies and universities together in a couple of different ways around really trying to address technology as applied to bushfires, and that's $7 million this year. And in addition to those, you'll be aware that we were involved with Matt Keane's net zero plan. So I'm also chairing the committee that has $40 million to hand out, $5 million, I think, this year, to, again, researchers to translate research into net zero strategies as well. And again, without wanting to fill up all the time, you'll be aware of the announcement of the mRNA pilot facility as well, which I'm also managing, which was developed in partnership with the Vice Chancellor's Committee, with full support from all the universities around building that industry ecosystem. So we've had an enormously strong focus on this area in this state, and I will have to say that our budget in this area has gone from zero to quite a bit of funding in a very short space of time.
So I'm mindful of not taking too much time as well, Professor. If you don't mind on notice providing me with the list of the programs, the list of the budgeted amount for each program, and the list of actual expenditure to today's date, if that's okay.
Yes, I have this here, and I was going to hand it out from a previous question, although it appears to be cabinet sensitive, so I'd have to go through the minister first.
Okay,
that's all. But all the programs, despite it being cabinet sensitive, are all on our webpage with all of those details.
Beautiful. Thank you very much. I just also wanted to ask, so the during the pandemic, actually in June 2020, the government announced that it would guarantee $750 million in commercial loans to help universities recover from the impact of the pandemic. I understand that there were 3 universities engaging on this, but only 2 withdrew, and then there was only 1 left. Is that correct?
Yeah.
I don't know where to direct this question to.
It is correct. I think Ms. Reid has some information on this, and it may well be a Treasury-led matter, so I'll just make sure we're...
Yeah, so Treasury led the development of a $750 million loan guarantee scheme, and only 1 university ended up applying, which is Southern Cross University.
Okay, right. And they were then approved?
I think this was a Treasury fund, Ms. Houzos, so I think I'm very happy for us to see if we can get some information back to the committee on notice from our colleagues at Treasury.
Okay. I think a loan has been guaranteed under the scheme, but we'll come back to you and confirm that.
Okay, no worries. And if you can provide what the amount of the loan was, that would be appreciated.
Yep. We will provide what we can on notice. I am just conscious we'll need to go to Treasury to get that information.
Yeah, no, that's totally fine. Sorry, I do just have
Take your time.
one more question.
No, I'm saying take your time. You're good.
About the ACU campus at Blacktown. We talked about it in the context of the agreements. Are there any other initiatives to support that campus at the moment?
I can't talk to whether there's anything in the specific agreement with ACU.
I understand.
But I don't know if any of my colleagues have any other visibility that is specific to that campus.
No, not at this. Not happy to come back on notice if there's any further information we can provide.
That would be great.
Thank you.
I think that's all I have for now.
Okay.
Mr. Diadam, bring us home.
All right. I might first start with Dr. McNeil. When did you become aware of InfoPro Learning's role in supporting EY to deliver the contract?
That was only brought to my attention in preparation for coming today. I think it was yesterday afternoon. There was a comment about that it was going to be in the press.
Right, so you weren't aware that InfoPro had a role in supporting the transition?
No. As I mentioned earlier, we work with other third-party providers to acquire things like, I guess you can equate them to textbooks, and that's my understanding of the situation with EY.
So I understand that InfoPro Learning staff have been engaging with subject matter experts. Are you aware of that?
The way we have all of our product development processes set up is that there's oversight from our staff, but there's also learning design, assessment design, and subject matter expertise from TAFE teaching staff. So that would have been that would be part of the process. It would be managed through the EY team, as far as I understand, because they were that's the consulting firm that we were working with, the professional services firm.
So, can you advise whether at any stage EY approached yourself or anyone in TAFE to say we need your staff to be able to work with these third-party providers?
Part of our process is that we have a lot of different contact points with people all the way through the quality assurance process that we have. So when we, for example, work with third-party providers, we would have our subject matter experts, our project managers, our quality assurance people, our learning designers, assessment designers, and they would all be working as part of teams. They're usually cross-disciplinary teams, so those conversations are part of everyday work for all of the courses that we develop.
But surely, just as a matter of courtesy or even just protocol, EY should be saying to TAFE, we need your staff to work with these providers. Otherwise, how do you know that your staff aren't engaging with competitors, for example, or that the information that's being exchanged is secure or not being provided to a competitor?
We do have daily stand-ups with EY and with Deloitte as part of the process of product development, but a lot of those professional conversations, if you like, happen daily. They happen 5 times in some days when there's high-pressure work happening.
And they never once raised the fact that they were using this company, InfoPro.
Mr. Adam, I can see Mr. Brady trying to come in to assist the committee here.
Thank you. So, Mr. Adam, I think the point that Dr. McNeil is making is that there are multiple managers within TAFE who are managing streams of work. It may well be that those conversations were had with Ernst & Young, but not with Mr. McNeil personally. We're happy to take the question on notice.
Given that Ernst & Young haven't, the contract didn't allow, well, maybe I'll clarify, did the contract allow for subcontracting?
Our agreement was with Ernst & Young, EY, and therefore we were engaging with them when they did things like work with a third-party provider around a textbook. If you imagine that as part of the process, then that was part of us liaising with them so that we could get the learning and teaching materials that we required.
Shouldn't Ernst & Young sought your permission to subcontract? Is that not a contract term, Ms. McNeil?
Well, as far as I know, our arrangements were with Ernst & Young for them to be able to deliver the materials that we need in conjunction with us when we were collaborating on the process.
Sort of a don't ask, don't tell arrangement.
I think you might want to rephrase that question.
All right.
Mr. Diadam, I wonder if it might be helpful if on notice we also provided you some information about the government procurement rules around subcontracting and the like. I'm very happy to do that to ensure that you have all the information you would need in this area.
And I'm assuming the answer to this question is no, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Do you know what proportion of the contract value was paid to InfoPro Learning?
No, I definitely don't know that. And always this work is very collaborative. There are always components that are required from different, like I was talking about, the third-party sources. So I don't have that information.
Okay, thank you. I might just move on to the Auditor General's report on TAFE. Perhaps Mr. Brady, you might be able to answer this. What is the status of the implementation of the recommendations of the Auditor General in relation to that report released?
Thank you, Mr. Diadam. I'm just looking for my notes, if you don't mind a moment. 17. So as I understand it, Mr. Adam, there are a number of recommendations. If I can I'm happy to run through each of those. And if further detail is required, I can ask one of my colleagues. But first recommendation was to improve the governance arrangements for delivery on commercial objectives, and that really called for two major things to be done. One was to clarify the role of the TAFE Advisory Board, and that's certainly been done. We've restructured the board to ensure that it's aligned with the rules set out in the TAFE Commission Act, and happy to provide you with the details. But purely that board now provides an advice function to the Minister. It does not have any governing role with respect to the operations of TAFE New South Wales. The second item was that TAFE should be clear about its role, about being a comprehensive provider of vocational education and skills, and certainly the former Premier and the Minister have come out and made it clear that TAFE does have that role, and you would have heard from the Minister this morning his views about the community value that TAFE provides right across New South Wales. The other recommendation was in relation to the community service obligation and setting its current guidance. We've just been conducting that review of the community service obligation, and I sort of drafted that review, I think it was last week, and that's approaching finalisation. But that'll be a critical input into our outcomes-based budgeting discussions with Treasury, so that it's really clear the outcomes that we're delivering for the different funding packages that we received, either through Treasury or through our agreement with the Department of Education through Smart and Skilled.
And will that review be made public?
Can I take that on notice? The only reason I do that is because I'm not 100% clear on whether it's going to form part of a cabinet submission or not, so I'm happy to come back to you on that.
Did you think that review would be completed?
I think it's very close. It should be completed within the month.
Okay. All right. Can I just ask about completion rates? I mean, we've had some discussion from Mr. Shoebridge, and I put the question to the Minister. Is there anyone who can offer perhaps some insights into, I mean, this is not just a unique situation in New South Wales. Completion rates seem to be declining across the country. Is there anyone who has some insights into what might be driving that?
Are you referring to apprentices and trainees?
Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Collins and I could probably give some additional information. So the first point I make is that completion rates are a function of commencements, and so they often vary in line with fluctuation in commencement rates, which often relate to federal incentives, for example. And so I am happy to say that, as the Minister reported this morning, there's been a significant increase in commencements in the past sort of 18 months or so. I think in terms of the completion data, particularly for the year to the middle of January, sorry, the middle of the year 2021, you can see COVID disruption in that data. So we were aware that, for example, people may not be able to attend either for the training or for the work component. And one of the things that training services did during that period was actually, was actually make it easier for people to suspend those arrangements as a way of protecting them from sort of pandemic-related disruption. The point I make about the kind of data fluctuation is in the June quarter for 2021, completion rates are actually significantly higher than the equivalent period for 2020. So they're at 23.7% higher for that June quarter than they were in the previous year. Now, obviously, whether that translates at the end of the financial year to an overall increase in completions is yet to be seen, but it's illustrative of the way that their data is actually kind of moving around at the moment. Mr. Collins talked previously about the labour market impact on completions in particular as well. And so the sense that an apprentice or trainee might have wages that are less than a relatively less skilled or unskilled job that they could get potentially within the same sector.
They're all factors, aren't they, that are constant, whereas we're seeing a steady downward trend in terms of completion rates over the course of a decade. Why is that happening?
That's commencements. So the completion rate is, while the...
Completion rates?
No, commencement rates are also in an equivalent decline.
It's relative, isn't it? Like, I mean,
well, it is, and the relative rate...
It's a relative thing.
Yeah, the relative rate...
of the commencements gives you... That's
right. So the relative rate of completions is actually fairly stable.
Affected by the numbers.
No. So the percentage of is a fairly stable measure. In terms of what do you want some information about what we sort of do to try and address this issue?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So one of the interesting things in the report on government services, the most recent version of that, is that more than 90% of VET completers, now this is across all VET courses, not just apprenticeships and traineeships, are highly satisfied with the quality of their training. So that kind of says even if the completion rate isn't where you'd want it to be, that those who do complete are by and large pretty happy with the training that they've undertaken. And so one of the things that we've done recently is start to think about the types of information that people might need when they're heading into training to make sure it's the training that is right for them. And so we've got, for example, a tool on our website that lets you browse through available apprenticeships and traineeships. What is one? What does it mean to be in one? How would you undertake one? You can go into different industries and see the types of jobs that particular types of training might lead you towards. You can see providers of particular types of training and then drill into that and say, are they near me? Do they do it online? And then see measures like their completion rates, but also like student satisfaction. And so that's a really important part of saying what we actually want is the same number of people to start courses, but we want them to be in a better position, obviously, to finish those courses. And a big part of that will be understanding what it's really like to work in that industry. Similarly, the Careers New South Wales initiative, which came out of the Gonski-Shergold report into the vocational education sector, includes an emphasis on volunteers, excuse me, who can give people a genuine sense of what it's like to work in a particular industry. We have industries in shortage that have high rates of attrition, not just from training, but from kind of people who are early in their career, presumably because they enter the workplace and discover that the role isn't really what they expected. And so some of that work for Careers New South Wales is again about right up front is the training that you need.
Feel free to grab a drink, Ms. Reid. I can
Thank
tell.
you.
I can see. Oh yeah, no.
To be honest, my voice does this whether I have a drink or not, so I'll push on. The other things that we've got in terms of supporting apprenticeships and traineeships, apprentices and trainees within their training are things like financial support. So we have the Vocational Training Assistance Scheme, which gives funding to regionally based apprentices or trainees who might need to incur travel as part of undertaking their training or their work, or might need to relocate, and scholarships for learners who might need additional financial assistance. And then, as the Minister mentioned, we also currently apprenticeships and traineeships in New South Wales are fee-free. So instead of paying up to $2,000 for an apprenticeship or about $1,000 for a traineeship, they're currently fee-free. And I think we've delivered, I don't know where it is, over close to 72,000 fee-free apprenticeships since 2018, and close to 46,000 fee-free traineeships since the 1st of January 2020.
Pretty impressive.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. McDowd, excuse me, sir. Do you mind if I just add some context
course,
as well
please.
from a TAFE perspective? I think it's, as the Minister said this morning, when you look at the completion rate for a bachelor's degree, it's around 60%. But, and so our trades, we're sitting at 56.1% in terms of completions. So relatively on par. But I think the difference between a university and when you're looking at a trade and an apprenticeship is the dependency on an employer as well. So when you're going through, there can be somebody who doesn't continue with their apprenticeship purely not because of the choice or the course or the enjoyment of the learning and the fulfillment, but purely because their employer's gone out of business, or something's happened. So that's a contributing factor in our space. And
do you have data on the percentage who are in that situation where their employer, they cease to be engaged by the employer?
No.
Can I just comment? When we're actually talking about apprenticeship and traineeship completion rates and the data that is released by the National Centre for Vocational Education Research, that's actually not TAFE enrolment or RTO enrolment. That's training contracts. So that's actually the registration of the training contract which governs the employment and training. And there are a couple of measures they have. One is contract completions, and that would pick up those sorts of things. So because there may be apprentices whose employer goes out of business or whatever, that's considered a non-completion. They also, though, measure individual completions, which is where the individual might recommence a new contract and complete that contract. And that ends up being a better number, if you like, because it is, but it does reflect all of those things. It is just an interesting distinction, though. We talk about completion rates and we all kind of assume that we're talking about the same thing, whether it's an apprenticeship or traineeship or just enrolment in a course. But in fact, it is measuring that employment and training arrangement rather than just the enrolment at a provider.
And I'd also say one of the things that we do when an employer involved in the apprenticeships or traineeships goes out of business is work with those learners to find a different employer to continue with that arrangement.
We've got wonderful acronyms. We've got CAPS, the Continuing Apprentices Placement Service, where we'll reach out to those apprentices and we'll manage a kind of brokerage matchmaking thing with employers who are looking for apprentices to resume.
That's solely a departmental role, or is that something that TAFE also does?
No, that's
either in collaboration or independently?
That's something that we do, though TAFE, I think, does a bit of it itself because it has relationships with, I won't speak on your behalf, but it has relationships with employers.
If I may, before we continue,
Yes.
I'm conscious we didn't take the break. I'm conscious Mr. Brady has joined us today despite having COVID. And so I just wondered if we get an indication in relation to that. If we wanted, I'm very happy to continue the line of questioning, but just wanted to make sure we were...
Two more questions. I've got one more question for Mr. Brady, so I might just pose that. But I was going to, Miss Hosea was sort of midway through her answer, and then I'll hear that, and then perhaps ask my question, Mr. Brady, and then move on to my final.
Certainly, thank you so much. Just briefly on the apprenticeships as well, the latest NCVER data on outcomes for February 28th of this year actually stated of those trades that completed in New South Wales that were satisfied with their off-the-job training, which would be of an indication of organisations like TAFE. It's not exclusively, but they actually indicated 87.7% satisfaction with their offline training. And I think the last point that I wanted to make outside of trades is that there's a number of reasons why people come to explore vocational education. And for each of those learners that come here, it's not everybody's intention to complete when they walk in the door. In some cases, they're coming in because they're taking advantage of a stimulus package, and they need just-in-time training for some specific units and actually have no intention of completing the full program. And then there's others that are in vulnerable markets as well, or vulnerable situations where they may be the first of many generations to continue on to their education. And so we applaud them in coming in and making that first step, but they're not always going to complete. And sometimes just for their families to see themselves taking that step, that's enough. And that's where we're really, when we're talking about being the comprehensive public provider and helping to influence change and getting people ready for the job market, that's also, in my opinion, is something that's a great deal of success that wouldn't necessarily reflect in the numbers.
Okay, thank you.
So we've got 2 questions left, is that right, Mr. Devlin?
A question for Mr. Brady, and then just a sort of short line of questioning.
Brevity is wonderful.
Okay, I promise it won't be too long. So, Mr. Brady, earlier in proceedings, you made a comment, and I just wanted to clarify. You said something akin to a lot of casuals were satisfied with their status as casuals. Is that a fair assessment of the comment that you made?
What I was referring to is that the casual employment of some of our teachers suits some of their lifestyles. Some of them don't just work for us; they work for multiple other. They do other roles as well. Some of them will still work in industry and come and teach courses with us. So I was just referring to the fact that the casual employment of some of our workforce is exactly what they're looking for. It's not necessarily that the casual is bad.
Have you done, arising from that, have you done any systematic assessment of employee preferences for casuals?
I'd have to ask Ms. Tickle whether we have anything of that nature.
So in terms of your statement, though, you're not drawing on any data, hard data, in relation to that sentiment.
Not hard data, but it's really in relation to some of the conversations I've had with teachers as I've visited campuses over the last couple of months. There's feedback that I've had directly, but I don't have specific data to support them.
Okay, thank you. Can I just, my final line of questioning is about the skills priority list that's produced by the National Skills Commission. I wanted to ask perhaps how TAFE utilises this information. So I'll give you an example. On the list, there's an occupation, wood machinist. There's a shortage across Australia, a moderate shortage, but a shortage nonetheless. And I know just from personal experience that there's been shortage of wood machinists in Australia for probably 2 or 3 decades. And so I know wood machining has enrolments in Newcastle and I think at Lidcombe TAFE. And I suppose I wanted to ask how TAFE translates this information into action to try and address the skills shortage. What do you do? Say on a situation like wood machining, how do you take this information that there's an acknowledged shortage there? What does that? What action does that drive in TAFE?
So, Mr. Diadam, if I may start, because the Smart and Skilled programme, which utilises the skills list to then put packages out to market, including provision from TAFE, sits within the department, and it uses that skills list to optimise the way we run that programme. And so Ms. Reid can provide some information on that if it's helpful.
Yeah, so the New South Wales skills list is what we use for the Smart and Skill programme, and so we use that to drive and direct funding.
Where is that data drawn from? Is that an identical list?
No, it's not identical for the NSC. So the National Skills Commission list is the one that determines qualifications for the job trainer, the Skilling for Recovery programme that we talked about earlier. And the difference, obviously, is that one of them is a Commonwealth body who draws a picture of skills shortage across Australia, and the job trainer programme was offered to all states and territories. And the New South Wales skills list is our view of skills shortage within New South Wales.
How do you assemble that? Do you assemble that data, or is that done by someone else?
We do it, and we use. Sorry, I'm just trying to find the information. We use a range of information, including things like job vacancies, to determine what goes on that list.
How frequently is that produced?
So the list is more like a rolling list. It's not like a... So the National Skills Commission list, I believe, is refreshed annually, or that's the plan. It's a relatively new list. In between times for the Skills Commission list, there's a process where states and territories can say, actually, we need, a particular thing added to that list. Our list is sort of reviewed in a more ongoing way. It's not kind of annually developed.
Okay, Happy to provide on notice, Mr. Diadam, some of the criteria that go into the formation of that list and its review period, if that's helpful.
Can I just make a slight distinction? The skills list, the skills priority list is a list of occupations. And their occupations that are in skills shortage, it's used for a number of things by the Commonwealth, including for skilled migration purposes. The National Skills Commission has also developed a qualifications list. The methodology that the Commonwealth is using is very similar to methodology that we have used to establish our qualifications list, which we call the skills list, which is why we all sort
Okay, so we've got a skills list in New South Wales. We don't necessarily rely on the skills priority list. What do we do with
we
that
refer to it,
information?
and we refer to the skill priority list as part of the process. We also feed into that the compilation of that list. The states have the opportunity to inform the National Skills Commission of those occupations, those job classifications that are priorities for the state that should be on the list.
So we use the list in the department to set the market packages, put the packages out to market for skills provision. Mr. Collins, that's correct?
It's in this. Our qualification list is informed by this, but also by consultation with local industry, by looking at demand. So we've narrowed down those qualifications that we believe are most necessary or most important in terms of supporting New South Wales business, but also helping people get jobs or get better jobs.
Okay, so then you've got packages to match the list. Then what does TAFE do with the information?
So we have one of the recent moves that we made back in June, July is we formed a statewide network called Skills Excellence Networks, and those are based on our skills teams. And that's an area of opportunity for all of our teachers across the state in a particular discipline to look at our scope of what it is that we're delivering, what do we think we'll be delivering in the future, as well as working with very closely with the product team in developing the type of product that we need in the future. So depending on what's on the skills program, as well as what we hear with our own engagement with industry through those networks and what's required, that's where we would develop our curriculum in consultation with our market team, our product team, and also our people and culture team to see, do we have the right teaching workforce in place, and as well as the facilities and management team to be able to deliver in the future.
Okay, so you develop the list, right? Wood Machinist is probably on it. It's been on it for many decades. The funding is provided. The courses are developed, but still we actually aren't meeting the need because clearly there's not enough wood machinists being trained. Isn't there something missing here in terms of the policy approach that's being applied? If we want to find, like presumably we've known that we need wood machinists, we've got training for wood machinists, we've got funding for training for wood machinists, we know that we need wood machinists, why aren't we training enough wood machinists? What's the problem?
I think in that particular case, so we've outlined the process of what we do in how we assess what we should be delivering, how we should be delivering and engaging and consulting with industry. In the case of wood machinists, that's not an area that I'm personally familiar with, but happy to explore.
I can't speak specifically in relation to wood machinists, but we can create the capacity. We can ensure that that TAFE has got the capacity to deliver training for wood machinists. It's then a matter of demand.
It's informed by industry. Industry are telling you need wood machinists.
I think the other side of demand, Mr. Diadam, is student choice. I think that's what Mr. Collins is trying to indicate. There will be a demand from an employer, but there will also be a student choice in relation to the subjects they are choosing to go and study. And it is those factors that we have to work on both sides of that equation in order to increase the number of wood machinists, for example.
So what would you do to recruit students into wood machining? Whose job is that?
So I think there's things like the skills comparator tool that I talked about earlier that lets people, prospective students, understand the types of jobs that they might be able to engage in and the types of training that are available to them, and whether that training it comes at any sort of cost, whether it's near their homes. There's those kinds of pieces of information that will allow students to make more informed choices about where courses resulted in a job benefit for the individual and where students completed those courses, and the types of kind of satisfaction ratings that they gave to that training at that particular training organisation will assist. Additionally, Careers New South Wales will assist in terms of being able to give people sort of more targeted advice about the types of opportunities that there are in their local area, that their skills or their preferences might be sort of driving them towards, as will our work with schools to promote VET pathways and make sure that students are really understanding what's in their local area, but also what's in their kind of wheelhouse, and the types of courses they can study both at school and beyond school to take them into a particular pathway.
I'm mindful of...
I'm happy to conclude there, Chair.
Mr. Diadam, you have just made my day.
If I might just,
while
I have the opportunity to just put on the record our thanks to staff across the state who are continuing to support the flood recovery efforts despite, may I say, in many cases their own losses. I just want to acknowledge the work that is happening across northern New South Wales and now other parts of the state, particularly in our school communities, and thank our staff for their work.
Thank you, Ms. Harrison, and we echo that in the Parliament as well. Well, with that, I'll draw this to a close. Mr. Brady, thank you very much for attending despite having COVID. I know what it's like. I had it last week, and on the day after I was diagnosed, I was horizontal in bed and slept most of the day. So that you're here is a testament to you. To Ms. Hosier, happy birthday. I hope you have a wonderful, wonderful evening tonight. Yes, and Mr. Diadam apologises for his lines of questioning and for holding you up from your birthday drinks. With that, we'll draw to a close. We'll have questions on notice back, and thank everyone for their attendance today, and that draws it to a close.
Thanks.